Hello, everybody. It is
Hey,
us, and we are back for the second day of the online writers conference. I am one of your hosts, Russell Nolte, and I am here with
Nick Nelson from Wordsmith Writing Coaches. Glad to be here.
Awesome. And so we are currently waiting for our first guest. I am going to go and do some tech to make sure that we're streaming everywhere that we say we're streaming. And I will be right back. And Nick is going to walk you through today.
Yep. So we have a lot of things lined up for you guys today. So yesterday, for those of you who may have missed it, yesterday we talked about the writing process, the craft, and the life of being a writer, and how to how to really get hold of your mindset. How to help organize your life to create a space for writing and a mental space for writing, a physical space for writing, a social space for writing, and we talked about story structure, and we talked about pacing. We talked about dialogue and character and world building, and how much of that world building you fit into the setting that you communicate in your writing. But we talked about a lot of those things yesterday, and we had some pretty amazing keynote speakers to help us pull a lot of those things together from all the different panels that we had. And Yeah, it was pretty amazing. So if you've missed that, please go back and look at our recorded content, which is all offered for you for free. But today we have an interesting lineup of things. We're going to start off talking with Joe Beal and Ellie Blue from Microcosm Publishing, and I expect to see them in about 5 minutes. Um, but after that, we're going to talk about revision and editing and the difference between those two. Oh my gosh, it's so common. That's one of the most common, I think it's probably the most common mistake that I see beginning and journeyman authors making, both in nonfiction and in fiction writing, is they confuse revision and editing. They think that revision is a synonym for editing, and it's not. And we'll be getting more deeply into that with Barbara Dillon and Leah Letterman, who are both they are the people to talk to help understand these things, and I really look forward to hearing from them. After that, once you've got your manuscript, revised and edited, and you've got it polished, and you're ready to do something with it, then what do you do? Well, Helga Scheer from Camcat Publishing and Elise Capron, who's an editor, and she does other things too. We'll introduce her when we get there. They are both going to help us understand submitting and publishing, submitting to agents, submitting to publishing houses, but also submitting to contests, and even preparing your work to submit it to beta readers, um, to anybody who wants says, "Oh, wow, I'd love to see your work." Well, how do you want it to look? How does that? And they may actually also talk about something called submittable. Those of you who've heard of it probably can talk about it at length, and those of you who've never heard of it, you need to know about submittable. Um, then we're going to have Jonas Saul as our keynote conversation in the middle of the day. That will be amazing. But after that, we're going to get right back into the business of taking your work and getting it out into the world to the people who need to see it, to the people who will love it, to the people who your work is the solution to the problem that they have. Your work is the food that they're hungry for. So we're going to talk to Derek Murphy, Sherry Kent, and Desiree Duffy about marketing and the pitch. We're going to talk about the pitfalls of publishing with Whitney Davis and Neo Edmond. And then we're going to close our day with a wonderful keynote conversation with Jody Lynn Nye. If you do not recognize that name, I suggest you go and Google it right now, because I can't get started talking about Jody Lynn Nye. I will use up all the rest of our time. Um, but
Wonderful.
it's just about 9 o'clock.
It is. It's going to be. It's pretty amazing. The lineup that we have here. I'm so excited. So I've known Joe for a couple of years. He's a part of our Facebook group. I've interviewed him on my podcast, and I watch his show. I've read his book, The People's Guide to Publishing. I've given his book to my publisher when they were just getting started, and I have seen Ellie a lot on their podcast and videocast feed, but I have never actually talked to her. So I am very, very, very excited, and I think it's time that we bring them on. Are you ready to rock and roll, Nick?
Oh, yes.
Awesome.
Especially with Joe and Ellie. And there
Hi,
they
guys.
are.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
I am very excited. I feel like I am. I watch your vlogcast every week, and I've learned so much from it as a publisher myself. And I'm so excited to have you guys on here and to talk about sort of what you guys are doing and what you guys are looking for and how to really tailor a pitch that a publisher is going to enjoy, and that will stand out from the crowd.
Yeah.
Well, Joe here is our acquisitions editor.
Right. We're a team really in all of this kind of stuff, though. We really have 4 to 5 people that we bounce things off of, because sometimes somebody will be an expert in a certain subject or have strong feelings. I mean, who doesn't have strong feelings? But often someone will have strong feelings and a good idea. So we have sort of a brain trust, which, I think is typical for a lot of publishers.
Yeah, I really enjoy the way that we've talked about how you run the company and how it's all set up. But why don't you guys go back for a second and talk about who you guys are, what you guys do, and what you're all about?
Sure. Well, we are Microcosm Publishing and Distribution.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were founded by Joe in a closet, literally 24 years ago.
In change, yeah.
Mm-hmm. More than 24 years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're looking for ideas on how to celebrate our 25th anniversary. So if anyone has one, we're all ears.
It may be increasingly complicated. Well, time will tell.
But we focus on publishing nonfiction that is about how to change your life and then change the world around you. So the idea is self-empowerment. All of our books are designed to help you make your life more awesome, rather than to make you feel more insecure, or, all those things that self-help books sometimes do.
Often, yes. And so in the very beginning, I think it's like, I hear it a lot from entrepreneurs where they say that a successful organization sets out to solve a problem rather than to make money or anything else. And so that really was very much it. We weren't designed to become a business. We weren't really setting out to create even a job for myself. It was more like, okay, well, there's not enough books, coming out in these veins, that are of any interest to me. And so that was really the motivation from the get-go. And I was a undiagnosed, teenage autistic kid. And, I had 2 feet firmly in punk rock. And so I didn't have a high school education, but the funnier part is that I was really interested in the band The Ramones. So when I was a teenager, I shoplifted this book about the Ramones. And despite having not read a single book in high school English, I was like, books are amazing. Books can totally change your life. And,
Awesome. Yeah, especially if you write them.
Right. And so then it was the weird thing where, then I have since read much better books. But that was really what got it started. And then, one night I was hanging out at the club that, I ran with my friends. And, I was like, I'm going to start the punk rock version of publishing. And they all were like, yep, good luck with that.
Whatever.
And then I ran into some of them in recent years, and they're like, you actually did do that thing we talked about. And that's sort of the nutshell of it, because I and it's, most people that I talk to that are founding publishing companies are doing it for the sake of their own writing, which was never my thrust. That ironically came later because, it's like I knew I had no education. I knew I had no qualifications to do writing like that. Though I was encouraged by, people over the years, or sometimes you see a gap that no one else is fulfilling, and that can be motivating too.
Absolutely. I have so many questions for you, but I believe that the question that most people are going to ask me is to introduce your dog too, because we introduced you and Ellie, and we have to introduce your dog as well, because it's a
Ruby.
fixture of you.
Ruby is often the most popular among us.
Okay.
And her book is coming out. Actually, her first book will be coming out this year. It's called Do Not Pet, and it's the social history, the science, and the law, and and other kinds of history about service dogs. And so that's been, because she's normally the most popular of our entire staff whenever we go to, trade shows, sales conferences, etc. And so that, and people are always like remembering her name and not remembering my name.
Absolutely. Well, she's very adorable. And and she's like front and center. She's like closer to the camera than you guys are. So I think I've been thinking a lot about how to structure this conversation, because me and you talk all of the time. Not me and you, Ellie, unfortunately, but hopefully we can talk a lot more after this. But I do listen to your vlog, and me and you, Joe, chat often on Facebook. And the thing that you were talking about recently was that every about 4 or 5 times a week, someone just blindly messages you guys with a submission, and sometimes they don't even do you the service of changing the name of the publisher that they really want to be with, or that they. So I was wondering if maybe we could talk at the beginning of the things that you find that writers, when they're submitting, do wrong, but also what they can do right to really stand out from the crowd, and give them a leg up. So you can take bad or good first. It doesn't matter to me, but I'd like to sort of do the do's and don'ts before we dive in further.
I think we should take good first.
Yes, we believe strongly on the side of good.
So the very most important thing anyone can do when they pitch us or any other publisher is like look at our instructions and look what we want in a pitch and follow that.
Yes, my own clients, I actually teach people how to find, like, here are the search terms to use to find the submission guidelines. You like type the name of the publisher and type submission guidelines. I guarantee you they have them. And if you just read those, like, follow the instructions, please just do what they ask you to do. Like, they're telling you, just do what they say. I actually do brief little workshops and things on William Shun's submission format, like how to make it look right. And it's amazing. Some people have published 3 or 4 books and they've never formatted a manuscript for submission properly in any way. They just didn't know that the guidelines were even there. They just find someone's email and send it off into the ether. Then they wonder why they're being constantly rejected, and they don't even know whether or not their material is being looked at, because they're not submitting it in a way that anybody is able to even see it and think about it.
Right. And we get these walls of text is probably the biggest problem, where it says nothing, it doesn't speak to the guidelines, there's no paragraph or line breaks, and you have to read 80% of the way down before you get to the lead, which should be the first sentence and often the only sentence, because it's telling you what we need to know, and fundamentally that's why we're reading a pitch. We don't want to know everything about you. We don't want to know what this book means to you. We want to know what this book means to the reader, and I think that's where people get lost a lot. So if you start with reading the instructions, seeing if the publisher is accepting submissions presently, following the instructions, and then, telling them why they care about your book. Those are probably the simplest things. And cutting any, you're a writer, so cut every extraneous word from that submission, and that will deliver to you everywhere, And, I can tell when somebody put time into a submission, and I can tell when somebody's anxiety had them just like flurry a bunch of words, and then hit send out of anxiety. It's readily apparent every single time.
Absolutely.
I would. How many of your pitches have that feeling of this looks like a rough draft? Like just percentage wise, just pull a number out of the air. 20%, 80%.
95.
Okay.
I would guess would be because we get about 2 to 3 a day on average. And, and then the other thing is, we have a way to submit to us, but people often think that they'll have better odds if they find a back door. So they'll send me like a private message on LinkedIn or, and it's like, it doesn't go to all the proper parties if they do that. And then, I don't check my messages on other platforms. I mean, definitely not like I do at my, the submission inbox, which is where submissions should go.
Yeah, and so you actually want submissions. Like if they follow the submission guidelines, like it's not that. That's another thing. I'm glad that you're bringing this up. Often the back door is the door where they're not going to get the attention that they really want their manuscript to have in order to be considered. It becomes a distraction and an interruption, and they're not going to have your full focus.
Well, we have a question, but I want to sort of couch this question because the question is about the worst pitches you've heard, but I'd like to try to kind of change that around because what I find is the worst pitch is the one where people clearly haven't read anything that we've ever put out, or the kind of vibe, or literally anything. Like they will pitch me a nonfiction book, or they will pitch me a romance book, or they will pitch me something, and I find those to be the most grating. I can put up with the ones where people like have done the rough draft because I'm like, okay, like you're nervous or like you haven't done this a lot, but at least like what we're kind of the genre we're looking for, even though this misses it. But the worst for me are the ones where it doesn't even look like they looked at my website or anything. So what are the worst kind of pitches that you've heard, or do you kind of have the same feeling about people not reading your anything that you do before they pitch?
I bet we'll have different answers to this, actually.
Yeah, what do you go first?
Well, I mean, whenever anyone says what is the worst pitch, and that like is a question people ask a lot, my mind immediately goes to the 2 separate pitches we've gotten years apart on nonfiction books about the health benefits of smoking cigarettes.
That's interesting.
Wow.
There's a contrarian opinion right there.
For that pitch that we have received from 2 different authors.
And I feel like if either of them were watching this now, they would be like, yeah, I'm a wingnut, I get it. Yeah,
And it's kind of like, if you can, we have a book here called How to Lie with Statistics. And I feel like both of those authors have either read that book or could have written that book, but instead decided to write the health benefits of smoking cigarettes.
All right, I have to cut in for a second because that's like one of my favorite books. Like How to Lie with Statistics is like a formative book. In high school, it was I took a statistics class, and this was 2001, 2001 probably, and like it changed everything for me about how like I thought about the data that I saw in the world.
Yep.
It's a good book to get people to really take critical thinking seriously.
It's more timely than ever.
And that would be what I would say is our worst pitch is people will take their manuscript and they will fundamentally distort the presentation of it to make it fit within our guidelines. So they're not lying with statistics. They're assuming that we lack the critical thinking to realize that what they're offering doesn't actually fit.
And usually, like I would say the majority of the time, it is their memoir. And we say that we don't publish memoirs. And they're like, oh, well, I use my own life as an example to tell the reader how to, be better at arts and crafts.
Yeah, this is actually prescriptive nonfiction. I just use myself as the example.
But I think we're not the only ones that get these pitches, because like every time we go to a trade show or a bookstore, I'm looking at books and I'm like, oh, this is a book about how to like have good relationship skills. And then I open it up and it's clear that it's just a memoir. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, the publisher thought they were getting one thing. They developed the book to be that, and then they got hoodwinked, or they maybe got some wishful thinking, or maybe the author didn't make the edits they asked for.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've learned not to try to make someone's memoir into a how-to book. We've kind of learned that the hard way, because they don't actually want to write the how-to book. They want to write the memoir.
Yeah.
Even if they say otherwise.
And that's the sort of the most backward part of it, is oftentimes when you talk to them and you ask them what their goals are in writing and publishing that book, they talk about how they want to help people, the kind of skills that they want to impart and the lessons that they want to, give to other people. And I'm like, well, why don't you write that book then? And we often get, we have to go full circle to go back to like, why did you put 2 years into writing that book when the goal is to help young transgender youth have a happier life? Like, speak to that rather than telling them all the darkest parts of your own life,
Yeah, I often, there are certain clients that I've met with where the way that the interview went, I said, look, you write the memoir, just write it, because you have to get this out of your brain and your heart and your head, because you write the memoir. Whether or not you publish it, that's a separate question, but write it, finish it. We'll even edit it together or something, whatever, but just write the memoir, put it in a drawer, and now you've cleared your head. Now you can write the book about how transgendered youth can manage it. Yeah. It's often it's a problem of having the decks are cluttered and you can't maneuver because this distracting idea, you just have to get it out first.
Yep.
Can I tell you, though, the absolute pitches to me are the ones that are defensive and entitled.
Oh, interesting.
What
we don't get them a lot.
Yeah.
The defensiveness, like defensive and entitled, give me some more traction with that so I can help people not do that.
Like, we got one pitch recently that literally, the pitch was like, I have an idea for a book. Often, I think this was one of the pitches where, like, the idea is still a secret because they don't want us to steal it, but they could make a lot of money. And then, like, giving equal time in the pitch to saying, like, I have been ignored by so many publishers, and I will consider it a personal insult if you also ignore me and don't respond to me, because I am a professional and I deserve more respect than that.
We get that about 3 or 4 times a year only, fortunately, but often it is accompanied by, and I will not tell you what the book is about.
So I would love to hear about I'm just gonna I can't not say the title of this book, unfortunately. So
go ahead.
There's cursing in the title, which is one of the reasons I like Microcosm so much, because like my books also have cursing in them. So like you have like what seems like, according to the data that you have released, your breakout hit of the last couple of years was unfuck your brain and your unfuck your like line, because there's a line of them now. And I would love to hear a little bit about, like, was that the best pitch that you heard? Like, how did that pitch happen? And then also, like, what was the best pitch you heard? Because we've talked about like the bad, and what was the one that you were like, you have to read this pitch. Like, we have to move this up to the top of the line and like talk about it tomorrow, because like it's just so interesting.
Yeah. And when you talk about that, I want to hear, because you are the publisher. You're the guys who said, yeah, unfuck your life. What a great title. So like that is not a choice that most publishers would make. So I want to hear about that decision process too.
So can I tell my version of how?
Sure.
So you forwarded me a pitch, and the pitch was for a book called Your Brain is an Asshole. And it wasn't a pitch at all. It was like a PowerPoint presentation with 10 slides and no image text. And he was like, I think this is the book that will be huge for us. And I was like, this is insane. I don't think we should do it. And Joe was like, no, we should really do it. Make it work. And this is why Joe is the acquisitions editor.
Right.
Awesome.
People often talk about like golden ears in like record label acquisitions because it's so speculative and there's nothing to look for other than like future trends. And I do feel like I have 2 job skills, and one of them is making things fit where they do not belong, and the other one is like, this is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
And then we made the title a little more positive on "fuck your brain" instead of "your brain is an asshole," because it's all about being nice to your brain, not talking shit about your brain.
And the author did just about everything wrong. She had been shopping the book around for several years. At that point, she had been categorically ignored. She had not even been getting responses, which is normally a good indication that there's something like fundamentally cracked about the pitch, and then she said,
"I don't think it wasn't the smoothest pitch, but you saw the value in it."
But I mean, that's part of the job too, is like reading between the lines, and that I feel like that's the other thing that I'm good at. Sometimes I'm like a little too idealistic in like what I try to see somewhere where there's really nothing to see, but that normally falls apart during acquisitions when you look at something and I have to trust the people that have skills that I don't have to come and be able to be honest with me and say the idea was good, but there is nothing here, and that's part of it. So that's why we're a team, but part of it in this case was, the author had the credential, the author had 20 years of experience, working with clients in private practice, that there was a lot of just dilution of existing works in print made simpler. Like, she's very good at summarizing executively, and she's very good at having, she has her own, we don't really look for platforms so much as like, she's not just repeating other people's ideas. She has her own ideas.
Well, what I heard from the, like, even the title that she got, even though it wasn't the title you went with, was like, she seemed to get, like, she had a voice that was different. Like, it felt like, oh, your brain is an asshole. Like, this is a thing that I can, like, work with. Like, I understand, like, how the book is going to be written just by the title, and it fits what we are trying to do. Was there some of that too?
I think so. I mean, she writes the way she talks.
Yeah.
Which, like, is both a wonderful thing and also a challenge as an editor. Like, we have to do a lot of kind of like putting it into format, but like, it's so much better to have her original ideas that we then need to format, to have someone who has like beautiful writing but nothing to say. And yeah, we could tell that right away that she just had like a ton of personality and also just like a really hard worker. Like, she is our most prolific author. She sits down and she makes text happen. And that, I mean, yeah, that's like also something that we're looking for, is someone that we know we can work with.
And she's doing, I think she has 8 books that come out this year, for example.
It's unbelievable.
Right. I mean, nobody can write this kind of nonfiction as fast as she does,
That's awesome.
Even though we have to do a lot of hand holding, like, it's definitely better than somebody turning in finished work that is in fact not publishable.
Right. And it must help to, like, it must be much easier to handhold somebody when they're like your best-selling author who is driving so much of your business.
Yeah, and she like also does not bring her ego into it at all. Like, if I'm like, okay, this whole chapter needs to be completely rewritten, she'll be like, oh, but then she'll do it like that week.
So, Ellie, are you the editor who works mostly with her, or are there a certain? Okay, so you are her editor. You're her go-to person. So you're developing a working relationship with her.
I've been trying to train other people to edit her, just because it's like more than one person's work. Like, she can outrun 3 of us at once.
Yeah, she can outright you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
So it's harder because her way, she's not trained as a writer. She's been a counselor. She is a doctor of psychotherapy, so her skill is not in presenting the hierarchy of information. So she's a more difficult edit, I think, than most.
Yeah. I imagine there's some rearranging and things that have to happen, as well as it's not just a copy edit. Yeah. Okay.
So there is another question I think actually dovetails into this quite nicely, and the next thing that I wanted to talk about, because you did a blog post about changing a book cover that you like. It was called something like Little Bird or Blue Bird or into something that was quite a bit different than the thing that it was. So I would love for you to talk, because the question is, how do you decide if a title needs to be changed? And I think that that story that I remember you guys telling is a perfect example of like this concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, as a rule, we almost never go with the author's title. Like, when you're writing a book, you're just too close to it, and like, you know, like, you don't want a title based on what's in the book. You want a title that is based on what the reader wants to see, that then will lead them into the book. And once you've like spent dozens of hours and you've really deeply thought about what the book is about, it's really hard to come up with a title that will introduce the concept to someone unfamiliar with it. And then, I mean, just as publishers, like, we struggle a lot with coming up with titles anyway. I would say that's maybe the hardest part of the job, other than the bookkeeping.
Yeah. And I mean, cover development similarly, like we're talking about. And it is, you know, this was a book, it was published by a Big Five house in 2010. You know, and we knew the author, we had a relationship, we had done some other books with her. And then when this went out of print, you know, it was apparent that it wasn't quite what the author had intended.
What was the name of it originally? Do you remember?
It was Bluebird.
Bluebird, Women in the New Psychology of Happiness, which kind of,
oh my gosh,
like a wedding cake.
It looked like
that made sense to someone.
It looked like it was about how weddings would make women happy, when the book is about the opposite of that.
Wow.
You know? So we thought the designer came up with this mostly on her own.
Okay.
You know, but
and can I just say something to the authors out there who are watching this? Guys, if you're looking for traditional publishing, which is an excellent path, we're talking to a traditional publisher right here who's probably hoping that you will submit things to her. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh wow. I'm so glad you guys changed that. So I'm just saying, don't be married to your title of your book, because if your title of your book can't change, if you are so wedded to all the different details of your particular book, you clearly are an independent author and you shouldn't be bothering Joe and Ellie with your submission. But if you're seeking traditional publishing, be happy when your publisher comes up with a different title for your book. Be thrilled when your publisher says, oh, by the way, we've thrown out your old cover with the little pastel bird on a wedding cake on it, and now it's bright yellow with red lettering, and half of the people in your family are going to be profoundly insulted by the title. But the thing is, like, the reason you go to a traditional publisher is because the publisher has an audience that they understand. And, you know, Microcosm, like, you guys have fans, you understand a certain audience and you market well to that. And if you accept a book, that means you know that you can find an audience for it. And trust the publisher to title and brand your book in a way that will appeal to the people that the publisher is going to be selling your book to. So just everybody out there, calm way down. It's okay if your title is changed. It's okay if your cover is changed. Okay, carry on with the broadcast. Sorry. Just had to get that off my chest.
Like, you're so right. Like, trust the publisher, but also, like, the publisher doesn't always have the best idea first, just like you didn't have the best idea first. So if it really seems wrong for the book, push back. Like, if the publisher, like, it's not always your editor who's involved in the title and cover decisions. So somebody in marketing might very easily be like, oh, this book is a middle reader, when your book is in fact a YA book with a lot of sex scenes in it. And you really need to push back and be like, hey, this cover is going to appeal to 11-year-olds who should not be reading this book.
And collaborate, absolutely. Be an active participant with your publisher. Sure.
With a reason and with an argument, and then that way you can have a conversation. If you push back with, like, I don't like it, or I think it's ugly, or, you know, we're not going to really engage with that, because we're like, well, you're not the audience. Right.
If the argument is, but I like mine better, that doesn't really hold water. But, you know, we had one example where the word, you know, we put radical feminist in the subtitle, and apparently those books in sequence mean transphobic, when I thought they just meant what the words mean individually, and that, you know, and so it was really helpful when, you know, the pushback was that's not what the book is about.
And we were like, phew, thank you for
Right.
saving us.
And so
Right.
often the author is more aware that, you know, they know their subset of the audience better, whereas the publisher knows how to sell it to the industry better.
Got it.
When both are important, you know,
Well,
equally.
and it also shows that a publisher doesn't necessarily get it right either. So, like, I mean, if you look at these two covers, you know, this cover is clearly a very different book than this cover. And if this one, the F Happiness cover is more in line, and it's just like this was a top 5 publisher that clearly. It seems like didn't understand what the book was about, based on my conversations with Joe. There are a couple of more questions. Mon Joe asks, should an author even make an effort to come up with a title if it's likely to be changed? I'm terrible at titles, but how do you submit without one?
You talk about, okay, so this maybe should have been our lead in our talk. When you're pitching, your title is irrelevant. What you're pitching is the benefit to the reader, and you're saying in 5 seconds what somebody is getting out of reading your book, whether that's like an escapist romp into, you know, like a mix between Game of Thrones and the Chronicles of Narnia. That's not a great pitch, but, you know, like you want something that is like that, where you're giving a sense of why somebody would read that book, who would read that book, and what would be interesting to them about it, rather than like, my book is called like A Tale of Two Princes, because that doesn't actually tell us anything, you know?
But like, just have the working title, have the Tale of Two Princes working title, or have your working title be like a sentence that describes the book. Like, we had a book that up until almost before it went to print, its working title was Italian Vegan Tattoo. You know, like sometimes we just use keywords as a placeholder, and you can do that too in your pitch. Like, that's fine.
Yeah. Because
Awesome.
it's like, it just had all the, you know, we were just plugging in the metadata where we were like, these are the keywords that will explain what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We just need something that's a little more coherent.
Right.
Awesome.
So another question from Sherry Partain is, what should we expect from a small publisher by way of promotion of our works as emerging, essentially unknown authors?
If the publisher is worth their salt, which if you're working with them, they should be, otherwise there's no reason to work with them. You should expect them to have a sales force. So they should have a way to distribute the book into bookstores, into wholesalers, into, you know, places like chains and independents. You know, if your book is appropriate, places like gift shops and specialty stores. You should have, you know, they should have relationships with the industry that you don't. And you should have a relationship with the kind of people that read books like yours. So then you can be sort of a, you know, a yin yang together.
Yeah, I would say when we think about book promotion, a lot of the times we think about these kind of like older institutions like book tours and reviews and print magazines that just kind of are not really a thing anymore. Like, people still do them, and larger publishers will still throw a lot of money and like have the relationships to do this, but it doesn't necessarily help you sell more books unless you're already famous.
Yeah.
Like, doing a book event at a bookstore is kind of a losing proposition for everybody unless you're already famous.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And like getting a review, even in like the New York Times, it doesn't necessarily sell books. Like, you might sell 3 or 4 more. Maybe you'll sell a lot more.
You'll
I
sell
don't
more
know.
than 3 or 4, but
I don't know.
you will no longer sell
Yeah.
tens of thousands as you once would have.
Yeah.
You know,
We're not going to be like pulling up our printer and being like, the New York Times runs a review tomorrow. Like,
Right.
it's-
Well, and also the risk of doing it in a sort of a cookie cutter way like that is, you know, what if you run kind of a niche book and you get a review in the New York Times and you get a lot of sales from people who bought it because they're New York Times readers. And then all of a sudden you've got all these mediocre or bad reviews for your book because those are not the people who were going to like your book anyway. It's much better to market your book towards people who are going to like it when they see it.
Exactly. And when you do that, then you get media from that without trying for the media. And that's the best media that actually sells books. Like, our very best sales weeks have come from like being posted on a blog that like, you know, sold 10,000 copies of a book in a year. That was unbelievable. And we did not solicit that blog. They just found the book because people who liked that book were talking about it amongst themselves.
There was a moment in 2009 where there was a mom blog that doesn't exist anymore that posted this book, and we sold 1,000 copies a day just from that one review.
I can only imagine the life of the mail order
people. And it was that, you know, has never quite happened that way before or since, but you know, that's huge for book sales, you know. And then Boing Boing did a feature about it, and you know, and then that helped, you know. I mean, the book, you know, we sold, I think this has still outsold Unfuck Your Brain to this day. But similarly, you know, we send out trade reviews, you know, for places that write about that people in the industry would read, like Shelf Awareness or Publishers Weekly, and you know, and those really carry a lot more weight. But even for a book like Unfuck Your Brain, which is, you know, hovering at 100 and some thousand copies sold, we didn't have a single notable review when it came out. All of the, you know, it's, I guess what you would call
like a year. We didn't.
Yeah, it would be like what you would call organic buzz, is what we got. And then when her follow-up books came out, all of the trades and all the professional reviewers wrote about her like they had always written about her. You know,
as if, oh yeah, we know this person. Sure, of course.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe we've been talking a lot about sort of like the yeses and nos and do's and don'ts, but I think it might be helpful on a very basic level to just explain, like, what does the publisher do? Like, what are the duties that you can expect when you go to a publisher, and what do people think a publisher does, but they do not do? Or they do not do traditionally as far as like their main duties. They might do it for like a New York Times bestselling author or like a huge seller, but generally they're not set up to do certain things, and they are set up to do things.
Yeah. What your normal workflow is.
What I would say, like, the number one thing a publisher does, I'm totally going to take words out of your mouth here, is I learned this from Joe, is we add value to your intellectual property.
Yeah.
And that's like that's our entire job.
And if we can't add value to your intellectual property, we would have gone out of business 24 years ago, you know, because that's the publisher's only job, is to make your work more valuable. And
that's through like designing the cover, coming up with a title that make sure that your book will actually connect to readers, editing to make sure your book delivers on its promise, publicity, sales, like we were talking about. And then, like, you know, any publisher that you choose to work with, like, you should be confident that we can do all those things. You should be confident in your communication with the publisher and knowing that you can kind of have a back and forth and challenge each other. Yeah. And you also need to make sure that they're able to both sell your book to other stores and to libraries and directly to consumers, and like give you that reach. Like, your whole goal is to like write something that people will read and the right people will find. And if the publisher can't work with you together to make that happen, like, don't bother.
Yeah, then they're not offering anything. But book development is the number one way that you increase the value of open work, you know, and that is primarily title development and cover development, and then being able to understand, you know, then there's like weird technical things like certain kinds of typography and pagination and visual looks communicate a certain age range that might be inappropriate, or like yellow is a very popular color for self-help, you know, things like that that you would never know if you were just an author, or even like, unless you like really just hung out in Barnes and Noble all day long, you would never know.
Right.
Is there something that you tell people, like, when they're researching publishers, like how to research a publisher to know all of these things before you actually even submit to them, or certainly before you sign a contract with them?
Yes, you want to see how they're distributed, because, and I've met so many authors that, you know, were so excited to sell their first book rights, and then found out that the author had no trade distributor.
The publisher.
Or, the publisher. No, wait. So basically, the publisher only had the ability to edit design and print the book, and then they had no way to bring it to market after that. So like you want to look at, like, do they have a presence at trade shows? Are they going to their regional shows? Are their books in bookstores? I mean, it's probably, and it's such a common misnomer. I meet people all the time that are like, there's still bookstores. And yes, there are roughly 4,000 bookstores in the United States today. And maybe there isn't one like on your block, but that is still, and collectively those stores sell way more than anybody else, in terms of actual numbers. So that's what matters in terms, and more importantly, those are the places where buzz is created for a new book. That's where genuine interest comes from. And so this is why publishers have often, sort of delegated marketing to the bookstores for the past 150 years, is because they can do that. That is cost effective. It's been a really good way of doing it, up until the point when now there's just too many books and there's no way that a bookstore's staff could be familiar with, the millions of books in print.
To say anything of stocking a representative sample of them, really. Yeah.
Exactly. And so you want a publisher that at least can effectively show that, they know what to do with your book when they get it. So you want a publisher that publishes books like your book, and it goes worst when an author treats a publisher like an ATM machine that has book distribution. Yeah. Because no publisher is interchangeable with any other publisher. They all have strengths and identities and core competencies and core failures. Like when we've ever tried to do things that are like national nature books, it's just been a total flop, because that's not a strength that we have, whereas when we do regional books, it's just like through the roof, Yeah. And so, but that's, like, to an author, they will often come to us and say, well, oh, you can do anything because I've seen this one success you had. And it's harder for them to see that a publisher that had one success, it doesn't mean that that's a good fit for them.
Right. On top of that, like even the different publishing houses at something like Random House, there are hundreds of publishers and they all have a different identity underneath there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those imprints exist for a good reason.
Yeah. So like do your homework, and like my advice is to look at the other books that this publisher publishes, make sure they're like your books, but also make sure that you like them. Make sure that you can look at them and immediately know whether or not it's for you. And ideally you should want to like eat their book. You should like it that much. And then that's like a good sign that they're going to give your book the same treatment that you can be passionate about.
Right.
So I have a follow-up question about you were just saying just now, Joel, about knowing your core competence as a publisher. In the very beginning, when you were introducing yourselves, one of the things you said is that you guys publish books about health and empowerment, and you want to publish the kinds of books that make the reader feel more encouraged rather than feeling less capable. Because you are right, so many self-help books, they intend to be helpful. They genuinely do have that good intention. And after you've finished reading the book and you close it and you put it down and you feel like, holy cow, I suck. Like, is there any hope for me? Obviously the person who wrote this book just crushes life in this one area of life, and I just suck and I can't do any of this. They showed me how to fix my life, and it's just never going to happen. How do you how do you go about I love the fact that you don't want to publish that book, and tell us a little bit more about how you go about that. How do you develop that? How you express that core competence? Because obviously you guys are competent, but just changing the title of Your Brain is an Asshole, like just that one title change is an example of it. But tell me more about how you go about it, how it's expressed.
So it's like it's at 2 levels. It's definitely one of the things we look at. We have, I think it's like 19 points of acquisition, and that's one of them where you're like, does this book actually empower the reader, or is it just telling them that they need to like spend more time with their kids? Because that's like the opposite of empowering. That's like guilting them.
Right.
Or like, is it telling you that you really just need to exercise more and all your problems will be solved, and giving you like no mechanics on how to do that? And so we run into that kind of thing a lot where we get those in submissions. But then it's also like, and then Ellie deals with that in editorial as well.
Yeah,
Of course.
and actually a fair
Book
amount of that
development.
does come through. I think it's partly because our culture really trains us to like focus on what's wrong with us. So like we'll have a book where we
Exactly.
kind of work out books and it seems like it's empowering, but then like it will come, I'll get a draft and I'll be like, okay, and often I just have to have a talk with the reader or with the author about that, and usually that is what turns it around, and they're like, wow, I had no idea I was doing that. And like for us, it's just mostly like that's the lens that we have. We've trained ourselves to be on the lookout for that. Just like we're not gonna let through like a racist travel memoir. We're also not gonna let through a like guilting diet book.
Okay.
And we have most of the world calls them sensitivity readers, but we learned from Lee and Low Press, they call them targeted expert readers. So we do have a practice of showing our books. Like if we have a book about polyamory, we'll show it to a targeted expert reader to be like, hey, just want to make sure this isn't including anything that's harmful or that's going to like tell people they're doing it wrong when they're not, or.
And there's things, if you read a lot of books on a certain subject, what the red flags are, and know what the most annoying aspects of that genre are, no matter what the genre is, And so if it's like outside of my personal area of interest, which is rather niche and like largely overlapping with what we publish, but not completely, I can immediately pick those out of the stack. But if it's not something that I read recreationally, then we really need somebody to come in and look at it and say like, okay, this is totally hollow, or
a targeted expert reader.
Awesome.
Or
exactly.
as someone call it, a beta reader who's an expert in that thing. Interesting.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
That's very helpful.
Unfortunately, we're nearing the end of our time, and I definitely want to talk about that sign behind you because someone asked about it earlier. But I think we can do some lightning round really quickly. These are just short. There's the first question that's been coming up a lot is, do you have a specific link for submissions on your website? Because it's been asked like 5 times in these comments.
Oh, yes.
And where can people find?
If you go to microcosm.pub, that's probably the easiest way. That's how it's spelled. We have the hardest to spell name publishing house in the world.
And then if you click on frequently asked questions, and believe it or not, a frequently asked question is, how do I submit a manuscript? And it's one of the buttons you can click on, and then it'll hyperlink you to a thing that explains all of the considerations and guidelines and what we look for and exactly what to do and what not to do. And then there's another little button you can do to send us that submission directly. And we've always done it that way. It's been a really clean way of getting submissions. And that's we looked into using Submittable, but then it just seemed like we would get even more submissions, which seemed not what we wanted. Maybe if there was a way to like filter the submissions more tightly, that would be even better. Because we want, that's the common thing is publishers want to submit, or they want submissions they can publish, but they want the right submissions.
Right. Do you guys use POD at all?
I think there's maybe 3 books that we do in POD.
Any regrets?
And, I wouldn't do it again if it had come down to it. It's, in most cases, we kind of got locked in.
Well, I know Joe has told me that you guys tried to print enough books for 10 years of sales. Sometimes that doesn't work out well. But
where do you store them all?
We have a warehouse here. It's connected to our office.
Okay.
But 10, that's outdated. Now it's more like we aim for 1.5 to 2 years of supply now, because otherwise, it's like, if not, we would need to have more storage.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, because when you told me 10 years, I was like, 10 years, you've got like 1,000 titles. Like that's so many books. Okay. That's about what I do too. 2 or 3 years. Okay. When you are new to all this, is submitting to zines or anthologies a good place to start?
Yes,
Absolutely.
because it'll teach you the fundamental parts of writing a piece, and writing a piece at any length will teach you the fundamental skills of writing something that is book length.
And then I feel like when you actually see your work in a book, it gives you such a different perspective on it that it's like much more, I guess, emotionally cheaper to learn that in an anthology than it is when you're like looking at your book and having like regrets about how you wish you'd done things totally differently.
Or you put 4 years into something and you're like, what have I done?
But it's also, it gives you practice in working with the editor. It gives you practice in pitching. It gives you practice in promoting. And it also like makes you part of something, which is really cool. You can like get to know your fellow contributors. It's awesome.
Well, and you can also get some other people to read the work also. And I know a lot of times people get into a zine or an anthology, and then that leads to the next opportunity, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
I can't remember all the times I bought an anthology because one of my friends had a story in it and I wanted to support that one friend. And I read the anthology and I'm like, holy cow, these 3 other authors are amazing. And before I know it, I'm looking them up and I'll buy their books too. And it's only because they were in an anthology and I'd never heard of them before until I read them there.
All right, we're nearing the end of these Q&As. Do all publishers have editors and cover designers?
If they're worth working with, yes. If they aren't, if they don't, then you're better off on your own.
And it's like they might contract that out. It might not be someone on their like payroll, like their staff, but yeah, like they should have relationships with those people and provide that to the project.
If they aren't handling those services, I should say, then you should not. Then there's nothing you're getting out of working with them. Or, I mean, actually, I guess that's not true. I have run into publishers that have a distributor but don't do even basic editorial work.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's murky, but it's like it depends on your comfort level. It depends on how actually finished you can deliver a manuscript.
Yeah, I was going to say, I bet their acquisition process is fierce.
Yeah.
We have authors all the time who come to us and with the assumption they have to hire their own editor. And no, like you do not. If you are working with a publisher and you have to do that, I mean, get that conversation out of the way before you sign a contract.
But however, if you have an editor that you love, some publishers I know will.
How will you know that book is being made right for that publisher?
Yeah,
right. Well, I mean, there are some publishers that like have a list of approved editors, and some of those publishers then and then those editors work freelance, and those people then can get matched up together. Does that ever happen with you guys, or is that a possibility?
If you're an author and you're under contract with a publisher, and the publisher is asking you to pay for any part of the process. Red flag, don't do it. You should not ever, the author should have no expenses other than their time that they're investing into writing the book. Like you should not be paying for a publicist. You should not be paying for a designer, an editor, or marketing. Those are all, you don't have a publisher in that case, you have an author services company.
All right. My last question is the one that someone asked first. And I'm so excited that we wrapped all this up and somehow got 99% of the questions. And I know it's the one that you guys want to talk about, the banner behind you and the Just Say No to Amazon. I'd love for you to talk about you guys as a publisher, your philosophy, and what book you think that people should check out from your line, assuming that they only have one option.
Oh, if we each get an answer, I would think that to the audience here, A People's Guide to Publishing would be the appropriate book because it speaks to what I presume to be their interests. And Ellie has another pick.
I think the publishing book is really awesome. This is another publishing book written by Joe, Make a Zine, and it will teach you the scrappy DIY way to learn all these lessons yourself the hard way.
Mm-hmm. And to the point of our banner, that was, I guess it started out, I really wish we were 2 years older so we could be older than Amazon, but sadly that did not happen that way. But so we have always developed very peculiarly similar systems. We've always favored self-fulfillment. We've always favored direct-to-reader mail order services. So we've never relied on Amazon in the way that most publishers do. And, we've watched it as Amazon went from being a, sweet 10 to 20%, frosting on top of the cake of free sales to having very predatory purchasing terms and really having made the publishers reliant on them to the past 6 months where Amazon has begun to withdraw from the book industry hard stop,
Interesting. I'm glad you point that out. That you have like described that arc in just a few words, because I feel like I noticed that, but I wasn't sure if I was just making that up. It was like this weird shift happening in the background, because at first it really felt like Amazon was the author's friend, and it doesn't feel like that anymore.
Yeah, and the big shocker was over last holiday, Christmas buying period, where Amazon just did not do the levels of purchasing they would normally do for stocking, and publishers began to panic because that was where they relied upon so many of their holiday sales to happen. And so for a lot of publishers that I know, that just slaughtered them in the fourth quarter. And then, over the past 3 months, it's obviously worsened. And, now they're using coronavirus as the reasoning for this, but it's been going on, back into October. And now, Amazon is not normally known for publisher returns, but that's been happening harder and harder. And then even if you're a self-published author, Amazon has, they've really failed in their effort to take over print with digital. They haven't been able to make digital profitable in the ways that they set out to years ago. And so now they're, just sort of changing terms all the time to be more favorable to them, because they can only make money from their web services, and they can only make money from marketing services. So they haven't figured out a way to make money from selling books yet. So it does seem like this is sort of their solution, is to get out of the book business now that they've irrevocably, slaughtered it. Yeah. And so, I feel like that's another reason, and it's interesting because when we meet with retailers, they're they have their own reasons and beefs and, deep discounting and all the, the stuff that they've had to deal with for years and years. But so they're really, really excited because Amazon has never comprised, I think our worst month on Amazon was 9% of our net, and our average month is about 1% of our net. So we just never relied upon them in that way. And, and not always because I guess we saw it coming, but more than anything, like we just didn't need the kind of services they were peddling, like because we had already built the infrastructure that was needed.
Awesome.
Wow.
Well, that is so interesting, and definitely something for audiences and other publishers to think about moving forward. I would love to talk about all of this stuff for the next 10 hours, but unfortunately, we are at the end of our time together. I know for a fact you made one sale of Magazine because one of our attendees, Allison Shear, said she just went to buy, and she was the one asking about the zines as well.
Thanks, Allison.
So we are now going to say goodbye to Joe and Ellie. And
I have so many more questions for you. I hope to engage you guys again later, but thank you so much for coming.
Guys.
You guys are awesome.
You. Have a great day.
Yay, team. Woo!
And anybody that has more questions, you can submit them to our podcast, which is, also called People's Guide to Publishing. And then it's just the questions go to podcast@microcosmpublishing.com, and then that goes to us and we answer them on the air.
Awesome. Sounds great. And you can also look up, Joe did have an interview on The Complete Creative as well, where we talked a lot about this a couple of years ago. And he is a member of our Authors and Creators Making Money Selling Books Facebook group, where he does often answer questions specifically about publishing. So thank you guys so much. Bye.
Thank you. Have a fun conference, everyone.
Yay. We will.
All right. That was awesome.
We are continuing with the fun conference right now.
And we are going to bring on now Barbara Dillon and my personal editor, Leah Letterman. And we are Okay, so quickly, Zenerosity asks, could you list the favorite books? The one was Make a Zine, and the other was The People's Guide to Publishing. And now I'm going to just change banners really quickly. Actually, I'm going to bring Barbara. Hi, Barbara.
Hello, good morning.
And Leah on. So Nick can say hello to them while I
Hey.
am changing banners.
I'm so glad to see you guys. Hi, good to meet you. So
and Leah, nice to meet both of you.
Yes, I have not met you guys in person, but I'm thrilled to meet you here digitally. And wow, Leah McNaughton Letterman, you have a gigantic backdrop behind you.
Okay, can I just tell you that this is because the only place I can get privacy is not in front of my beautiful wall of books, which I would really like to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
It's my room.
So your what room?
This is my privacy wall.
Oh, okay, excellent. Well, that's a good way to repurpose a conference decoration. That's great. I mean, I love it.
Thank you.
I have a thing like that for wordsmith writing coaches too, but it's rolled up tight and tucked into a cardboard box somewhere where it's not doing me any good.
Well, you got that also for Fantasticon, right? And so now there's a bunch more times for her to use it.
You know, for all of 2020, this was my year, right? I had a bunch of conferences and presentations lined up. So thank you for having me online here.
Yes.
Our pleasure. And Barbara Dillon too.
Yeah.
Hello. Nice
Yay.
to meet everyone. And Russell, good to see your face and to chat with everyone. Looking forward to it.
So Nick is going to take his break, be on in the background as a producer. He will be back for our agent and submitting panel with Helga Scheer and Elise Capron at 11 o'clock. Have a great break, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Take it away.
Bye, Nick.
I'll see you later.
Sounds good.
Not the other one.
Oh,
I want the one where Nick goes away. There we go. All right. Well, good afternoon, ladies, or good morning, ladies.
Hello.
I am so excited. So I think let us start. This is the revision and editing panel. I would love to have you both introduce yourselves, tell people what you do, and then I've got like 1,000 questions for either of you. And if you guys have questions on any of the chats, this is the time to ask. As you could see from the first hour, we tried to get to every question that we can. So we answered probably a dozen or more questions last hour. I know you guys have a ton of questions about revisions and editing. The only thing that I ask is that it is specific to revision and editing specific, and we will answer it as best as we can for the next hour. We can get a lot in the next hour, and I have no problem cutting my questions down. So Barbara, let's start with you, and then we'll go to Leah, and just introduce yourself for a bit.
Sure, absolutely. My name is Barbara Dillon. I am the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Fanbase Press. We are a comic book publishing company as well as a geek culture website. This is our 10th anniversary. I'm looking forward to chatting with everyone. In addition, and kind of my other hat is that I'm also the director of marketing operations for Gemelli Biotech, which is a company that markets and sells the IBS Smart blood test. So that's me. Hello, everyone.
Hello. And how about you, Leah?
Hi, I'm Leah Letterman, and I've also been in editing for about 10 years. I don't have a fancy company. I'm freelance. I used to be a teacher. I taught college English and humanities for about 7 years before going into freelance editing full time. And I work with I actually did a tally, and at this point, I don't know. I lost count at about several dozen indie authors and artists on anything from comic scripts to short stories to novels, even a dissertation and a book of poetry. So that's the bulk of what I'm doing and why I'm here today. I also have a few books out now, which is really exciting for me. And I'm trying to take it in that direction. But for the purposes of today, I am here as a freelance editor. I always really try stemming from my work as a teacher, to not just red X everything out and, say, this is crap. I really try to preserve the author's voice, which that goes with being an editor, but I try to kind of help them shape and form what they're trying to say and draw it out of them sometimes if I need to. So I'm drawing from a teaching background in my work.
Yes, and I talked about yesterday that the only reason I'm able to only do 3 drafts is because of the editor who I work with, and Leah is the editor that I work with. So I think that, we have a nice question already. What is the difference between revision and editing, and why do you think people confuse the two? Or is there a difference? Barbara?
For me, I don't necessarily differentiate the two. For me, and I guess a helpful thing to put across to our viewers and listeners is that here at Fanbase Press, our approach to editing is that first and foremost, the highest priority for us is for the creator to be able to tell the story that they want to tell. So at the outset of all projects that we're working on, or for me as an editor, if I'm working on a project outside of Fanbase Press, it's important for me to know what it is that the message is that the creator is trying to tell. What story are they telling? Do they have an underlying theme or message that they hope for the reader to take away, which of course is challenging because everyone's going to take away their own feedback from the story or their own underlying message or connection from the story. But for me, it's so helpful to understand at the outset what it is that they want to tell, what they hope to get across. And so for me, that helps in understanding what it is overall that the story is trying to tell. And from an editing perspective, did they succeed in reaching that? Do I, as an editor, understand that message is present, that it's clear to me, and that they are taking the steps necessary throughout the story? So for me, there can be several revisions, to use that term, throughout the editing process. But for me, editing overall is an all-encompassing process. But Leah, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts and approach to that.
I think you articulated that really well. I am wondering if the question isn't so much about a difference between revision and editing, but about defining what editing is. I think revision and editing are very much the same, and I agree with everything you just said. Our job is to really draw out the message from you, the writer, and streamline it and make sure everything that's in that piece furthers that message. I think the distinction needs to be made more heavily between editing / revision and proofreading, which I think is what I think people get editing and proofreading mixed up. And part of that editing is going in with the jackhammer, and there's dust flying, and there's chunks of paragraphs every which way, and then proofreading is you put that all back together when you edit, but then proofreading is coming through with the push broom and the floor polish and really cleaning it all up and making sure it shines, it's polished. So that would be my only thing that I would add is there is some confusion as to what the different layers of editing are and how that's different from proofreading.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that for the sake of this conference, my thought about the difference between revision and editing is revision is something that you're doing personally, like you're doing without and actually putting an editor. Obviously, there is editing while you are revising, but for when I'm thinking about this, the panel, I was thinking about splitting up between like, how do you self-edit before you bring in an editor? And how do you look for an editor? And then how do you like work with that editor while the book is in the editing process?
Can I pose a question? Because I would actually love to hear that, being that both you and Leah are writers yourselves. What is your process like as a writer before you bring on editors? And Leah, as an editor yourself, do you like to bring on an editor to edit your work? What is that like for both of you?
Oh, yeah.
So for me, my process has changed over time, but I think even when I first started, it was really important for me to have an end goal of like how long it will take me to edit a piece and get it up to the level that I am comfortable with. So for my first scripts, it was like 8 drafts. It was like 8. Like I needed 8 drafts before like I was like I'm willing to let somebody see it, but that person will only be like the editor that I am bringing in. And then over time, as I became more comfortable with my writing and my editors and the process of you guys, Barbara, you talked about like someone who can understand like the message or the vision. And one of the things that I really appreciate about Leah's work is that she understands the message of this. Well, now she's edited so much of my work in the same universe that like she's kind of like,
Sabrina.
I mean, it's so necessary for her because she understands the world and the message and she's helped me develop that over the course of time. But over the course of time, I've also gotten much better at understanding the message that I'm trying to get to and cutting, you know, a lot of the drafts, because a lot of the drafts, let's say between draft 1 and 4, are really what I can do in draft 1 now. Because like I just am more skilled as a writer. So it's gone from 8 drafts to 5 drafts, and now I can do like my garbage draft and like 3 drafts before I am willing to like let somebody else see it. And then so I know that when I start a project, I will have 3 drafts after the initial garbage draft pass, because I don't even call the first draft an actual draft. So it's like a garbage draft and then 3 drafts. I always am saying after 3 drafts, it's done. So you better get it ready by like this point, because you could edit forever if you don't have like a stopping point. But you also don't want to put that stopping point like before you are comfortable. You have to know sort of what is the what is the improvement factor in each draft. So, you know, the improvement draft between nothing and garbage is huge because you've gone from nothing to something. And then from garbage draft to draft 1, it's also huge because like you're now making a thing. But then it becomes less and less, like the curve becomes logarithmic after a while, and you have to know when you're like, well, like I'm going to go through this draft and waste another week or 2 days or whatever, and like I'm only going to get 1%. Whereas if I send it to the editor now, I'm going to get 10% improvement. So I might as well send it to them now, and then they're going to probably catch everything I caught in this draft, and then I can go through it before. So that's my short answer of like my actual process. How about you, Leah?
Well, first of all, when you were speaking and we were talking about the universe and how expansive it is, the Godsverse universe, I notice, and I really credit you as an author, and just, I mean, our relationship, of course, as author-editor, but how much the voice has developed over the course of these. It's just really neat to see, you know, I'm already finding as I'm going through the first revision, like nodding, like, oh yeah, good. It's really kind of neat. I think it speaks to a good rapport and that sort of thing. I guess to answer the original questions as for how to self-edit, of course, I'm going to self-promote a tiny bit here. In Café Macabre, this is a collection of horror short stories and art by women. It's available on Amazon right now and shortly to be available through SourcePoint Press. And in the back of this was funded on Kickstarter, and one of the stretch goals was a whole section on self-editing written by yours truly. It was actually adapted from a couple of handouts that I made while I was teaching. So I have it all, and if you don't have the book, you can also find it on my blog. You'll have to sift through, sorry, because I wrote it several years ago. But I have a ton of self-editing tips. And they go from really nitpicky, like pointing to every word as you read it, because we skip words and we add words, we don't realize it. That's proofreading, though. For editing, the number one thing I do, and what I tell people to do, I like to do a reverse outline. Some people are really strong outliners, more power to you. I'm a bit more of a pantser, but even then, even when I have outlined previously, you know, it strays. Your writing should be a discovery process. And so it doesn't just go in a straight line. It kind of meanders, and that's really the beauty of it. But then you have to go back and put signposts up. You have to, you know, say, so what I do in a reverse outline is I just, if I can print it out, I do. If not, I'll just use the comments in Microsoft Word or Google Docs. And every paragraph, I'll just write a comment on the side, 1 to 2 words, what it's about. And I do that for every paragraph. And then I can list that out and I can see it as a map. Okay, so these 2 paragraphs should not go together. these two paragraphs actually are doing the same thing. Put them together, consolidate them into one, etc. So that's the number one thing I do in my own editing, and it's really hard because it's just you're putting a jackhammer to this wonderful thing that you've done, but it's not wonderful yet. Right now, I'm working on editing a piece, and it's killing me. I have this image of myself with a rock hammer, like Andy Dufresne. And I'm like chiseling at a mountain, and that's what I feel. But I just know with persistence and just keeping at it, eventually there's going to be an avalanche, and it's going to be wonderful. So it can be frustrating, but I think at a certain point, that's when you go to look for an editor, like you had said. You get to a point you're like, I'm basically just going in circles at this point. So I've got it to a point where I'm not super embarrassed, and this is where I'm going to head it off to an editor. And if it's not complete and I just kind of need help drawing myself out of it, I will give them specific questions to look at. Like, this is where I'm running into trouble. And being able to articulate where you're running into trouble is huge. And I know sometimes you can just I don't even know what's happening. You can just be really frustrated. But, I actually learned that in studying for math. When I could go through the problem step by step and go, aha, here's where I don't understand. That helped me learn to study. It helped me to break through the barriers. And funny enough, there is a marriage between math and English. And I think approaching my own writing that way helps, or other people's writing. Where is the root of this problem? In terms of how to find an editor, Russell, I think I spoke about this before.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that.
Okay. I was just there were 3 questions, and I was.
All right. No. We have like 1,000 questions now that came in the last 2 minutes.
Then I'll stop there. I hope that was.
Yeah. No, that was great. Okay, so this is an interesting one because we all have sort of our own experience, and I think it's going to change between self-publishing and traditional publishing. So LJ Kendall asks, how do you decide which way to go when the editor and author disagree on a change, especially when neither is certain they're right? So Barbara, how about you start?
That's a really great question. I will go back and I underscore this point only because editing is a craft. Everyone is coming as an editor and as a creator themselves is coming to their craft from a different background. There's no one right way to be an editor. There's no one correct background to have or education to have. So everyone is bringing to that their own set of skills, their own set of experiences and perspective. And the absolute same goes for creators as well. And the reason that I say that is that there's no right or wrong way to approach editing. There may be some more technical aspects that sure are more helpful than others in a way to approach editing. But I say that because for us at Fanbase Press, again, we're always going to support the creator. And that does get difficult in times when we might disagree with the direction that a creator is going with a story or specific notes. So the way that we approach differences is that we will always pose to the creator when we see issues or inconsistencies with regard to the storytelling, especially as it gets further along in the process or in the development. If there's a red flag, though, we will always highlight that. And those can be sometimes issues that just completely derail the story or otherwise would cause problems for the reader in terms of understanding the story or perhaps in the message that they're trying to deliver. So we will always stand a little bit more firm in red flags and try to work those out. But if it's more of, hey, as an editor, I would suggest this, it's not necessarily that I'm going to bury my flag on and live or die on that. And I say that because, again, it's sometimes subjective. So if you, as a creator, feel strongly that you've received a note from your editor and perhaps you just really don't disagree, talk to them about it, communicate to them, say, I really don't understand the note or I don't agree with the note, and have that dialogue because it may be a note that your editor perhaps hasn't buried their flag on. It's not make or break for the story. So you can have a bit more conversation about, is that appropriate? Is it okay if we let this go? And I know that Russell, you and I offline have sometimes had conversations about choosing your battles, which is always something tough that you need to do. But sometimes if you are working with maybe a major publisher or a major editor and you want to seem or appear that you're appeasing the editor and the notes that they're providing you. Sometimes you have to let things go and be a little bit more fluid with the notes that you're getting, whereas sometimes you need to stand firm. And if you can only stand firm once or twice throughout the process without appearing difficult or without, really stampeding the process, you may really need to pick those battles as to which the notes are that you really want to let go versus those that you want to stand firm on.
How about you, Leah?
I have very little to add to that, except I was just laughing because the phrase I use is, this isn't a hill I'm going to die on. Very much a battlefield language.
Yes.
Like, my flag. No, and I'll even tell people that as I'm editing, like, this isn't a hill I'm going to die on, but you should be aware what you're trotting into here. Yeah, and I think writers, your editors are trying to help you. They're trying to draw the best voice out of you. If you honestly don't agree with that, and you think that they're stymieing you, and maybe you need to try a different editor. I don't know. I've had people be cruel and beat me over the head. But really, just like you said, there are certain things that it's just like, if you really want it, okay. Then there are other times where we're like, yeah, no, this is not going to work.
Yeah, so you guys both made a really good point. I think if you're hiring the right editor or going to the right publisher, you should have, and like you really believe that they have their best work, the best, like if you think they are the best person to edit your book or publish your book, then you should have very few of these like hill you have to die on moments. I 95% of the time just do anything Leah said because I am hiring her to like make my book better. So like there's maybe 2 things or 3 things that like I don't correct or I think that she's does not understand, and then I will type out a note to her after that. But most of the time I'm very good at hiring. I'm very good at picking partnerships. So I know that if I've hired correctly, like then it's probably there probably won't be many hills I have to die on, and many of the visceral reactions I get initially from reading the notes, if I go away from it for like a day afterwards, I realize that like that is correct. So I think that goes. There's another question down here that just came in. What should we look for? Elisa asks, what do we look for in an editor? So can you just give a couple of overarching broad strokes? Like you're going out, you're getting there, you don't have an editor yet. What do you do? Leah, let's start with you this time.
Sure. First and foremost, there has to be some kind of a rapport. If you're reading emails from them and you feel like they are a robot and you're thinking, I'm already uncomfortable, maybe, try to loosen them up. I don't know. But I often recommend, especially when I'm starting with a new client, I'll say, for your sake and for mine, why don't you let me take a look at 1,000 words and we can go from there? Because sometimes I might find this is not really a genre I can do, or that we might find we're not a good match. That happens all the time. I don't take it personally. I'm not upset by it. I'm actually kind of relieved that this person went through the due diligence instead of handing me a manuscript and saying, here, do this. We did some homework on each other first. I've had editors who were really, really hard on me and mean. I wrote really well for them, but it was very stressful. I've had editors who just praised me. That wasn't good for me either. So you have to find a good balance. You have to find someone you feel like understands your work, respects your work, and that you can have email exchanges with that feel natural and don't feel forced. You're not nervous to go to your inbox, that kind of thing. It's like having a colleague. So when you're interviewing someone for a job, your number one question is, do I want to work with this person? So.
How about you, Barbara? Anything to add?
I would co-sign what Leah said. I think the only things that I would add for what I like to do when approached about editing is I like to ask them what it is that they're looking for in terms of an editor. And I think this goes back to Leah's earlier point about defining what an editor is, because I think a lot of people have different assumptions about what an editor will do. And sometimes it's a heavier lift than what an editor actually will do. So I'd like to be really upfront about understanding expectations and making sure that they align with the services that I'm able to provide versus what it is that they're looking for. Other than that, actually, I don't know that there's anything else. Maybe in terms of how much of the process they're looking for the editor to do, in terms of how many revisions are they looking for, how many times do they want to read through, because, and I did see another question come through, which I think is apt, is that, and it just fell out of my brain, when is it okay or when is it too much in terms of editing, and sometimes there can be only so many revisions that you want to go through before you have to, as a creator, step back and say, this is okay. If the editor agrees that it's in a good place, it's time to sometimes let it go, which can be hard for creative individuals to step back and let it go as is. But I think those are the only two things I would add.
Yeah, one thing that I will say is, like, usually for me and Leah, most editors that I've ever dealt with, I do 2 revisions and then a proofreading draft. So one good way to know when is to, if you're getting these logarithmic returns on your edit, is to be like, do I think that it will get there in 3 drafts? Do I think with 3 more drafts I can finish this book? And once you're at the place where it's 3 drafts or 1 draft, and like know that every draft is like costs more money to do. It's just like when you're comfortable. I'm not comfortable with an editor only looking at it one time and then me doing a draft and then sending it to a proofreader. I want them to tell me all of the things that they want fixed, and then me to fix them, and then them to look back again and say, yes, you fixed these, and there are these minor things, and then I can send it to a proofreader. But everyone is different. So 2 or 3 drafts, I think, is pretty standard for an editor. Ask them what they're in their price. And then most editors actually want to see your manuscript, at least a part of it, before they will edit you, because they want to know how much to charge you and whether you are in where you are in the process. So really quickly, there's a couple of times that this has been asked. So I'm going to define the different types of editors that I put in my book, How to Become a Successful Author, which you can pick up on any platform that goes into more detail about it. But the first kind of editor is a developmental editor. They are the editors who are going to cost the most money and do the most work. They're going to look at your outline probably and follow you through the entire process, making sure that the actual structure of your script of your book works, the underlying structures. So this is usually where the youngest of the young writers are going to want to hire a developmental editor because they don't understand the structural process. The most common kind of editor is a copy editor. The copy editor is looking through your draft once you have finished it. And they're giving minor structural changes, things to beef up, improve, move around, maybe even, depending on like how much developmental stuff that person is doing, like with you. Leah does some developmental stuff with me, doesn't do it, but yeah. She's not doing major structural revisions, but that's what a developmental editor does. So a copy editor is looking through, making sure it all makes sense, reads clear, and is your best foot forward to the audience. Would you say that's accurate? So I'm accurate so far, Barbara?
I do.
Leah?
I would agree. Yep.
Okay. And then finally is a proofreader. The proofreader's job is to go through and make sure all the grammar is right, make sure all of the punctuation's in the right place, make sure that everything is structurally there and right. And sometimes people do multiple of these things together, but oftentimes you want to hire different people to do each stage of it, mostly because some people are great copy editors and not good proofreaders, but also because you don't want someone who just spent a lot of time with your book going through and proofreading it because they no longer have fresh eyes. Would you say that's all accurate so far?
I would.
Okay, awesome. So those are the different kinds of editor. And let us go back to another question, because there are tons of questions this hour. I love it. We talked a little about Is there too much? Is there a such thing as too much editing, proofreading, revision? Yes, when you're not getting a line, when you're not getting any return on it. We talked about revision and editing. There's so many questions. I love it all. Okay, we have a thing about editing comics. Someone asked, do you edit? Do you want to edit the comic before you do art, or is it okay to do it after?
Yes.
Is head jinx? Because I think we can just... Do you want to go first, Barbara?
Sure, absolutely. So I think Leah and I are definitively in agreement. You definitely want to do your heavy lifting editing before you do your artwork. And the reason that I say this, and I'll use an example that compares comic book editing versus prose editing. So in terms of what it would be like if you were to ask a comic book artist to do major changes to the artwork based on storytelling after they finished it, that would be like a note might be that, and I've actually seen this before. Someone said to an artist, I really like the page, but can you do it from the opposite point of view? Can I see it just like completely, 180 point of view? That would be like going to a writer and saying, hey, I really like the entire draft of the book that you did that's in third person narrative, but can you do it from first person narrative? Because I'd really prefer to see it like that. So that's a huge change to your entire process. And you want to be respectful to the artist's time and work and hard work that they've put into it. So you definitely want to do those changes in the script before it ever reaches the artist. Now, at the same time, you can do, and maybe this is where we use the term revision, you can do slight script revisions or dialogue revisions after the artwork is done, because that can be more easily changed in terms of the lettering being done on top of the artwork, which is much easier to do versus completely changing artwork. So that would be my short answer on that.
Yeah.
Agreed on all points. And I've seen it happen. I've seen... this is, again, we keep going back to the difference between editing and proofreading. I had someone give me a script, or not a script, it was drawn. It was the draft of the comic itself, and saying, oh, can you edit this? And we just had misunderstood each other. So then when I received it, I thought it was going to be a script, and it was actually drawn already. And I was kind of like, oh, yeah, see, this all needs change, but it's already drawn. So now you're going to need to rewrite the story to fit in those bubbles. And it was very difficult. So it can be done, but that was, in 10 years, it's happened twice. And those were both pretty senior writers. For various reasons, they were rewriting it. But yeah, there's so much that you can catch in a script in Microsoft Word or Google Docs, wherever you are, where you can just kind of snip and snap and put it back together. But yeah, once it's already been drawn and once it's lettered, or even if it's not lettered yet, I mean, there's so much has gone into that. You want to be respectful of your team. And if you go in guns blazing and say, this is what we're going to do, we'll get an editor afterwards. Yeah, you're approaching that the wrong way, and
absolutely,
you're going to have people who don't want to work with you again. If I can be really harsh, but that's what that is.
Yeah.
And I would say that you not only can edit the dialogue afterwards, as long as you get the broad strokes of like the panels have to be right and the general sentiment. But what I always do is I way overwrite dialogue, and I do that because I want the artist to know the intention of the face and the voice and like what the person's trying to say. But after they've done the work, usually they've accomplished 99% of the dialogue or 60% of the dialogue, and I'm like, oh, I can just cut all of this out now because they've gotten the what I'm looking for, sort of the sense of it. But you absolutely have to have like the story beats right and the emotional beats right and the general gist of the story before you start, because otherwise it would be like shooting a movie and then having to do reshoots. Like, they're just incredibly expensive, and usually you'll have to pay an artist their page rate to do it again. So you want to avoid all of that if you can beforehand. We talked about, do you ever sometimes critique an outline of a novel? That would be a developmental editor who you're going to want to do before that. But yes, you can do developmental editing work before all the way through the editing stage, the outline stage, or even before it, even just talking to the person about what the story is going to be, even before you've done an outline. Of course, all of that will cost more money depending on how much you need. All right. How do you handle, Allison Shear asks, how do you handle editing your blog or submissions for zines or anthologies? I'm adding anthologies because I think zines and anthologies kind of go together. I'm just starting to put my writing out in the world and don't know what I'm doing.
I think that's a great sentence. I think that's a great admission. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, that's how you need to step out into the world. You know, like if you go in like, I know everything, you're already in trouble. But to have that kind of humility, just don't let it be terror. I would say, just echoing things that we've been talking about already, that editors do, that you can also help do for yourself. If you're writing a blog or that type of essay or thing like that, make sure your message is clear. That's the number one. I'll write it at the top of a sheet of paper. Like, this is what I want. When I used to conference with students, I would ask them to sum up their writing in a couple of sentences. Just what I'm really trying to say is, and that's what you stick to. And you'll find bits in there that are wonderful, pithy sayings and quips, and you're so funny, but they don't forward the message. They actually convolute it. Those need to be removed. And that's hard because you wrote them and they're brilliant and amazing. But this is how egotistical I am with my writing. I don't throw those away. I will remove that paragraph that is brilliant and wonderful, and how could I ever delete it? And I actually have something, a file called junk drawer. And that's where I put all of my wonderful genius things that didn't fit with this essay or this piece or this blog, but I put it away. That helps me feel like I'm not killing my baby, so to speak. So as long as you're on message, you're good. And then for a blog, these are shorter things. That's where the proofreading has to be on point. That's where keep your message crisp and clear, and go through with a fine-tooth comb. Point to each word as you read it. I start at the end. If you start at the beginning, you'll get caught up in your own writing and you already know what you're saying. Start at the end. Read the final sentence first, and then the next one. And that's going to disengage your brain from filling in the pieces because you don't know where it's going because it's going backwards. So that's going to help you pay attention to the grammatical structure of each particular sentence.
Barbara, anything to add?
I don't know that I do, other than, and I know this seems really cliched, but especially for anyone that's starting out in their writing career, write as much as you can and read as much as you can. By reading, you're getting a sense of other people's voices, which if you're just starting out and perhaps you're working on your own blog or other submissions, you finding your voice is sometimes the toughest thing that you can do as a creator, but it's also what really becomes your signature. It's what defines you and what people really connect with when you are putting out submissions, when you are defining your career. So I would read as much as you can and across all genres, across all different creator types. And then in writing, I co-sign everything that Leah said, but I would just add to that, by doing it more, you're working out the kinks naturally. It's just such a great process to keep practicing and give yourself different prompts. Or there are so many wonderful Facebook groups out there of writing groups that, especially if you can find a group that has a diversity in terms of experience levels for creators, then you're not creating with people at the same lateral level of you in terms of experience, but then you're being challenged by other creators who have had a bit more experience and had a bit more time finding their voice, that will give you something to strive for, and also will offer you great advice. So definitely read more, write more.
Awesome. I'll also give a pitch out to create your own zine or blog that you're accepting submissions for, because there's nothing like seeing submissions come in and viscerally feeling what you hate or love about that process to know probably what an editor also hates or loves about it. I remember like all of the things that like you will have to deal with in editing with an editor. if you are in the process of going through and picking out editorial things or X, Y, and Z, it will really help you kind of figure out like probably what the best practice is overall for an editor. And each editor is different, but they probably are all going through the same struggles you are of making sure people are on time, making sure the stories are right, and dealing with dozens of people at a time. So if you're doing it yourself, it will help you understand the process. So B. June asks, I finished a messy, rough draft, but I feel overwhelmed as to how to start editing. What are the best strategies to structure my editing? I'm going to say how to assume this means for a first draft. Like you've got your like vomit draft, garbage draft, whatever you call it, and now you need to go through and make it good. We talked about it a little bit, but let's really define like what are you doing in that first draft to structure it so that you get the most effective use of that time.
And I'll actually defer to both of you on that because given that you have self-edited, I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. The first thing I tell people, if it's possible, is to get a break, get away from it, get a break. Sometimes you have one day, sometimes you have a week. I don't know what your deadline is, etc. But you should definitely try to take some time away from it and completely away. Like if you were writing an essay about dolphins, well, don't go watch a movie about dolphins. Really, just go and be completely disengaged with it so that you can come back as fresh as possible. That's number one. Then I recommend doing the reverse outline that I already talked about, where you just kind of list out what the different paragraphs are doing. That's at the paragraph level. At the sentence level, you do things, you look for your repeat words. Sometimes you have to have someone point them out to you. You're not sure what they are, but as you get writing more, you realize like, I use that word, I use that phrase a lot. And I just do a Control-H search for every time I've used it. And I will be careful just using a thesaurus, and plunking in a different word. Sometimes you need to change that whole sentence. There's that. Check your sentence level for variation. If I can, this is back when I was able to print things off more. I can't do that as much, but I will, even just on the page, I'll point to the different periods. How long are your sentences? Are they all the exact same length? That's boring. No, that's not how we speak. That's not how language really works. So these are like kind of more nitpicky, but they're good steps to get started because they're going to get you into a rhythm and a cadence.
Pro Writing Aid is a program that will actually point that out for you.
Yeah, there's a couple of them out there. There's Perfect It, which I have used, and I know Grammarly I think is free. Any of those, I think they're great. People complain about them, but they're a machine. Of course, they're not going to do what a human can do, but they can help you learn how to do it. So I think they're really important. I also kind of think when I'm reading out loud, which you need to do, that's really the secret. You want to edit, the grand secret, you can do all these things. You can circle the periods and see how long, read it out loud. You will know that the sentence is too long if you're at the end of it and you're out of breath. That's the key right there. Or maybe you needed to have a comma in there. That's the number one, reading your work out loud. Or
if you hate your voice, you can have Microsoft Word will like read it out loud to you. And if you go, oh my God, this is still going on, then it's probably a good idea that you need to fix something.
Absolutely. I recommend, and this might be in a later draft, maybe not right after your garbage draft, but I will change the font on my writing, and that helps me kind of see it like, it helps, it shakes your brain is what it does. The other one is put it on your e-reader and then read it from there. And just these small little things, they really change how you approach seeing your work. Those are the things that I use to help me edit my own work and other people's. I think that's a good start. Get a little bit of time away from it, read it through out loud. It sucks. It's painful. It's not fun. I can hear like all these different ways to say but it's the single most significant thing you can do for your writing.
Yeah, I will co-sign all of that, but then I will add, I like to have a purpose for each draft. So one of the questions down here, this will this will answer it. When you start editing, would you recommend micro edits first, punctuation, or macro edits? So I always want to get the big picture done first.
Yeah.
So the first revision is all about expanding the prose and the language, because that's my biggest weakness. My biggest weakness, and the thing I need the most time with, is to add prose. I come from writing in movies and TV and comics, so my all of my sentences are rather terse. Yeah. And so I'll write a 60,000 word book, but it will be 40,000 words, and I will beef it up to 60,000 words in editing. So I think whatever your big picture thing is that you suck at, maybe it's you wrote a 150,000 word book and now you need to cut it down to 60,000 words. But that big, like, the first draft for me is always like big macro level, like get the book to a place that after this draft, it is now a book. It is now a thing. It is now a piece that needs to be molded. And then the second draft for me is about dialogue and making sure the dialogue and characters pop. The first part is also what usually happens, especially in a first book, is by the end of that book, the character has changed so much as I've grown with them that I have to go back and make it make sense with the prose and all of that stuff. Right. The second draft is like is doing the dialogue and character stuff to make sure the relationships work. Third draft is like final micro tuning the books. So a first draft might have 15,000 extra words for me. A second draft will have like 3,000, and then maybe 5,000, and a third draft will have about 1,000 words or so in it. If you want to see sort of like for my purpose, but I have probably the opposite problem as most other editors. So hopefully that answers that question. There was 2 questions up here that kind of went together that I wanted to address. Okay, so thanks for Fritzy asks, hello, how is an editor and literary agent different? And then who hires an editor, the writer and or the literary agent? So I can take that, or one of you guys can take it. We're running out of time, so I want to make sure we get it quickly. So I will say it depends. On an editor is a person who is making sure your manuscript is perfect. A literary agent is a person going out and selling it. Usually a literary agent will have editorial notes, but an editor is not going to go out to a house and try and sell your book or your project to them.
I will add that if at any point your editor does try to do that, that is actually illegal. An agent has to be licensed in order to sell works on your behalf. So if you ever run into that situation, please beware.
Yes, and then and a literary agent is not charging you for their work. If a literary agent ever tries to charge you, then like that is somewhere you need to run from. So who hires the editor, literary agent? It really depends. Now, a literary agent might say you need to do all of these things, and it will necessitate you hiring an editor to do them, and then you can do that on your own. But if a publisher will have their own editor, that is a thing that they should always have. You should never pay for editing with a publisher. Unless you're going, that's a vanity press or a hybrid publisher or something like that. So I hope, but I always want to, even if I'm submitting to a publisher, I hire my own editor because I want to make sure I'm competing with like every other human being on the world, including Stephen King and Dean Koontz and every other writer. So I want to make sure my book is incredibly good before I even submit it. So there are very few developmental editors anymore. Most people are acquisition editors, and the difference is a developmental editor will actually move you through the process and do development with you. An acquisitions editor is basically reading something and saying, "Yep, with very little editing, that will work. I want it." Anything you want to add, any of those things before I move on?
No, that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
All right. We talked about editing yourself. I think we are. Okay. We talked about micro edits. I think we may be caught up. Oh, what difficulties do you encounter editing poetry and prose? So I think this is a good thing to say. Like, what overall are the biggest things that you guys both see when it comes to someone that comes to you in editing, or ones that you've encountered yourself in your own writing?
I
Barbara,
would
you
say
seem to be thinking hard over there.
I know. I'm trying to think of what would be helpful for people to hear. I think, and Leah actually mentioned this earlier, I think that it is possible to see this in your own writing, but if you're newer in your writing career, writers do often have tells or they have phrases that they utilize over and over again. I see that a lot more in prose. But it is a challenging thing to be able to self-edit or see, again, if you're newer in defining what your voice is. So an editor will be very helpful in saying, hey, there's this phrase or word or style of sentence that you utilize quite often. That editor will help you in finding that, ridding that, or finding a way around that, because sometimes that can be a larger issue in the way that you're approaching the way that you tell your story rather than just utilizing a word over and over again. So they'll work through that with you.
And you'll also get that. That will change. You'll fix one group of things that you
And there'll be another.
reverse on, and then you'll have another one.
Absolutely.
It feels like every third book, Leah's sending me a different set of things that like I now am doing way too much.
Yeah.
It's never the same
okay.
one.
Yeah, it happens. It's okay.
No,
Yeah.
wonderful. Russell, you're one of the few writers that in fact, I've kind of stopped doing that because I felt like no one's really changing, but you really did. You really responded with like, oh yeah, I do use that a lot. Okay. And then, you continue writing and something new comes up, but that, what that means? It means you're writing and it's wonderful. So if these are the problems that I have to deal with, I'm more than happy. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a really broad question of what difficulties I encounter.
Or let's change it a little bit. What do you like to see when somebody sends you a manuscript? Like if you're like, this is ready for me. Like, is there anything that kind of resonates with that?
Clarity. I don't feel like I'm digging through sentences to get to the meaning or to understand what's happening. And I've certainly read those where like 3 paragraphs just happened. And I'm not sure what I was supposed to have learned. I'm not sure what those 3 paragraphs are doing there. So it can be hard for me when I'm editing something and I'm just saying, take out this paragraph, take out this entire page. Like this wasn't ready for me because you needed to have gone through and killed these yourself. But that's hard, and that's why you do need an editor. So there's a give and a take. But that's really it. It needs to be as much as possible, and this is hard for me too. And something I'm writing right now. Someone that I'm working with is fighting me like, well, this isn't about the main message. I'm like, but it's so important. It's the backdrop. It's setting the flavor. And she's like, no, it's not. And then her one word is, improve. Okay. I love it. It actually gets me working really hard. But it's something that I struggle with. So I think I'm more sensitive to it now in other people's writing. But like, this whole section isn't doing anything. It might need to go in a different book, a different essay, a different chapter. It doesn't belong there. So that can be hard. Stripping away all of that, and then that's why you have to look at it again. That's why one revision, Russell, like you said, is not quite enough. I'm not satisfied to look at something once.
Okay, so we have 1 minute to do this, and then we have to wrap up. So I have 2 questions very, very quickly. Writers groups, valuable, invaluable. Barbara.
Valuable, 100%.
Leah.
Well, doesn't invaluable mean just super valuable?
Not valuable or not valuable?
Famous, he's infamous. Sorry. Invaluable. Whether they're online, that's where I've met dozens of people that I've worked with as clients or fellow writers, in-person writing workshops. So much energy. You especially if you get the right one. Oh my gosh, you will leave there, your brain just bursting with ideas and ways to take your work. Invaluable, hands down. You can't do it alone.
Awesome. All right, again, very quickly.
Go for it. I would just highlight again with writers groups, try to find one with different variety of experience levels again, because you want people to challenge you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Do editors specialize in genre?
Yes, absolutely.
Not just genre, but style as well. There are, and then how do you find an editor? Referrals, I think, are good. Yes.
Word of mouth is huge. There's the Freelance Editors Association of America. or editorial freelancers. Anyway, I think it's EFA. And then on Facebook, there's the Editors Association of Earth, and they are a group, and you can look them up. You can even just ask them questions, and there are a ton of decades of experience between all of them. Huge resource. I've used them.
And usually, any good publisher any nice publisher at least will list the editor of the book inside the book. And so you could like go to a book you really love and like actually find that editor. And almost all editors, even if they work for the big houses, end up doing freelance work as well. So last thing, quickly, best piece of advice when it comes to editing and where we can find you online. And then we'll say goodbye. Barbara.
Best piece of editing advice. Don't be afraid to admit that you're wrong. But adversely, don't be afraid to fight for what you feel very strongly about in your writing.
And where can we find you?
You can find me at fanbasepress.com. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, everything except MySpace. And you can find me personally on Twitter at Barbara J. Dillon.
Yes, and Barbara also hosts a podcast called Fanbase Weekly, which is a weekly wrap-up of geeky things that I have been on and very much enjoy. And you can hear her basically most weeks, because you do seasons still, but many weeks and many back issues.
Absolutely.
Okay, Leah.
I've said most of what I would just say again. Read your work out loud. Have a revision map so you know where you're going. But more than anything else, not so much with editing, but when you're writing and you think, oh, that's too much. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Say it. Be bold. That was the most freeing advice I'd ever heard anyone give me. It was a graduate professor, and she just said, be bold. And when I went over the line, it frees you. It makes your audience bigger. It makes your heart and your mind bigger. Be bold. Say what you want to say. Don't be afraid to say it. If it's too much, your editor will let you know. And but you have to get there. You have to put yourself out there and be bold to say it. No one can say it like you can. That's why you're writing in the first place. Screw what other people are doing. Do what you're doing. Be bold. Fly with your bad self.
Awesome. There is one thing I forgot. If people could get one book out of your catalog that you either publish, you've edited, or that you've written, which one would you tell them to go with and why, Barbara?
I would say Quince, which is a bilingual comic book series about a teenager who gets superpowers on her quinceañera, but she only has them for the year she's 15. And it was an Eisner Award nominee in 2018, and we just put out an oversized hardcover collecting both the English and Spanish versions. It's amazing. It's fantastic. It's been the project. It's like a lightning in bottle project where you're so honored to be able to be a part of the creative process. So hands down, Quince.
And I love that book also. Leah, how about you?
I've got to say, in editing and writing, I really, really was impressed by how Howie Noldecken's book Float. That it was probably my favorite thing that I ever edited. It's a graphic memoir about anxiety. And he really did some amazing things. And forgive me, but I would be remiss if I did not plug my own book. This was my tour that I was going to go on out with. This is called A Novel of Shorts, The Woman No One Sees. It's 9 stories that are all somehow tangentially related to one character. Sometimes she's in the background, even in her own story, but she is a cleaning lady who steals dust.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you both so much. I'm going to bring in Nick again. Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
All right. So now, I can't hear you, Nick. You're muted.
There, sorry. I had to go walk the dog, and I was listening to you guys on my phone. It was wonderful. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And thank you, Leah. Nice to
meet you, Barbara. This is really exciting.
So now we're going to say bye to Leah and Barbara.
Sorry to have missed hanging out with you guys in person. I look forward to the next time.
All right.
Yay.
Wonderful. And now, Elise and Helga literally popped on within 10 seconds of each other. So I know they're ready to go. We're going to bring them on to talk about submitting and proposals and pitching and all of that amazing stuff. And then I'm going to go away, and you will be left with the wonderful Nick to do that interview.
Well, I look forward to hanging out with Elise. Hi, Elise.
Hi.
And Helga, too. Hello,
Hi,
Helga,
everyone.
my old friend.
So we
haven't seen
actually
each other
have
in a while.
Helga, a person on the feed whose last name is Shear also.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh
She
my
was
God.
asking a bunch of questions in the previous, and she's like, "You got my name right." That's like, well, like I'm cheating. Like I know.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
So
very cool name here, so you know.
yeah, so we I'm sorry to go. I would love to be able to talk to you guys, but we're gonna let Nick have the honor. And I just
Wow.
wanted to say hello and thank you guys so much. You are in for a treat, and do not forget, we're gonna try and answer every single one of your questions.
Yes.
Please fill the feed up. They've been really good the first 2 hours filling the feed up. So hopefully that will continue. And I will see you guys in about an hour. Bye.
Bye, Russell. Thanks.
Yay. All right. Hi, guys. I'm so glad to see you. I've been
Hi.
really looking forward to this hour. I actually was really looking forward to last hour. I really wanted to be part of talking with other editors, and I'm very aware of the fact that my friend Helga here is also an editor and translator and wordsmith of many talents. So Elise, I do not know you personally. I only know you from your reputation and what Russell has told me and everything. So, but the people who are watching and listening might not actually know any of us very well. So Elise, will you get us started and just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do?
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me and just putting together this whole event. It's amazing. And you guys were on the ball. Oh my gosh, you guys were the first group to get an online conference going. It's great.
Yeah.
So really
Wow.
honored to be part of it.
Necessity
so my
drove
name's
us.
Elise Capron.
Uh-huh.
I'm from the Dykstra Agency. We are based in San Diego, California. And just very briefly about our agency, we have been around for 40 years. We are a generalist agency and a boutique agency. So we have a group of about 8 agents, and we represent a wide range of genres. And we're best known for representing authors such as Amy Tan, Lisa C., Maxine Hong Kingston, a lot of the really iconic Asian American women writers. We also do a wide range of literary, of very commercial, such as Diane Mott Davidson and Kate White. And we represent a lot of historians on the nonfiction side, nature writers, scientists, the whole gamut. We have an agent who handles pretty much everything, every area you can imagine. So you're welcome to check out those people at our website, dykstraagency.com. As for myself, I have been with the agency for 16 years, and I primarily do adult literary fiction. And on the nonfiction side, I work with a lot of historians and journalists in the area of narrative-driven history, environment, science-related topics. That's my preferred range.
Excellent. Okay, I'm taking notes madly because I have clients who write in several of these genres, and I want to make sure that they know who you are and to pitch you something. So Helga, tell us more about yourself.
Well, sure. First of all, also thank you so much for putting this together, and also just like a little shout out to everybody, out there. I hope everyone is finding their own way to deal with this crisis, and I have to admit that I feel so lucky that I'm in this business, because writing and editing and publishing are a little bit less affected by the pandemic than so many other industries. So power to us, shall we say? And I hope you're all finding your personal groove and trying to get through all of this. So being here is part of it. So I have like a bifocal background in publishing. I have been working with traditional publishers as well as with individual writers. after a brief stint in academia as a teacher of literature and creative writing, that was back in New York. I started out with Big Five publishers as an editor. When I moved to California about 15 years ago, I became an independent editor, still working with publishers, but also veering into working with a lot of individual writers on their manuscripts as a development editor. And now I'm back in traditional publishing as the editorial director of CamCat Books, or CamCat Publishing. And CamCat Publishing is a new genre publisher, really very much the new kid on the block. In fact, on Friday, we had our 1-year anniversary.
Wow.
And not of the first book we published, no, of the very first phone call between who is now the CEO of the publishing house and myself. She's a former client, and
well, thank you for clarifying that, because I thought that CamCat Publishing, I mean, as an outsider, I saw the launch email for CamCat Publishing in like September. So I was like, 1 year. Wow, that was the fastest year ever.
It's no. It wasn't. I mean, this is really true. 1 year ago, we had that first phone call.
Wow.
She just called me and said, I am thinking about starting a publishing house, and I know she wanted me to talk her out of it, and I didn't. And so I just said, "This is a fantastic idea, Sue. We can, approach this from a slightly different angle, and hopefully make inroads here." And we did. We kept going. We opened for submissions, as you said, in September. That's very true. Our first frontlist title is coming out in June. It's Michael Bradley's Dead Air, a mystery. We have a sci-fi, Jason Offut's. Yes, Jason Offut's. So you had to build a time machine in July. In September, we're following with an action thriller, Dead Man's Silence by James Lindholm. And then in December, we're going to have a gothic romance, Polly Hall's Taxidermist Lover. So we are so psyched. I mean, in 1 year, we did really well, 4 frontlist titles. We also are like revamping like a backlist, from an ebook publisher that we purchased, and we are bringing out those titles in all versions and all platforms. So we are super, super excited about this, seriously. So anyway, but this is quickly me. I'm the development editor and editorial director at CamCat Publishing. So.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm amazed at what you and Sue and the whole team,
we're 9 people now.
Like having a team. I'm amazed at what you and Sue have accomplished in the past year. I'm stunned to hear that it's only been a year. Because when you guys rolled out in September, I thought, oh, okay, someone took over this back catalog and is scrambling around for new authors. Great, let me get my clients connected with these people.
Yes. So we are actively looking for materials even in this crisis. So I'm sure you are too, at least. Really, I don't think the industry has been affected, of course, but not necessarily slowed down. So
let me just say something about that for the benefit of many of our watchers, because a lot of them are either my clients or people who know my clients, or Russell's clients, or people who follow Russell. And so you're right. There are many in the writing and publishing industry who have not been deeply affected by this pandemic. But for me and Russell, this was crushing. And that's one of the things that inspired this conference, and in particular inspired this conference to be free, because we wanted to put together something that was just as amazing as we could possibly make it in the time that we had, and we wanted to make it free because we knew that we were profoundly economically hit by this, and we knew that so many other people who for instance depend on festivals and conferences to sell their wares, or like for me, the Festival of Books, I get half of my clients for the year, half of my new people that I'm going to be working with for the year, I get at Festival Books, which is this weekend, or was going to be this weekend. So there's no accident that this conference is literally replacing the Festival of Books for both me and Russell, and it's free because look, we all need the money right now, and none of us have the money right now. And so let's just not worry about, neither Russell nor I, we wanted to make this a gift to people because we just, yeah. Anyway.
No, I mean, I actually didn't mean to say that there hasn't been that this hasn't been because our marketing, our vendors definitely have been affected. We're having,
I'm sure,
in trouble with our audiobooks because the recording studios have closed down, and we are absolutely honoring all contracts that we have because we don't want other small businesses to go under because of this. So we're having to grapple with delays, and of course, the marketing and publicity events are greatly affected. So we are also. So we are also looking, at trying to figure out how we can still help our authors along on the marketing end of things. So we've started our own podcast, which, please forgive us, this is not necessarily what we know how to do, but ChemCat has started the own podcast where, of course, we're going to showcase our authors. We're trying to put up Facebook events, et cetera, but those were things we weren't planning on doing, and it really. But you know what? This is what this shows the creative stamina of this industry, of this unbelievably vital business, and it shows that creative people, while stuck at home, and many creative people are not necessarily super outgoing writers or enjoy being by themselves, but it shows the creative minds that can come together and somehow just still make it work. But that none of this has anything to do with the submissions process, and I don't.
That's true. Which we should return to, by the way, because there's a lot that we need to talk about as far as the submission process goes. So about that, so both of you have a lot of people, and so we in the last hour we actually, or in the previous hour even, with Joe Beal, with Joe and Ellie. We talked a lot about how to submit things and stuff, but there's still more that I wanted to go over. Like, one of the things is obviously with Microcosm Publishing, as publishers, we talked mostly about about submitting to a publisher, but there's a lot of other places where authors ought to be submitting their work, like contests and anthologies, and depending on what you've been writing, literary reviews. There are podcasts out there that will publish your work on audio. So tell us a little bit about where you guys think, especially up and coming authors, ought to be thinking about submitting their work. Who do we give it to, and when?
Well, I do think that in this time, it is a great opportunity to be doing some of the brand building, as you're, referring to, basically. And even if for those writers who maybe have a book coming out right now too, what I've been seeing is that a lot of our authors are jumping over to doing podcast interviews, because their tours have been canceled, things like that. So thinking about those in those terms, if you are getting silence from my end, from the traditional publishing side, if you're getting silence from agents, or agents who are saying they just can't take on stuff right now, then getting out there and getting, magazines, online or otherwise, they all need content. Podcasts need content. Publishers need content. We all have to keep moving forward. We all have been deeply affected by this, but use this as an opportunity to think about where your audience might really be, and to continue to build your brand and your name while you can. You've got a captive audience, people at home.
Yes,
reading and listening to podcasts.
This is an opportunity.
Keep expanding your name and your brand in that way. It's a wonderful opportunity to do that, I think. Helga, you may have more, specific recommendations for platforms where they can do that.
Yeah, I don't have. I liked everything you said. I would absolutely second. Platform and visibility is tremendous. Is something we look at as well when a manuscript is submitted. So if, in the sense that we do want to see that a writer has been has been active out there in the marketplace, try to put his or her name, brand, or even just the individual book out there. But it's not, you know, it's not necessarily a requirement that you already have to have that platform. With the right book, the right and the right ideas, we will go forward without it. But yeah, contests are super important. And to be perfectly honest, not only to get your name out there, but also to see for you as a writer yourself, to see how your book actually fares. Because you know, if your book, your brand, your book, you as a writer need to be as ready as you possibly can be when you're submitting to an agent and when you're submitting to a publisher, because this is basically that it's a professional market. In other words, we are looking for professional grade materials. And if you've gone through, you know, contests to see if your manuscript has been prepared well enough to have a chance in those contests, if you've prepared your manuscript for a contest, with the goal to win and to compete, it will simply, you know, you will simply, the quality of your book will be better. And this is really super, super important. But other than that, you know, it really depends very, very much on your book, on your personality, what it is you want to, where you want to submit your manuscript. And it can be regional contests, it can be bits and pieces. You know,
tell me about bits and pieces. Or should I capitalize that? Do you mean the magazine Bits and Pieces, right?
No. I actually don't. But
okay.
I meant any magazine that might, you know, that might accept chapters or partials of your manuscript, or you know, any kind of publication that might accept. If you're writing nonfiction, for example, that might accept a shorter treatise of your book. It really doesn't matter where. So this is what a publisher looks at as to, you know, whether, you know, things have already been out there to spread the word about your book.
Can I give one example of the kind of thing that you're talking about?
Sure.
A friend of mine named Brandon, oh my gosh, I'm getting his name wrong. Brandon Q. Morris. Who is actually a German author in Germany who writes science fiction in English. And he's written a lot of science fiction books. And I think that they're wonderful because I'm a hard science fiction fan. And so this is an example. Whatever it is that you're writing about, fiction or nonfiction, he writes science fiction, but because it's hard science fiction and he does a lot of research to get the science right in his novels, he'll turn around and use that research to write short articles about science and astronomy and you know, exobiology and stuff. And he, you know, actually has more like science articles published than, well, I don't know if he has more science articles than books published. He's got kind of a lot of books published, but that's an example.
Yeah.
And then people will read his science article in, you know, they'll read an article of his in space.com or an Astronomy Today magazine or something. And then in his little bio, his little tagline will say, you know, science fiction author. And so, yeah.
This will actually help you. I mean, if you look at it for fiction writers as well, and this is mostly where my expertise lies, but for fiction writers as well, most fiction has some sort of theme to it, or a character has a hobby, or the writer even has a hobby. So if you manage to quote unquote exploit the topic or the background or even just the locale behind it, and look and write something about that, you will not only spread your words, you will actually also find, you know, define your readership a little bit better and figure out where your manuscript might find its niche. And that's really, really important for you as a writer when you write, and definitely when you're trying to market your book to publishers and agents, and then later on to readers, of course, to know who it is who might want to read your book. And not just, you know, women 40 and over, but, you know, a little bit more, a little bit more
specificity than that, please.
No, but that's literally what I mean. It needs to be more specific. So if your main character has 3 cats and a dog, you know, you might want to write about, you know, I don't know, adopting a pet somewhere, and find readers that way. So this, I find that really important. important to make sure that even as a fiction writer, you can exploit your theme, your characters' backgrounds, their knowledge, et cetera, but by writing stuff about that to get your name out.
Yeah. Let me just clarify something because of a comment that's, a question that's come up from one of our viewers online. So you guys already alluded to this, that agents and acquisition editors are looking for new, they are looking for work right now because of this COVID, as he says, COVID situation. So they're actually not less likely to take a book. They may be more likely, even though some agents may be overwhelmed, I suppose. I don't know. Help me understand, because you said like some agents might not be taking more business, but on the other hand, oh my gosh, send me submissions.
Yeah, so I can speak to this. So some agents I have seen have said that at least these past few weeks, they just were putting things on pause. There are those agents doing that. However, there are plenty
Especially
of agents
in
who
New
are
York.
not doing that. And I will tell you firsthand that as an agency, we are getting emails on a daily basis from publishers. And I should actually clarify, just in case anyone doesn't know, as an agent, I'm selling to trade publishers like the big five. So that's kind of my world. But yeah, we're getting emails from them every day saying, hey, everybody, don't forget, we're still here. We want your submissions. We need your submissions. We are moving forward. Please send us material. So they want stuff. I'm going to be really frank, though. This is what I see happening, and it's probably going to be a little bit hard to hear as an unpublished or new writer, is that what I'm seeing, at least at this moment, is that submission wise, when we're going on sale to the big publishers, yes, they want stuff, but I do think the temperature of things is a bit different right now. And what I'm finding personally is that they do want the big stuff. I do think it's kind of the smaller stuff that is suffering right now. They have to, at least in my view.
Let me understand like big stuff and smaller stuff. For example, we have one woman named Judith Fowler who's asking a question about. She has a humorous book on the challenges of retirement. I know on the one hand it's humor, maybe that would be appealing, but on the other hand, it's on retirement. Maybe like if it's actually a humorous book about retirement marketing plan, then maybe that would not fly right now. I don't know. Help me out.
Well, so again, what I'm seeing, and just at this moment, in a few weeks, this may be different, but right now, my understanding, my perspective on it is that publishers don't want to take a whole lot of risks. And I'm talking the big five publishers. If they're going to invest money, they want to be sure, because when we're looking to fall, a ton of books that got moved that were maybe going to come out this spring are getting pushed to fall. It's also election season. Fall is going to be crazy. Not that books they buy now are going to come out necessarily in the fall, but publishers are thinking ahead. And so my take on it is that they want to be sure any books they buy right now, whether it comes out, a year from now or whatever, everything's going to be get kind of backed up. And so they want to be sure that the books they take on are sure things. So I will freely admit right now, with what agents are selling to publishers, those folks who really do have a big platform, have a sure thing idea, which, for example, books, kind of big history, I think is working right now for us. Environmental focused books, stuff that feels, I think, kind of taps into like the mindset we're in of thinking about the future and about global problems and things like that. Those are the books that I think can really do well and move forward. I'm just being frank here. I do worry that kind of those more mid-list titles, some of the maybe debut fiction, I worry a bit from the trade publishing standpoint that for at least the next few weeks, those may have a harder time finding a home with a trade publisher. A month from now, hopefully this will be a different situation.
Okay, and Helga, is that the same for you for a small publisher?
Because this is
Okay.
exactly where we come in. We never get, well, I shouldn't say never, but mostly we do not get those books that have a good chance with a New York publisher, because and I mean the big five, or maybe even the tier slightly below. Those are most definitely, you know, the books that might be in trouble right now. We are more, you know, a publisher, a smaller publisher. We're not regional. We are like, you know, we're actually spread all over the place, but we are a smaller publisher, and very, very specific in terms of what we're looking for, only genre. So New York, you know, Random House, for example, where I used to work, you know, they have imprints for everything. We only look for certain genres, you know, and decidedly so, because we want to make sure that we know exactly, you know, what we're doing, and therefore we've defined ourselves based on, you know, the specialties, the likes and specialties of our team. So we're a genre publisher, and we are a smaller publisher. And while we would absolutely love to take a big title that maybe Elise can't sell, you know, to larger houses, we also are most definitely looking at smaller submissions. We accept direct submissions. We do work with agents, but we also accept submissions, you know, without the unsolicited, as that's called. So without an agent to be sent to us, all you have to do is go through Submittable. So all you have to do is go to camcatpublishing.submittable.com, or directly to Camcat Publishing. You can go there as well. So for us, we have the same worries. You know, what is that going to mean for the future? The fall publication is always, the fall list has always been crazy with the election, but now it's like out of this world crazy.
So does an election, an election month like this, does that hurt book sales or help book sales? It hurts them.
Yeah, the sales.
Elise, it hurts them? Interesting.
The sales go down, correct me if the number is wrong, Elise, by 30% in all elections.
Interesting.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, we as a small publisher, we will not publish anything in October, November, which is why we had that, you know, when I said before, September, we have something out, and then the next one comes out in December. So we're not even trying October or November. But that was by design, because it's an election year, and now it might help us. But for us as submissions, no, we are looking just as much, you know, as we have before.
Okay, we have a lot of questions that I want to make sure that I get to. So I think the one that, one that follows this one is getting back to, you know, platform and brand building, and submitting your work to contests, and submitting things that are based on your work to, you know, magazines and things like that. Monjo asks, how does submitting just a part of a novel to be published in a magazine or something, or submitting your novel to a contest, or submitting a short story or something to an anthology, how does that kind of thing affect the first printing rights to the novel when you approach publishers? I mean, I have a bit of that answer, especially when you submit the entire thing to a contest, but I want to hear from you guys. How about Helga?
Well, the contests, I mean, for I should just answer for Camcat. Other publishers may have reasons. We don't accept manuscripts that have been published before, which means that have been up for sale. In their entirety. So in other words, even if you self-published, if you just slapped a title on it and put it up on Amazon, we consider this published. So in other words, you've put it up for sale. But if you send your entire manuscript to a contest, to us, that's not publishing. That is more like, that's like, more like trying to, first of all, polish your manuscript based on the feedback you're going to get from the team of people looking at the contest submissions. But it is also it's publicity, for your work. So to us, that's not publication. So if a manuscript isn't published, then that's really not an issue. And then in terms of submitting like one chapter somewhere, there is I'm not a legal mind, so what I say is you need to look at that just as very general. But if as long as you don't publish like have your book, then there isn't really a problem with it. In fact, there are some self-published authors who are very, very successful by publishing their novels in serial fashion on podcasts and then generate sales that way. So you can really look at this as publicity and advertising for your book. How much material you can or shouldn't publish, I honestly don't even know. Not even for us at MCAT. But
and one thing I should say here, when I'm imagining a scenario in which someone would actually publish an excerpt from your novel, and in cases like that, I've worked with literary magazines before, and in cases like that, it's very specific, the kind of rights that you're giving them, and it's not at all. It doesn't have anything to do with the whole manuscript. So, but if you're concerned, look at the fine print, which you should be doing anyway. Anytime you submit your work anywhere, if there's fine print to read the fine print, because it's actually very educational. So, anyway, yes, Elise.
Just to add on that, so I do work with a lot of literary writers, and in those cases, I absolutely want them as part of their brand building to be publishing short stories and an excerpt of their novel. Again, it is very much a case-by-case basis, as you said, Nick, so please always
But is that
read.
before they've been accepted by you? In other words, if someone approaches, okay, great. If that's part of their book proposal, then that makes you happy.
Yeah, for a short story collection, for example, I want to see that you have published a handful of them in literary magazines. That really helps. Maybe not every single one, but it can be a lot of them. And I consider that an absolute positive. Just, again, always read that contract. Be sure that you're not giving away rights you don't intend to give away. Right. But a publisher will not see those pre-publication credits as a problem. That's part of getting your name out there, particularly as a literary fiction writer.
Okay, excellent. Derek on Twitch asks, is it okay to submit to multiple publishers, or should I wait for one rejection before? Basically, he's asking about simultaneous submission, and I would just tell him, read the submission guidelines because I think everybody mentions simultaneous submission in their submission guidelines, right, you guys? And you'll say, no, we don't accept simultaneous submissions, or
we don't. But the guidelines for any publisher, and I'm sure it's the same with agents, are something you really, really, really have to read, because you don't want to waste your time as a writer and the publisher's time with submitting to someone who just isn't interested in your material. And please don't look at whether or not somebody is interested in material as like some sort of snooty, I don't care about this kind of stuff. It really has to do with the expertise, that a publisher or that an agent has, with the expertise, with the interest, and with the connections we have within the industry. So, just think of it this way. You would not want Condé Nast, the house behind Vogue, publish a medical book. You just don't want to, because they don't know how to edit it. They don't know how to sell it. They just don't. So you look for a publisher and an agent who is interested in your materials, because the agent and the publisher knows that this is their expertise. And expertise is so important for a publisher and an agent to do their work for you as a writer. So the guidelines are really meant to make sure that you don't unnecessarily submit a manuscript that is not going anywhere in this particular place.
Okay.
If I could just add that as a general rule, if you're going to a literary agent, I would say 99% of us expect for you to be making simultaneous submissions, just so you know. But that's, of course, totally different with publishers.
Yes.
Right.
I think most publishers don't, and it's the point here simply is that we don't want to, let's just assume that we've decided to publish this book. Then we want to start negotiations with you, and if you're waiting for another publisher to possibly make their decision, then we're sitting waiting for you. And by the time you might come around, we might have filled that spot on the list. It doesn't quite work. It just doesn't quite work.
Yeah. And let me just add just a rule of thumb for everybody out there who's watching us. The shorter the piece, the more likely it is that simultaneous submission is okay. the longer the piece, the more likely it is that simultaneous submission is not okay. So if you're submitting a 60,000 word novel, you probably, I mean, read everybody's guidelines. But if you're submitting, if you're shopping around a full length book, usually people will not do simultaneous submissions. But like in the literary magazine world, yeah, I mean, if it's a poem, we expect you to have just, we might be the 30th outlet that you've sent your poem to. And if we love the poem, we got to get back to you right away or someone else might snatch it up. Just as a rule of thumb, does that sound like a good rule of thumb? Does that reflect reality as you've heard it?
I honestly wouldn't know how magazines or anthologists and anthology publishers, handle that. For us as a book publisher, we just, and that's the only world that I know well enough to answer that. So I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it depends where you're submitting to as well. There are, if you are going for the New Yorker, they're going to expect an exclusive.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But if you're sending something to the New Yorker, it's not going to be a 4-stanza poem either.
True.
It's probably going to be a 5,000 word article. Okay. So we have a lot of questions about basically people are asking, where do I find agents that I can query? Where do I find publishers that I can query? And one question is even, how do I find information? Like, okay, I want to be a guest on a podcast. Where do I go? So I guess what I'm asking is, do you guys know of any, I have one in mind, but I want to hear what you guys think of. Do you know of any place that a person could go on the internet and just find like lists of things, or maybe buy a book from Writer's Digest or something that would have all the, what do you think?
So yeah, as far as literary agents go, and publishers, there are some terrific resources. I love to still bring up the really old school way of finding good people for you, good future publishing team for you. There is the lovely way of still looking at the acknowledgments page of books that you may compare to your own work. That if you have not discovered the acknowledgments pages of books, there's some people don't look at them. Hopefully you as writers are always looking at that page. It is a treasure trove of information about the publishing team who brought that book to life. So if it's one that you think, your writing appeals to the same audience, look at that page. It should list, of course, there's a publisher. Look at who published it. Start paying attention to who's publishing the books that you like. But it also should list the editor of that book, the acquisitions editor, the agent. That person will thank everyone, hopefully, in that page. There are also really fantastic actual industry resources, such as Publishers Marketplace is a fantastic way. You can subscribe to their free newsletter and you start getting announcements of like deals and who's winning the big awards. And you can become a publishing industry savvy writer for free and very quickly. It's a little like 2-page email that goes out every day. And you can also subscribe to their services and actually get access to their deal archives, where you can really get into the nitty gritty, looking at which agents are really and truly doing which subjects. You can look it up by keyword. You can also research publishers that way. Once you have some names, it's a good idea to go and really look up that person or publisher yourself as well online. Many agents make themselves very much available on platforms such as Twitter these days, so you can get a sense of who they really are and if they actually seem like a good fit for your work.
Yeah, I'm glad
Publishers Marketplace is definitely the best resource.
Publishers Marketplace.
Yes, there's and as Elise said, you can access them for free to a certain extent. But if you are not super strapped for money, it is well worth your money to become a member, because then you can look behind the scenes a little bit more. So Publishers Marketplace should really be your first resource. But then what you mentioned before, Nick, Writer's Digest is a fantastic resource, with their magazine that they publish, but also they have a lot of online materials that are relatively free, that are free that you can
relatively free.
Oh, they are free. I'm sorry. Relatively free what I meant, but I think they actually have things free as well. But then there's like the and this is an old version because since
yes,
2009
that's the book I was thinking of.
but it's Writer's Markets, which yes, it is published by Writer's Digest, and I don't know. I mean, it's the reason it's 2013 because since then I simply went to online resources with this, but it makes a lot of sense to do that. And then, quite honestly, if you just Google and you type in in whatever kind of publishers you're looking for, say, I don't know, YA sci-fi publishers, you will get a decent list that just Google will put together for you. And or if you look at it regionally, if you have a manuscript that might be better for smaller regional publishers, I don't know, look up YA publishers in California, Texas, or wherever you might have a better idea. And local publishers are important if your manuscript has some sort of local interest for people that live there. So say it plays in this teeny tiny town in Texas and whatnot. So there's a lot of online resources that will help you. But Publishers Marketplace, and of course that acknowledgement page, that elusive information, that really is super helpful as well.
And have you guys heard of Query Tracker?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Elise?
I mean, I think Query Tracker is a valuable resource, certainly. Query Tracker is, I think, on the more reliable side as far as different websites go. I will just say that there are a lot of websites that have completely unreliable information. So even on a site like Query Tracker, I would still even take some of that with a little bit of a grain of salt. The reason I really almost solely recommend Publishers Marketplace is that is the place where the agents and publishers are actually the ones putting the information on that site. So for me, it's the place that is the only place truly that is 100% reliable information on what agents and editors and publishers are doing at any given moment.
And it is also the place where not only the big five, but also smaller publishers, will make their announcements. So you really can learn a lot just about the industry, when you're reading this. And it really, really is important. I can't stress this enough to have an idea of the industry. If you want to break in as a debut writer, because there is just so much more out there than Random House, and there is so much more out there than self-publishing. There's and all of it has its place on this incredibly vibrant marketplace. I love how vibrant publishing is at the moment. But there's a lot more, and I think it Publishers Marketplace is definitely the first place to go. And just Googling, just nothing. I'm like Elise. I have nothing against Query Tracker or other websites like that, but your own research. Your book best. Where you think it fits in the marketplace. Who are titles that are like yours? Who are the titles where the writers whose style you're emulating?
You should know those things. Sometimes it's difficult for these new authors to figure them out.
Yes, but you know what? An author who is also a reader will know who they are kind of like. And it doesn't necessarily mean that this is a bad thing. I mean, at least correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a good thing if there are people like you out there who are selling well, because that means people want to read stuff like yours.
Well, it proves there's a market.
Exactly.
If you can find a comparable book to yours and say, oh, this was on the Amazon bestseller list in this genre for 3 solid weeks, you're not saying, oh my gosh, I've got this competitor who's going to crush me in the marketplace. What you're saying is, look, everybody read his book and they're done with it now. And those 50,000 people want another book like that. And by the way, I've got one. What do you think?
That's
right.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So and of course, you should. I mean, it doesn't mean that you have to follow the formula exactly. On the contrary, you should find your own your own way of hitting that market, you know.
Yeah.
So absolutely, but you know that will these publications will show you, you know, what's going on right now, and where there's room and where there's not.
So we have some questions. Like Zola B on Twitch says, and this is important because you were just saying, well, you know, Query Tracker, and it's mostly reliable, and you are right. There are a lot of unreliable places out there. Just as a freelance, you know, writer for magazines in the past. It is so easy to throw together a roundup article on anything and put it out there, but it's not, well, depending on what you're writing on, but especially if you're writing about, you know, agents and publishers and what they're looking for and what their contact information is, and the name of the acquisitions editor for this particular kind of work at this particular imprint. Oh my gosh, those things change every 6 months. And that roundup article might be 5 years old, and every bit of information on it is wrong, except the spelling of the publisher's company names. You know, so we've got some questions about, you know, how do you know when something is reliable? So one thing is just ask you guys questions and have you tell us. Not so much Query Tracker. Subscribe to Publishers Marketplace. Got it. But how do you tell a reputable publisher versus a kind of a shady publisher when you're looking for them and all you've got is what you can find online? That's from Zola B on Twitch. Thank you for that question, Zola B.
Elise, do you want to? Okay. So being reputable, you know, is
reputable is kind of an important word.
It is. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the right.
Oh, okay.
To describe, because like maybe the question here is this a publisher who is this a vanity publisher who is going to take my money to publish and distribute and market and publicize my book, or is it a trade publisher whose business it is to distribute, etc., to distribute, to edit, or you know to
well, that's a dead giveaway. If they're going to charge you a la carte for the services for your book development,
yes or no. I mean, I don't. Given that I believe that there is a very good or a very reasonable place for the self-publishing industry out there right now. In other words, for houses who help an individual author print and distribute their book, I don't think that is necessarily true. Now, the distinction here is, though, a trade publisher, a traditional trade publisher who offers traditional contracts, in other words, who takes a portion of your money that you're making, you know, after you're selling the book. A traditional trade publisher should never ask you for any money up front. On the contrary, they actually ought to be giving you, well, not all of them do, but there should be at least the possibility to negotiate an advance. So that's a trade publisher, a traditional publisher who you know, that's like the big house, the New York houses Elise works for. That is also us as a smaller independent publisher. There are houses out there that do, you know, charge a fee, because what they do is they help self-published authors contact with distribution houses, like, for example, Ingram Sparks, by pooling several, and this is only an example, by pooling several individual writers and offering them to Ingram, because Ingram Sparks is not going to offer good deals to like one book, to distribute one book. So there are so there's that too. Those houses those I don't know, self-publishing houses maybe.
Is there a way to tell just by doing online research whether a publisher has its own distribution network, has its own connection with distributors?
Something like Ingram Sparks. Well, Ingram Sparks has a list of publishers they work with, for example. And I don't know if it's like an inclusive list. I can't tell that, but you know, they will have some lists, a list of some of their publishers.
So you go to the distributors, but a lot of the people watching this, they don't know that even the names of the book distributors. They just Google book distributors in the United States. I mean, that sounds like it would get you a 500,000 hits with random stuff. I don't know.
Read that. Then again, I would read the trade publication.
Right.
No, that
Goes back to Publishers Marketplace.
Okay, that's our source of all knowledge. I've got it.
No,
I mean,
and
all this kind of knowledge.
Publishers Weekly. There's a lot of them. There really are a lot of them. Publishers Weekly. And gosh,
I'm going to ask about Publishers Weekly.
I'm blanking on the other one that I subscribe to right now, on the name of that, but I can supply it later if I think of it. But it really that goes back to what I think Elise said before, that it really is important that you just look around, that you educate yourself about the industry.
Okay.
And as a first step, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, sorry, we're running out of time, and I've got a couple more questions that I want to ask you guys. But
Can I just
do you
say
want
one
to
sentence?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Elise.
Also, for literary agents, a literary agent will never charge you any fees either. We only take a 15% commission, so it's the same sort of rule.
Yeah, agents get paid when the author gets paid, and they do not get paid by the author. Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. So, did you want to finish something up, Helga, real quick? Because okay, so I've got wait, where'd it go? Oh yeah. So first of all, in previous previous hours of today's broadcast, I said that we were going to talk about Submittable. I wanted to ask you guys just real quick. Submittable is out there. To some authors, it feels to them like, oh my gosh, I just need to put everything on Submittable. There are so many publishers on Submittable. I never need to read another set of submission guidelines again. And other people are like, what is this Submittable thing? I don't trust this. I don't know what this is. I'm not going to give them my information. I'm sure the truth lies somewhere in between there. What do you guys, tell me your hot take on Submittable?
I'm honestly not an expert on Submittable, and I don't use it, and I don't want to. I'm not an authority figure on it, so yeah, it's not even really in my sphere of consciousness, to be honest, except as a name.
Yeah, which means most of the big five probably don't use it. Is that true? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Well, the big five are only going to take agented projects. So yeah,
and Submittable is a way to do it over the transom. Or through the front door, but it creates a digital front door for a publisher. Sorry, go ahead, Helga.
Submittable is a tool for smaller publishers who honestly cannot handle the technical issues that come about with submissions. So we accept agented submissions, and they do not have to go through Submittable. They can contact our acquisition editors directly, or whoever else they know in the company. Submittable is for us really just a front door. And the reason we chose Submittable is we had a direct submissions portal. That's what opened in September, and we had that all the way through the end of the year. And we realized that we would have had to hire a person who helps us with all the problems, the technical problems that come up with something like that. And we were just too small to do that, to hire the technical support staff that this requires. And so we went to Submittable. However, as a writer, you should not use Submittable for blanket submissions. And this is what a lot of people do. They just send it to Submittable.
Yes.
Click whatever, all those.
They fill it. They click all the check boxes. I'm like, do you even know the name of the person you just submitted to?
That is really a really bad problem, because that then means that a publisher like Camcat, which yes, we are a fiction publisher, then a publisher like Camcat is going to get something like, I don't know, like literary fiction, which right now we are not prepared to take. I am actually a bit of a specialist on literary fiction, but we can't handle it yet because I'm the only one in the house, and that won't help us anywhere. So Submittable is great if you use it with just a lot of discretion. In other words, you still need to know which publisher you want to submit to, and that's really what it is.
So I can tell my clients, do your normal due diligence first. Find your publisher, and you can use Submittable to find a publisher, and then open a new tab, look up the publisher, find out some more things about it, and then decide, if you're going to submit to that publisher. And the other thing I tell my own clients all the time is, never ever send a query to an anonymous person. You might as well have sent it anonymously yourself. Like never address a query to whom it may concern. Just if you're going to submit to someone, find out what their name is and call them by name, please. Anyway, so does that strike a chord with you guys? I hope I'm doing you a favor by saying that. Okay, good.
It really does, because it just doesn't. I mean, maybe this is really important to say that. I hear a lot that publishers, traditional publishers, are gatekeepers, and they are just looking for reasons to turn a manuscript down. And I am on the acquisitions team. I'm one of 4 people on that team, and I can tell you, I'm looking for the exact opposite. I'm looking for reasons that make me accept the manuscript. And there are some no-nos for us, and as I'm sure for all other publishers, starts with genre and ends with the kinds of we don't want soapbox novels that purport some sort of idea rather than a story. But it really, 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 we're people, and it's people business. It's a very intimate, personal, and personable business. And if you manage to establish this connection with a publisher, with an agent, you will have a life, like a career-long, relationship. This is what we're looking for. I'm sure this is what you're looking for too, Elise.
Well, this is one reason why writers' conferences are so important, because writers' conferences like this is where you get to meet, Elise and Helga and we're going to meet other, Bethany, and we're going to meet other agents a little bit later. Paul Levine is actually going to be taking submissions in the next hour in a breakout session for Paul Levine Literary Agency. Yeah, we'll talk about him in a second. But we need to wrap up right now. I want to hear from you guys. We've been talking about submitting and publishing, and a little bit more about who our audience is today. Just give me real quick your best advice for a debut author, up-and-coming author. What can you tell them about submitting that you just never want them to forget?
Know who you are as a writer and where you fit in on what I like to call the literary spectrum, who your audience truly is. The more clear you can be about that going into the submission process to an agent or to a publisher, the better off you'll be.
Excellent. Helga?
I would most definitely second that one. And in addition to that, really also be a reader. Know which tradition you belong to, which genre you belong to. Too many writers that I work with really aren't readers. And that will help not only your craft, it will also help your market awareness. And both is so important.
Excellent.
The last thing, maybe know that both acquisitions editors and development editors are reading your book. So acquisitions editors know the market, development editors know craft. You need awareness of both.
You need both. Okay, excellent. And now tell us how do you want people to get in touch with you? People have been listening to you guys and learning all this stuff, and they're like, oh my gosh, I love Elise Capron. She's going to love my book. I must send it to her now. How do we do that?
So for me, if you go to dijkstraagency.com, it's DIJKSTRA agency.com, you will find bios for every single one of our agents and exactly what genres each one of them handle. And there will be submission requirements and links right on that website for each agent, including myself.
Okay, excellent. And Helga, CamCat?
You can contact me directly at helga@camcatpublishing.com. So just my name and camcatpublishing.com, or you can just go to our author portal, which is authors.camcatpublishing.com. You can do it there.
Wow. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the time that you've spent with us and all the great insights that you've given us. We have so many more questions, but I should bring in my co-host, Russell Nolte. Russell Nolte, come on back in here and
hello, everyone.
Yay.
That was a great panel.
Yay, Russell's back.
Yeah, I love it. I thank you so much for coming on and sharing your wisdom with us.
Russell and Nick.
Yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed listening in. I hope everyone else enjoyed it. And now, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to you guys. But then we get to say hello to Jonas. So say goodbye, everyone.
Hi,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
I
This was
really,
great.
really appreciate you being here.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, Helga.
All right. So
Oof.
in a second, we're going to bring on Jonas Saul. Jonas Saul is a friend of mine who's also sold just so many thrillers and is so prolific. And I was with him we met at a writers conference actually up in Oregon called the Willamette Valley Writers Conference, or Willamette Writers Conference. And Willamette Writers, I think, is the name of it, actually. And we met. We got to talking. He has a great business mind, and he's got a great writing mind. And I am so excited to have him on. Nick, what was one thing that you learned this morning?
Oh, so many things. I was taking notes the whole time. One of the things that I learned that I never knew, and I don't know if this is just trivia for most people, but this is important for me. Every election month, there's a 30% sales drop in all books and published things, like just across the board. Just election month, people freak out and don't buy books.
Well, it's just because
okay.
that there's so much other information, and it's so important to for everybody that kind of the whole world shuts down for about a month before the election.
People turn away from romance and they start reading politics for the first time all year.
Exactly.
Apparently.
So we have two different groups happening right now, right at noon.
Yes.
We have
excellent groups.
Our friend Pam Burleson is going to be talking about beta readers. And in the first one, and that's the bit.ly/allaboutbeta. And you guys are going to just learn so much. And then
that's a very important part of submitting things and publishing is understanding what beta readers are and understanding how to work with them well. And Pamela Burleson is the person to talk to about that. So go see her.
Awesome. And then Paul Levine will also be taking pitches for the next hour. Now, Paul is supposed to be with us from 12 to 1 and then 2 to 3. But he has told us that if there are enough people pitching, he will stay all the way for that extra hour. So between 2 and 3. So if there's a bunch of people, go over there. You can wait your turn while you're listening to Jonas Saul. You don't have to pick and choose. You can do both things. But I think it's really important, if you've never pitched to an agent before, at least have the experience of getting it in line, and he will tell you what he thinks. That's for sure.
Yep. And these two groups actually resonate really well to each other. You want to have some beta readers look at your stuff before you send your entire manuscript to Paul Levine, for sure, or other agents and publishers of his caliber. But also, Paul would love it if you actually have beta readers, and it gives agents and publishers it helps them understand that you are taking this very seriously, that you are wanting to be a professional and act like a professional. There we go. That's my pitch for both groups.
And
you cannot say you've never had an opportunity to pitch to an agent, because he is literally sitting there in the breakout session waiting for you right now.
Absolutely. And Paul, our producer, is going to post those in the comments, please, so that both you can get to them very easily. But one is bit.ly/allaboutbeta. There we go. Here he goes. All doing the whole thing. So in a couple of seconds, you will have
thank you, Producer
the
Paul.
list. And thank you, Producer Paul. Meanwhile, are you ready to bring on Jonas?
Yes. Looking
Awesome.
forward.
I am looking forward
such
to
an honor.
Too. He also...
I know he's a friend of yours, but I'm just a fan.
Well, I'm both. It can be two things. Hi, Jonas.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am doing well. I would ask you how Greece is, but I have a feeling that it's a lot of it is the inside of your house right now.
Yes, a lot of it is. I haven't been out now for about 5 weeks.
Oh man,
fun.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was about March 10th or 14th, somewhere around there, where Greece went into a mandatory lockdown, police checking the streets, military. It's pretty shut down.
Wow.
Wow. Well,
So you're in Greece right now.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock at night, and I'm in Greece. We're 10 hours ahead.
Can I ask what city you're in or what neighborhood?
Of course. Yeah, I'm in a city's called Nafplio. Nafplio. It was the capital city of Greece before Athens.
Ah, interesting. One of those ancient, historic, awesome places.
Right. When they liberated Greece, in the 1800s from the Ottoman Empire, it was liberated through Nafplio. And so Nafplio was the first city. And so they declared it our capital city and then continued to spread through Greece and liberated the rest of the country.
Is that what you drew it? Is that what drew you to it? Or is it just that they have really fast Wi-Fi?
You know what? Many different reasons I have been drawn here. But I've been traveling Europe since 2011. I've lived in Italy, Denmark, Hungary, all over. And I've really enjoyed going through these historical sites, from Epidavros, the ancient theaters, to the Acropolis, to the Colosseum. I'm quite into these kinds of things, and then I bring my characters to these areas, and a character may need a hotel, or they'll stay where I stayed. In book 8 of the Sarah Roberts series, it takes place in Italy, where I used to live. And she takes the train I took. And so there's things that, it offers, like, write what you know. Well, I'm able to write what I know since I've been traveling so much.
That's one of my favorite things about being a writer is I set books in Spain and Italy and all of the places that I travel. It's lovely.
And then you go there.
Yes. Well, no, I go there and then
then do the writing, right?
I feel guilty until I write the book. And then I'm like, well, I've written the book now, so I don't feel guilty about writing it off now. Like, I don't feel guilty to write it off anymore. So I think that we should start at the beginning. I know that we know you. Or I know you at least, but I think that some people are not going to know who you are, so I would love a little bit about your story. And I will, before we do that, I just want to remind everyone that we are accepting questions. I would prefer to ask all of the questions that you guys have of Jonas, but I assuredly will have my own as well. So Jonas, why don't you tell us a little bit about your story?
Okay, I can summarize. I've been writing since I was a teenager, and I was more serious as a writer in my 20s and late 20s, and I wrote my first, I'd consider it my first novel when I was 30, and I've been writing since then, quite active, and touring writers' conferences and so on as a young writer trying to get published. I'll summarize here now. I spent over a decade sending out query letters, going to conferences, pitching agents, meeting agents, hiring freelance editors, trying to get all my novels all ready and good to go. And nothing happened. I couldn't get an agent. I couldn't get anywhere. So it was February 2011 that I decided to go self-publish, decided to go that route. And I uploaded my first batch of books. And
what was in that first batch of books?
Dark Visions, Sarah Roberts book 1, The Warning, Sarah Roberts book 2, a short story collection, a couple other stories that were too short to be a novella even, but quite long. So I put them up as just individual 99-cent stories, just to really try and have a bit of a catalog right off the bat on Amazon.
The Crypt came out pretty soon after that, right?
Correct. It did.
Okay.
I wrote The Crypt when I was in Italy in summer of 2011. So it came out shortly after. That's right. Exactly. I came to Greece in 2011, November, December, at the end of that year, and continued writing. And then the Hostage book 4 came out after that. So I did 5 years of self-published. And it was 2016. I had hit 17 books by then, 18 books. And
wow.
I had some Hollywood interest, so I flew to Los Angeles. I was meeting Lionsgate, Universal, pitching studios, got an offer from Sony Pictures and to do the Sarah Roberts series, and had to decline the offer. Long story, but while I was in LA in 2016, I went to a writer's party We all had wine and sat and chatted, and it was really a lot of fun. And that's where I met many other authors. And I was still unagented. I didn't have an agent. At this point, I'd sold just about the 2 million book mark on my own, almost at 20 novels, and I had Hollywood interest. And then I got an email. I got an email from an agent. I received an email, and my agent, who I took on, is still my agent today. Unbelievable. My world changed with this agent. And she said to me, I've looked you up. I've looked at what you've done, and I've looked at your first book, and I know exactly where I can place it. I know which publisher would take it. I said, "Oh, really?" I didn't know her. I said, "Okay." She says, "Yeah, I can probably have you verbal commitment to buy within a couple of hours." So I was pretty shocked. I thought to myself, "Hey, if that happens, I need to sign." So I got a call back, and they were ready to buy in about an hour and a half. He read through the first half of the book or something. It was the next day that they confirmed, and then they wanted to meet me, and they were in LA. So we all went and met each other, and on a handshake, it was done. I got the deal memo about a month later. And
so it took you about 16 years to become an overnight success. I see. Okay.
Technically, yeah. So I'm a hybrid now. I write several books a year. 6, 7, 8, depending on how my life is and what's happening with me. But I write 2 books that I put up, self-published, and I write a third and give that to my agent. Then while she's shopping that around and meeting with publishers, and we're shooting emails back and forth, I'm working on 2 other books that I'm then putting up. So I'm a hybrid author now.
Okay. How exciting. That's
yes,
amazing.
I've got one coming out on Wednesday.
And by the way, we just had a panel about submitting and publishing, where we were talking with 2 different, an acquisitions editor and an agent in New York, and one of the questions was, if I self-publish my book first, why do publishers not want to talk to me if I've already self-published my work? I was like, I don't think you're doing it right.
Yeah.
So, because I know you're not the only person who's got a good track record of self-publishing, and finally somehow attracts the attention of not somehow. I mean, we know it has to do with book sales. Publishers want to make money, and you can help them.
100%. I mean, Boyd Morrison did that. He put out his first book and sold 750,000 copies or something, and then a publisher called him.
Yeah.
We can go down the list. I mean, there's what's her name? Her name eludes me now. But around 2010, 11. Amanda Hawking, she came out with, I think she had 6, 7, 8 books. Somebody out there would know better than me. But then she got a $2 million deal with a publisher, and they bought the books that she had already been selling.
Yeah. William Young wrote The Shack and sold it out of the trunk of his car for 10 years or whatever it was. And then it was picked up by a publisher, and now it's a movie too.
Absolutely. Ben Affleck. That's right. Yeah. Yep. You know what? It's really about, and Russell and I have discussed this when we met in Portland. It's really about, you have to have the writing. You've got to write the book. You got to, at the end of the day, you have to write a good book. But then it's about taking it out to the world. But you've got to really take it out to the world like you're opening a restaurant, or I always do restaurant in my head, but you're running a business. You're running a business. Now, when you open a restaurant, you need to hire some staff, waiters, waitresses, whatever, cooking, chef, so on and so on. So those staff I always think of are my characters. I bring in characters, and I tell my characters to go out into the world now and make some sales for me, to work for me. And you've got to have facial, like the sign out front of the restaurant. And so that's my book cover. It's got to look good. And then you've got to have some advertising on the side of a bus or something. Well, that's when I go to BookBub or Book Gorilla or any of these other email sites, and I advertise. So there's all these kinds of elements. See, I used to be in retail, and I had my own business. I ran my own company for many years. I was basically semi-retired by the time I was 30. So I had lots of time at home and lots of time with my children when they were young. So that afforded me the time to write all the time at home without having to leave the house to work too much. And when I ran that business, I did all of it, everything down to my own payroll. I did my own source deductions. So I took publishing and incorporated my own business. I made business cards that look like a little book that open up with all my book covers. Like, everything's very professional. And I see Russell do that a lot. And I think that there's There's a distinct difference between authors who are in the top 5% and they always look professional. And they're running, it's not indie versus traditional in my mind. It's professional versus unprofessional. That's the way I've always looked at it.
Yeah,
because I was
that's a good way to look at it.
I was indie for years, but I looked professional. I even had interviews and podcasts and said, "Well, who's your agent?" Well, I don't have one. Oh, they were surprised because it looked professional.
Yeah,
and I think that's so important.
Yeah, and you were an indie professional before you were an indie author. I mean, you were an indie businessman before you were an indie author.
Right.
I think that yeah. Go ahead, Russell. I mean, I know a lot of that translated. Must have.
Oh yeah, I was going to say that when people ask me if I'm self-published, I say I'm published by Wannabe Press. It's my publishing company, but I have to do all of the things that Wannabe Press has to do for other authors. Like I still have to submit my proposals, I still have to write my manuscript, I still have to hire my editor and like get my cover approved and all of those same steps that I would have to. It just so happens that I am the publisher and the writer of most of the books. But in the same way that if the publisher of Random House put out a book through Random House, it would not be self-published. I also don't consider myself self-published because it's my publishing company and it has to be as good as anything else we put out before I put it out.
100%.
It means you're thinking like a businessman about your own work. And this is something that so many other authors, if we can get independent authors or up-and-coming authors to start thinking of themselves, of their writing career as a business that they can shepherd and that they can develop and think the way that Russell is telling us to think right now and that you are telling us to think, man.
And
that'd be awesome.
For those, I've met many writers at conferences, and I just want to say for the ones that are listening who have written a book, but they've never run a business before, they've never... it's really not that hard. It may look like a mountain to climb, but at the end of the day, everything happens with baby steps. Take your first step. Go and research, how do I open a business? I incorporated Imagine Press Inc. So I have an incorporated business. You don't have to incorporate. You don't have to, have to go to the lengths I went. You can just start small, but you need to start and not be so intimidated by it. And, it's fear or doubt that stops these people. And even Shakespeare said, doubt is a traitor. We lose what we oft might win by having. So don't allow these traitors in your own mind.
Absolutely. I think that's so important. I always tell people you can't compare me at like step 30 to you at step 1 or Jonas at step 100 or whatever it is. Like we've 100%. All been... I tell people, like, every one of us has been the worst writer in the world. It might have been the first moment you were born, but literally, like, every single person who has ever existed was the worst writer that ever existed for, like, at least one brief moment, and they all got past it.
Absolutely. I mean, I tell you some horror stories about my beginnings, yes. And but you know what? I wanted to get past it. It was in my heart. I had no choice. I was going to. Now I'm at the, by Christmas, I'll have written 40 novels. And when I say novels, I'm talking 350 page to 500 page books. I'll be at the 40 book mark. But I was at like the 1 book mark 25 years ago. And you're so right. We all started at the very beginning. And it's a learned skill. I just wouldn't quit. I had to learn. I had to figure it out. And now I'm an editor. I couldn't imagine. I would have never thought I was an editor 20 years ago when I was just learning how to write. I didn't know the first thing about what I'm doing now.
What do you think? And so,
yeah, you're right. Between... Step 1 to step 30 to step 100 or whatever the number is, you can't. And it's the same. You know what, Russell? It's a very, very good point. And for anyone listening, they've got to take this too. The word count, how you write. See, I consider myself a professional author. I write 5 days a week, like everyone else gets up and goes to work. Well, some are right now because of the quarantine scenario, but I literally go to work Monday to Friday. And I write a word count on a daily basis. Now, if I miss my word count because something came up, I don't mind that I've missed a few thousand words in my daily base. I'll get it tomorrow or I'll get it on Saturday, but normally I don't write Saturday. But my point is my word count is something I have developed over decades. Someone who's just starting out and has a job and they may just do 500 or 1,000 words a day, or they may just write on weekends, that's a totally different ballgame than what I do. And so if they're like, oh my goodness, you write several thousand words a day. Oh, how do you do it? And then they're so shocked. And I've met people who don't believe that people do that. And yet Michael Crichton was known for writing up to 18,000 a day.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I liken it to people think that when you're doing a job, like you're doing it in part-time for 2 hours a day, let's say it, and then you have 10 hours a day if you're doing it full-time, that you now have 5 times more work, five times more. But that's not true. It's like an exponential curve, because you can batch things in different ways. You can get in the zone. You can set aside. And during the day, people aren't bothering you as much as at night. So like there's all sorts of stuff you get done. So you end up having something like, let's just call it 50 times, not 5 times more. And so I do try and always tell people to never, you can't compare the two things.
100%. 100%. You can.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions that came in. One is, I'm actually interested in this. It's more a Sarah Roberts question. Where do you get the inspiration for the different books in the Sarah Roberts series? And then a separate question, which we can tackle after that, is if, or you can tackle it before, is do you get writer's block? And if you do, how do you deal with that?
Okay. The inspiration. That's the second question is going to be more fun for me. The reason is
inspiration.
I guess when you say inspiration, let me tackle it this way. I don't really know where it comes from, but I do know that I'm inspired to write every single day. I don't have an out. And where do I get the ideas or there's no, like Stephen King said, there's no idea dump somewhere we can go to and grab. They just come to me, and it's like, you know what it looks like to me? Because book 22 is coming out on Wednesday, and book 23 is coming out in June, and book 24 I'm aiming for September. They just keep coming. And
this is just in the Sarah Roberts series.
That's right. Not including the other books I have coming. Yeah. I've got another book coming out May 15 that I co-wrote with another author. It's called Collision Course. It's a standalone. And I've got I've got many books coming because I'm working hard, and I've got many sitting on the back burner. And I've got a book my agent has that is totally separate. It's a standalone. And I've got another one I'm finishing next week that my agent's getting. Another publisher's already contracted this one. So the ideas, I think with many writers, they just come. But with Sarah, do you know what? It looks like I have a lens, and I'm looking in on Sarah's life. And I see her arc of her life all the way until what happens in the future, which I was just about to say. But I don't want to say it because it's coming in 3 and 4 and 5 books away. But I see where it's going, and I just write what's happening. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the next book, The Hunt, I saw where she needed to be for The Hunt. And the next book after that is called The Delivery, and I know what gets delivered. I know what's coming and how dangerous it is. And I know where she is right now, even though it's fictitious. Like there is no Sarah Roberts, a real person. But in my mind, I know she's in Santa Rosa, California right now. And as soon as I type chapter 1, that's where she is. And I know where she's going after that, and I know what happens. And so I kind of I don't know where you could. There was a time, I'll be quick about this. I'm going to waste too much time on this one point. I've still got another question. But there was a time when I was concerned about story ideas for Sarah. It was about book 11, 12, and 13 area. I was starting to, geez, I'm over a dozen books in this. What else? What other villains can I get that she can go to battle with? And then I was talking to my kids at the time. We were talking about it. They're teenagers. Well, my one daughter's 22 and the other one's 18. This is about 5 years ago. And I said, I know, I can get her to fight a Mexican cartel. That's really dangerous. I was getting to a place where I was just trying to look at the news and trying to find villains. And then trying to develop a story, all of that went away, and it's just become such an organic process for me now. So I don't really have a definitive answer for where it comes from. I just know it's there, and I just keep writing.
Can I point out that
yeah,
you got into this headspace after writing more than 10 full-length books about this one character. So you've spent so much time with this character and in that character's world that perhaps over time it has become a such a familiar headspace to you that you're able to enter into this kind of vivid current imagination where when you sit down to write about her, you're like, well, where is she now and what is she doing now? And it's almost like you're thinking about a relative who lives on the other side of the ocean.
100%.
Yeah. So I just want to point out that this is not because it's tempting for people to put a person like you on a pedestal. And the problem with putting you up on a pedestal like that is that what it does is it's like, oh, Jonas Saul, he's this amazing genius. He can just have this vivid imagination. And that's great. It feels nice for you, like, yay, Jonas, right? But what that does is it removes you from their personal ability to relate to you. It's like, well, since Jonas is up on this pedestal and I'm not, then the things like the ways that Jonas solves problems, those are unattainable and high and lofty things that only a genius like someone who is not me can do. And I just want to point out that that's just not true. Like I mean, yay, Jonas, but like you are a human being like the rest of us. And
and further to that point, though, is and Russell knows this from all the books he's written, and I will just say that it started with one book. I didn't know I was going to write the series. When I first wrote Dark Visions, all I did was write the end of Dark Visions with an open door if I ever chose to write another book. And I wrote The Threat, I wrote The Spectre. These are other books that are standalones. Right. I was writing short story. And I missed Sarah. I thought, you know what? I'm going to write one more. So I wrote The Warning. And I really enjoyed it. And that was it. I was done. I put the books online. And when I self-published in 2011, and they were selling so well, and I started getting emails from readers, and I was getting reviews, and I was getting messages on Facebook, and they were saying, "Oh, we need more Sarah." And I was saying, "Well, all right, you know what? I'll entertain the idea to do a trilogy. I'll finish at the Crypt, and that's it." So I wrote the Crypt, and I couldn't let her go. Sarah became so close to me, and well, I mean, it is me. It's these characters. Every character is a bit of me, and such as yourselves when you write. But I couldn't let her go. So by the time I'd written book 4, 5, and 6, I wrote to my readers and I told them, you know what? Let's just do this till I hit 50 books. Let's do it till I hit 100. Let's make this the longest book. And there was a delay for about 2 years for personal reasons between 2018 and 2017, 18, 19 area. There was a delay of the books. They only had 1 or 2 come out a year for those few years, but I'm back and they're back. And we're doing, actually book 21 was called Sarah's Return because she's back.
Well, welcome back.
We're not going anywhere.
Yay.
We'll be at book 25 just after Christmas.
Awesome.
And next year we'll hit book 30 and 32.
That's awesome. I love that because I do think that I call it loving something 100% whereas like you have to keep, it has to keep coming back to you. And often in my career, I've also tried to abandon things or like been like, okay, that's it. And like then fans say, let's do it again. And I'm like, I've been like, I don't, just like not feeling it, but then it just keeps creeping into you again and again and again. And if you don't have that kind of passion for the thing, I think it's very hard to continue making it because, it's so hard to put yourself out there.
It's too hard if you don't have that passion. I really agree with you. And bear in mind, Sarah is so real to me. And the people about her, Parkman and her other people that are in the story are so real to me that, and that translates though. Like Robert Frost said, tears in the writer, tears in the reader. And so if I'm sitting here getting goosebumps while I'm typing, I know those are the scenes that my readers will be getting goosebumps when they're reading. It's so real to me, but it's real to my readers to the degree that when I get letters from these readers, there are times I have one that came in. It said, "Hey Jonas, I read this, I read that. But I want to tell Sarah something. So can you pass this message on to Sarah?" And it says, "Dear Sarah," and there's a letter to Sarah. And it's just so beautiful. And then to read, some readers have often said to me, "What would Sarah do?" I had this happen in my life and it was really challenging. And I asked myself, what would Sarah do? and I dealt with it this way. And I'm getting these letters, and it's really moving to me to find out that, I had one woman going into cancer surgery, and she had a low percentage of coming out. And she said that she was going in as if she was Sarah Roberts, ready to beat up this cancer. And she messaged me the next day and said, Sarah and I did it. That's just so moving to me. It makes me emotional. I get like a knot in my throat. I can barely talk. There's many others. So I dedicate these books to these people, and I often will have them as a guest character in the story. So Sarah will meet so-and-so, and my readers will then put on Facebook, I'm in a book. And it's so much fun for all of us to just, it's like a handshake of honor between us, my readers and myself. And it's just so special. And it's just so, it's really something I love to do. Now, let's get to that writer's block.
Yeah, the
thing.
writer's block part of it.
Yes.
Okay, so do I get writer's block? No, never. And I say that without hesitation. I don't know what writer's block is. I've read many quotes from people saying that it's an excuse to not write. But I don't want to disrespect it. All I want to say is I believe that writer's block, and through all my years of writing and all my conferences I've presented at, I believe writer's block is you are simply writing out of your voice. For instance, I write thrillers, and I write a little horror, but I mostly write thrillers. That's my voice. If I was tasked to write a romance, I might get a writer's block. I don't know how to write romance. I don't know much about it. I'm not very good with the romantic side of. If Harlequin called me and said, "Can you write a?" I would say no. So because I couldn't do that, it's out of my voice. Now I could challenge myself and force something, but it wouldn't be very good. I believe that's writer's block. If you are getting it, then it's you're writing a. Let me give you an example of something quickly. So this guy goes to all these schools and gets certified, and he's a plumber. And I've heard this used before, but I just want to translate it here for anyone
William
listening.
Zinsser. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So did plumbers get plumber's block? He gets up every day and goes to work, and he does his thing with his sinks and his leaky faucets and so on. Do they get? No, I'm an author, and I get up every day, whether I'm inspired or not. There are many times. This book I'm writing right now. I'm a pantser. I don't outline. I just I type chapter 2, and I sit there and stare at the blank screen for a moment, sometimes an hour, but the words come, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, this book I'm writing right now. When I was on chapter 2, I have many stories, but I'll tell you this one because it's current. I actually was stopped for about an hour, literally in my office chair, looking at the ceiling of my office, spinning in circles, because I don't outline. Then I had an idea. Oh, I know. I need this because of this and that and the other thing. So I wrote chapter 2. It was 2,500 words long. It involved character that is so important throughout the book. There was tension, pace. There was irrefutable proof of a murder came up in chapter 2. Like so much wonderful stuff happened in chapter 2. I never get writer's block. I may be stopped for 10 minutes, half an hour, which is still rare, but I never get it because, and again, it's another quote from Stephen King. He said, professional authors, I think it's something like professional writers, professionals get up every day and go to work and write, whether they're inspired or not.
Right.
And that's what I do. I don't get writer's block.
I want to follow up the William Zinsser metaphor there. I loved that his quote so much that I put it on a T-shirt, which I don't sell anymore. So yeah, do plumbers get plumber's block? No, they don't. But they do run into very difficult problems every once in a while when they're doing their plumbing, and they have to go and sit in their truck or sit on the floor of someone's bathroom, and they have to figure it out and say, "Crap, okay." So, insert plumbing problem here, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that a lot of authors, when they get to a difficult problem that has to do with pacing or story structure or characterization, or they've just kind of written themselves into a corner and they don't know what to do next, they call it writer's block. When actually the problem with that is that if you have, a certain problem here, and then you put a cover on it and just say, well, it's writer's block, it's writer's block, all of it is writer's block, then you can't identify the problem and solve it. So one of the things that, that I'll do to help people is is I ask them, I basically interview them about their writer's block, and there's always a reason. And sometimes the reason has nothing to do with their writing. If it has something to do with their writing, then we can solve it right there, or begin to solve it right there. But sometimes, a person will have writer's block because, their father died last week. And it's like, dude, you don't have writer's block, you have grief. Give yourself room to grieve, man. The problem is not writer's block. The problem is this awful thing that happened. So
Absolutely.
It just seems like writer's block is like this it's like throwing a sheet over a scary thing and calling it, and calling it a ghost. And if you just take the sheet off, you can see what it is.
Right. Oh, that's very well said, 100%. And also, I do recommend people write themselves into corners. I write myself into a corner all the time. I do think that because my readers will often say to me, I had no idea how you were going to get her out of that one. I didn't even know. And often I'll write myself into a corner and I'll take the weekend off and there are many times, I'll never forget when I was writing book 2 of my Mafia trilogy. The Darwin, his wife had been kidnapped and he couldn't get to her. The Mafia had her and she was done that night and he had to get to her. And he's not a fighter or a warrior or any kind of, he's just an average 26-year-old pudgy Toronto boy. But he found a way. I didn't know how he was going to get her. And I'll never forget that night. It was a Wednesday night. And I had no idea what I was going to do. Thursday morning came. I had no idea what I was going to do. But by noon Thursday, I was writing and I got it. I fixed it. That's not writer's block to me. That's just story development. But I always get my word count and I do it every day. And even if I'm working till midnight, I do not let a day go by without my word count. Sometimes it's happened. There was 2 books ago, I got sick one afternoon. It was a 24-hour thing where I ate something or whatever. I had about 80% of my word count that day, and I did not feel good. So I had to let the other 20% go. But that was a Wednesday. The Thursday and the Friday, I picked up the word count. Awesome. So it's not. I agree with you, though. That's not writer's block. That's just working through the challenges.
It was a professional responsibility. And you kept your agreement with your professional self. That's great.
Yes, one thing I'm most disciplined with is my word count.
Okay.
Even if they're not good words, I can go back and edit later. I have to have something to edit.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions. So I'm gonna. This one should be easy. I think I'm gonna sort of say the answer because I was in both of these sessions, and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. In the previous session with Helga and Elise, Pitching to the Big Five told us that many publishing houses do not consider a book that is self-published, like on Amazon. Now what? The difference is 2 million books or a lot of success on self-publishing platforms. Almost all of the success stories that I've ever heard come from the fact that the person had success. And the reason why people don't look at the self-publishing people often is because they've put the book out and they've demonstrated that it is not saleable. And once you do that, publishers are less likely to pick it up. But when you have a lot of success in self-publishing, like you did, or Amanda Hawking, who sold millions of books, or pick the self-publishing success story, it almost always comes from that there was sudden and rapid success, even from the ones we talked about selling out of the trunk of their car, or any stories that I have. It almost always comes from someone saying, "Oh, so that thing is saleable. Well, yes, I will try it now." Do you think that's accurate, or do you have anything to add to that?
I think it's 100% accurate. The comment that Sherry has there is also accurate in that if you do put it up, you've killed 98% of your chance to be seen by the Big Five. That's correct. They're not picking up self-published books. But if what Russell just said, you go out and you sell 2 million copies and get a Hollywood deal, the Big Five will talk to you. They actually want to talk to you now.
Especially if you're going to write another book, because Sherry's problem is a problem for that particular book. So if you've published that particular book already, they can't have first print rights anymore because you just exercised your first print rights. They're gone now.
Right.
But it's not necessarily a problem for the next book that you write.
Well, and bear in mind, publishers, I think it was James Scott Bell who said, publishers aren't investing in a book. They're investing in an author.
Absolutely. Okay. So for self-published authors, could you suggest a few tips to focus on for marketing? Maybe the things that you find to be most successful now. It could be BookBub, it could be Facebook ads, whatever the things are that you find that like kind of transcend everything else and are working for you or other self-published people now.
This is a very challenging answer. I'll try and be succinct. The reason I say it's challenging is because you can pay for advertising, and I did BookBub for years, and found a lot of success with BookBub. And there are many other emailers out there. I do like Book Gorilla and a few others, but I've never done a Facebook ad. I've never done any other advertising. In fact, I'm not even doing any now. And my numbers are there. The reason I believe the best self-publishing advice I ever got, and I got this in mid-2011, the best way to promote yourself, the number one best way to promote yourself is to write another book.
I've heard that
and
over
that's
and
what
over
I
again.
did. And that's what I did. I'll tell you why. I'll say that quickly. I'll summarize that. I had 5, 6, 7 books online, and they were at the very beginning they were selling, but they were the sales numbers were average to even low a bit in the very, very beginning. And I was doing advertising. I was on Twitter. I was out promoting. I was doing a lot of work in promotion and doing a little bit of work in writing. And when I think it was Dean Wesley Smith who said that not to me directly. I think it was in a blog post or something. The best way to advertise is and to get your name out there is to write another book. And he said, once you get to 10 books, that's when you get an internet presence. And it was on book number 12 when I got a call from Hollywood. And it was book 16 when I was signing a deal. Book 17, none of that would have happened if I was still on book 5. None of that would have happened if I was still on book 5. So I decided to flip everything. I stopped working 9 hours a day on promotion and 3 hours writing. And I went to 10 hours a day of writing and 1 hour of promotion. I flipped it so I could start pumping out book after book. No more would I do 2 books a year. I did 6 books a year. Now I've gotten it to, I'm going to be doing 8 a year. And I know these numbers sound crazy. And to a new writer, geez, I've only written 1 and it took me 2 years. Yeah, my first book took me almost 2 years. My second book, I got it to 8 months. So I know it takes a while, but once you get writing and you get that machine going, and I do it full time, I'm home all the time, I can write more books. Best way to promote yourself is to write another book. That's Absolutely. What I've always believed.
It happened to my friend RJ, one of the guests on this show yesterday, was she got to about 8 or 10 books in that series, and suddenly like it was 20 overall, but it was 10 in the series because
right.
I do think there's something to it has to be in the same sort of series so that it can break through the sort of the ceiling that is and rise above to this like other level where people have been talking about it long enough.
Absolutely. And once you get to that place though, and you have you have a catalog, and then I have on my dashboard on Amazon, I can go back through and see all the way since the beginning of 2011. And my highest downloaded book from an Amazon, from a BookBub promotion was 63,000 copies in 5 days.
Wow.
From a BookBub promotion. That's
impressive.
Because I had so many books that could be bought.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. I didn't have 2 books.
Absolutely. Another question that we get asked, or that they asked, was Diana Glosson asks, "How did you get your spouse to think about your writing as a job like you do?"
Yep, it's a challenge.
Okay, well, first off, I'm currently single. My wife and I separated in 2018. Hence the delay in books for Sarah for 2 years. I went through a separation divorce. Difficult time, but we're all good now. So prior to that, when I was writing 6 books a year, how did I get my spouse? My wife was also an author and was writing all day too.
Okay.
That's
Can
very
I
helpful.
give an
Please,
answer
go
for
it.
those who don't have that situation?
Sure.
So when I first started Wordsmith Writing Coaches, it was something I did on my spare time. I was also a freelance writer, and I was doing a couple other things. I was a adjunct professor at a university and things like that. And uh, this thing I was doing on the side, this writing coaches thing, um, I really wanted to do that full time. And my wife didn't take it seriously until I started bringing in actual money with it. And when my work as a writing coach started to pay bills, she had a complete change of mind, 100% supportive. She's like, oh, I get it now. Because before it was just a thing that I wanted to do. It seemed like I, and this is true about so many things in life in general, but it's true about winning your spouse over to be supportive of your writing career. It's true about winning an agent over. When you can prove that that this is a productive thing, that it's not just a hobby like gardening where you grow vegetables and then the birds eat them. When you grow the vegetables and actually put food on the table, or better yet, grow the vegetables and then sell them at the farmer's market and bring home a check of any amount, but is more than your spouse expected, they will become supportive. All of a sudden, when they realize, oh, this really is a thing. Like this could be a business. And maybe it's not going to be the income stream that pays all of your bills, because most of the authors I know, and my clients, their writing it's a residual income stream for them. It's an extra thing, it's not necessarily what they do full time. But as soon as it becomes something that shows up on a financial spreadsheet, their spouses become way more supportive.
That's so interesting, because I had the opposite problem.
Oh,
I had
no.
the opposite thing.
I'm
where,
sorry.
I was like, I should go get a job, and she goes, "You hate your job." I was like, "This is like, you're miserable when you have your job. Like, just do this." And like, still to this day, when I have a bad month or a bad couple months, I'm like,
I should just go get a job.
I can just go back to sales. Like I can just go back to sales. And she'd be like, then you would hate your life, and then I would hate you more. And so like, let's just keep doing it. It was the opposite. I think I picked like I ended up with like the one who she's the one who believed in me when like I certainly didn't believe in me as well. So
your wife likes who you are when you're a writer.
Definitely a challenging question, though, Diana had, because I do know that many spouses, I do know that this is a challenge for many.
All right.
It's something I can't give a constructive answer to, because I've always had such a supportive scenario, and now I'm single, so I'm just writing all the time.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna try some rapid fire ones, because we're nearing the end of our time together.
Yes, we are.
When you met your current editor, did you know he or she was the one, and she would be honest and do you well, or how did that relationship develop?
Great question. I went through multiple editors. I had editors from around the world. I had one in Australia. My very first editor was New York editor, and really good editor in New York. And one of the top ones, really, I felt. I paid a lot of money for that editor. But I did move around. And finally, I found Rob, who's my editor. And Rob is magic. The stuff he does, the stuff he knows, and I can supply his contact if anybody wants. He's available for business. The guy is, I would tell you that Rob is the best editor I have ever met. And I've used him since 2012. And it's like he has the Chicago Manual of Style memorized. And there's not a thing that gets by him. Now, I'm an editor for free, but not my own work. I always have to shop that out too. When I'm writing my books and then I'm rereading it, going through my draft, I'm thinking it's ready to go. I send it to him. The stuff he finds, oh my goodness, I would never change. So he's stuck with me.
Yeah, I feel the same way about my editor. Okay, Karen Pepin asks, how did you overcome, or how do you overcome your fear of failure while writing another book in a series? Does that ever prevent you from writing, and how do you push back that fear? And I have an ancillary question on top of that, is like, how do you get past the fear that you're going to ruin it now? Because that's my problem now with writing series, is I fear like every book I have the potential to pull a Game of Thrones season 8 and destroy everything I've built and all the goodwill that I have.
Right. Oh my goodness. I'm such a different animal with this one. I'll tell you why. I don't have any fear. I don't care. Now, I don't care. Let me explain that comment. I do care. I care extremely about the series and Sarah and her longevity. But I don't care about fear. I don't care about doubt. What I did was I had a doubt funeral.
Interesting.
When I started writing, I buried it. And I said, rest in peace. Fear, be gone. I'm done. I'm just going to write my heart out. I'm going to give the best damn book I can. I'm going to give lots of emotion, lots of emotional stakes. I'm going to make sure my characters feel it. There's going to be tears. There's going to be goosebumps. And I'm going to do the best damn job I can. And then I'm going to send it out to the world. And because a book is almost never finished. You could go over draft after draft after draft.
Right.
You have to abandon a book. So I write it, I reread it, I edit it, I send it to my beta readers. I have a program, a very good program. When the book comes back, it's almost error-free, and I send it out and I get working on the next one. I abandon it. I'm good to go. I don't have the fear. I gave a doubt or fear funeral a decade ago, and it never scares me. Every single book I just put out there, fearless. I don't know if that's a very good answer, because how did I overcome it? I've never really had to. I've always believed my book, and now this may be cocky, but
because
I've
that personal
my
ritual
books are good.
Yeah, that personal ritual, that personal thing that you did to have that doubt funeral, you took that very seriously, and it had a profound effect on you, because I don't think you would have bothered having a doubt funeral if doubt was no big deal to you before then. Am I right? Whoops.
Uh-oh.
That was not good.
Oh no, there it is. There's the first time.
The most important question. Oh, good. Phew, there he is.
Hi again.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, your video is working, but we can't hear you.
No audio.
No audio. That's all right. Oh my gosh, I really want to know the answer to this question.
I do too.
And we have so many other good questions that we're waiting for. That's okay. You know what? Well, maybe you can coach him.
Yes, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what to coach him. It looks like they had maybe a power failure over there.
Yeah.
So and he's nodding his head that there's been a power failure. But they can hear on Twitch. Let me see if we can hear on the Facebook on the live feed.
And if you go to the bottom of your screen where it says cam/mic here in the studio and click on that, and you can reset your sound source, and that might be what you need to do. Sounds like he can hear us. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Yes, he can hear us, and Twitch people can hear. But let me see.
While you guys are working that out, let me just talk a little bit more about the idea of a debt funeral, because I did something similar. A doubt funeral. I did something similar for my kids. And each of my kids turned 13 years old. I'm super into outdoorsy things, and I took them on a camping trip. He says. I will log in.
Log in and
good.
Log out. Good. Yes, log in and log out. Sounds good.
So I took them on, the one that was turning 13, just after their 13th birthday, I took them on a long camping trip. Long for them, meaning like 2 or 3 nights. And on the second night of our camping trip, it was just me and my son. And I did this for each of my sons on their 13th birthday. And I had this mystical experience worked out. We had a bonfire, and I gave them gifts. I bought a sword for each of my kids, like a Lord of the Rings replica full-size sword, and I bought them a multi-tool, which I don't have on me right now. Which my kids will give me a hard time for not having my multi-tool on me, and a couple of other gifts that meant, like, the meaning of the gift was more important than the actual thing that I was holding in my hands. And one of the things that we did was I had them write down like all the things that they had been when they were children, and all the like things that they regretted as children, and like just all the childish things, not the childlike things, but the childish things that they recognized in themselves. And they wrote it down on pieces of paper, and then we would crumble them up and ceremoniously drop them into the bonfire. And I had also brought a box with me for each of my kids, and it was an empty box. And we would open the box, and they would talk about the things that they really loved about their childhood, but that was really specific to only being a kid. And then we put those things into the box and closed up the box. And on the lid of the box, it said, these are, my childhood. I'm putting them aside, but I'm not throwing them away. And I gave that to them. I said, okay, you're no longer a child. Now you're an adult. And I've given you these gifts that all adults ought to have. And there's meaning to it. But both of my sons found that a very powerful ritual. And neither of my sons went through the kind of opposition, teenage rebellion against the parents that a lot of their peers were, because I think a lot of it has to, talking to them, they will say a lot of it has to do with that ritual where I took my childishness and burned it and the childhood things and put them in a box, and I can open the box anytime, but now I'm moving on and embracing this adult life. And they found that was a very powerful thing. And I feel like this doubt funeral can be a really powerful thing. And with your permission, I would like to, develop some things. I'm going to credit you with the idea, but I would like to put together a doubt funeral for my clients.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, we can hear you. Wonderful.
Oh, good. Okay, so I'm fully back. Absolutely. And reach out to me on Facebook anytime you want to chat about any of this stuff.
I absolutely will. I would love to collaborate. If you're interested, I'd collaborate with you.
Oh, of course. I'm always around, and I'm always just sitting at my computer working, so I'll always reach out. And, yeah, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's so important to get rid of doubt. Doubt is the only thing that'll stop you. And doubt is doubt/fear. I really don't have much of it, if any. I just write. I don't even think about that. I just always, but I did that with my business too, though, in my 20s when I opened up my retail stores and I managed stores, and I just knew they would work. Might sound cocky, but you have to tell the universe what you want. And I want to be a professional author selling enough books to make a living or more. I want to be in Hollywood. I want movies, TV deals. Now I've got 2 that I've signed. I've always wanted that. I've always believed I'll be there. I even see like the whole red carpet thing. I haven't done that yet, but the premiere is happening. I haven't done it, but I see it in my mind and I know it's coming. I just know it is. I have no doubt. It could be next year. It could be 5 years, but it's coming.
Well, it also allows you and moves you into taking the right actions to make that a potential. Right. Instead of having the doubt that stops you from taking those actions, you have the ability to take the actions you need to take.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're the only one who can.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, it is such a bummer that it is the end of our hour together.
Oh my gosh, that was fast.
Before we go, though, I would like you to do 3 things. First is you can take this in any order, but if someone was to pick up Sarah Roberts' book, where do you think they should start to get the best intro to the character? It might be the first book. That sounds like a good start, but it might be maybe you have a jumping off point in book 15 or 14. We heard that yesterday. What kind of person would love that book? And someone already said they picked up Dark Visions do this chat. And then your best piece of writing advice. It could be what you've given already, or just what you want people to have at the end of this, and then where we can find you online, and then we'll say goodbye.
Okay, so there is no. You could Sarah Roberts. Every book is a standalone of itself. Really, every character, every villain, and so on, and everything she deals with is in, like, the Cartel book 15. It's called The Cartel. So you will then read a story about what happens with her in this cartel. By book 16, she's done with that and moved on to something else. So you could go to any book, but I recommend book 1, Dark Visions, because she's 18 years old in book 1. And as her life and story arc goes, she's 27 now in the current books, and a lot has happened, and you get to learn about her. And so if anyone asked me, I'd say Dark Visions. Definitely start at the beginning and see, because in the beginning she's also a little unsure of who she is, and she develops as she goes. Now she's a dominant woman who runs the show by book 22.
Yeah.
And so it's really fun to watch that arc. Second question was...
Well, hang on. LJ Kendall asks,
one
is
piece of
Dark
advice?
Visions out of print? She says she's trying to buy it, and it looks like it's out of print.
Yeah, that's Luke.
No,
Luke Kendall.
It's not out of print. That's a bit of a long story, but I can summarize quickly. When I sold the Sarah Roberts series, I sold it to a publishing house, but I maintained the rights to the ebooks. I didn't sell my ebooks. I only sold print rights. Now,
Smart man.
The ebooks were making me too much money to sell. I offered, if they wanted to buy them, they could, but I offered them at $10 million. They said no.
Yeah.
So I kept my ebooks because they were worth too much to me. So they bought print rights. Since they bought print rights, that company got picked up by Mad River Pictures in Hollywood for their IP, for their intellectual properties. Mad River Pictures is not a publisher. So the Sarah Roberts books in print have disappeared for now. I'm getting the rights reverted to me. I don't have all the details yet, but once the rights are reverted, print's coming back. But you can get all of my books in ebook. So that's why
an opportunity for collectors.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so best piece of advice and where we can find you.
Okay, best piece of advice, in my opinion, many people talk about tension, pace. We can talk until we are blue in the face. I don't like cliches, but we can talk all day and up and down the street about how to write. But I think that we all miss one most important thing, and that is emotion. Yeah. You must have emotion in your book, more than you need emotional stakes. Call that tension if you want, but you must have emotion on every page. The reason is, ask somebody, what's your favorite book? And they'll say, oh, this book and that book. For instance, I could say The Kite Runner from 2007.
Oh, wow.
It's one of my favorite books of that year.
That's an intense book.
Yeah, I can't remember the main character's name. I can remember the author, Khalid Hussein or something.
Khalid Hussein.
I remember some scenes, but what do I remember most? I remember how I felt about that book. People remember how they feel. Reading is an emotional journey. If you don't have emotion, your book is cardboard. You must have emotion. I put emotion on every page. I have 10 rules of writing that I've written for me that caused me to sell 2 million books. And in those 10 rules, my number one rule is emotion. You must have emotion on every page. And when you make your readers cry, they will love you forever.
Do you have anywhere that you can find those 10 rules, or they are just personal to you?
They're my personal 10.
Awesome.
I mean, I could pass them along I've passed them along a few times in conferences and to friends, but I have a book called How to Write a Novel that I've been cataloging my process, and it's 70-something thousand words now. One day I want to sell it. I want to publish it. But I have everything from emotion to fiction, basic rules, how to do pace, how to even how to write pace, not even just like lots of white space on the page. Like I have all these rules that I've been collecting for years.
We were just talking about that and hashing that out yesterday about how do you quantify pacing and how do you write that? We talked about word count and everything. Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you were willing to pass me along that 10 rules, and I can pass it along maybe to the people who've been listening to this thing, I would love it. No pressure if you can do that. But either way, where can we find you online?
Really everywhere. Facebook, just go to Facebook, look up Jonas Saul. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, and I'm on Instagram. I do post pictures of Greece. I'm not always posting about writing. I do like to be social on social media. But one place I've recently joined, and I'm having a great time with it, and and you may laugh at this, but I'm having a great time. TikTok.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
It's the quarantine. I don't know, but
Okay.
I am lip syncing and having fun and being silly on TikTok. So join me there. And Facebook is probably the best place to reach me because I'm predominantly there.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jonas. And now we're going to say goodbye to Jonas. Bye,
Thank
Jonas.
you.
I could talk to you for
Wonderful.
hours, as you know, and we'll sure talk on the interwebs. And we are going to bring in our next panel. Before we do, I just want to remind you, I'm going to put up this one. I'm not sure if Paul Levine will be in there. He might still be taking pitches. If not, he'll be back at 2:00. And we'll ask Paul or the producer who's on right now to please post both Paul Levine and our writing sprint coach James Yu. James Yu was definitely there, and he will be there till 4 when we end. And Paul may or may not be there, but he will be back at 3 if he is not there. So these two will go into the comments. In fact, I will. Give me a second, and I will put them in the comments myself. And now we are going to bring on the next panel.
Yay! I'm so excited.
To the second to last panel.
Oh, that makes me sad.
I know,
I'm just excited about the panel.
So I am going to put this quickly.
Derek
I'm going to bring
Murphy.
on Sherry.
Sherry Kent.
Desiree.
And there's Desiree Duffy. Yay. Hi, you guys.
And Derek. Now, I have to give a special shout out to Derek because it is 4 a.m., he told me, and he still is a trooper up here. So thank you so much, Derek.
This is like my afternoon anyway.
Nick just wanted to say hello before I will be the moderator of this panel.
Russell's going to do a great job with you guys, but I'm just sad that I don't get to hang out with you and talk with you. So I'm going to put you on the speaker and listen to everything that happens, but I got to go.
Nick, can you introduce them? I have to drop off for a second to do a thing, but just for 2 minutes, I will be right back, and then I will do the panel.
Sure. Okay. Well, we'll see you in a little bit there. So I feel like I know all three of you guys, even though Derek, you and I have never met, and as far as I know, unless we met at a conference or something, I do not think that you and I have spoken personally. Okay, yeah. Well, so Sherry Fink, Desiree Duffy, I've gotten to know you guys through the Greater Los Angeles Writers Society, and just other things as well. Sherry and I are booths when we're at Festival of Books, which is not happening this weekend, but this is happening this weekend. But for some reason, Sherry and I, our booths at the Festival of Books are usually right near each other, and so I'll stop over and say hi to you and Dave, and anyway, I really enjoy your work and the creativity that you bring to all of your children's books and things. And I'm a little surprised that your hair is not multicolored and exciting right now. So
well, no children here today, so I figured I should go incognito.
That's fine.
I'm back, Nick. Thank you so much.
Yay.
And now we're going to give Nick his hour break. He will be back at 2 to do our panel on
and you still need to talk
pitfalls.
about Desiree and Derek, because I haven't gotten to them. I was just talking about Sherry the whole time.
But I'm back now, so
I'll see you later.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. So Nick introduced Sherry. So let's go to Derek and then Desiree for introductions. Derek, you first.
Hi. So if you don't know me already, I run Creative Indie, and I mostly try to help creative people actually make money with their passion projects. It's a struggle for most creative people for legitimate reasons, but there's also a really easy way to run your artistic career as a business by bringing in certain elements that most artistic people are kind of trained against. So it's sometimes like I have to wait for artists or authors to fail enough before they're willing to listen to good business advice, because I usually come from it from a perspective of, I'm not going to do what other people tell me. I'm just going to do this because it makes my soul sing or whatever. So that's something I've been dealing with for a long time, mostly by providing tutorials, training, research, mostly for authors about nonfiction and more recently fiction stuff also.
That speaks to my soul because I feel the same way about my company. It's like, have you failed enough to hear real advice now? So that's great. Desiree, how about yourself? Oh, Desiree, I can't hear you, Desiree. I cannot hear you still, Desiree.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I don't know why. That button was giving me a hard time.
Awesome.
I had it on mute. I'm Desiree Duffy, and I'm the founder of Black Chateau. We're a full-service marketing and PR agency that caters to authors. I've also founded Books That Make You, which is a consumer-facing brand for people who love to read. I'm the host of the Books That Make You show that airs not only as a podcast, but on mystar95.com. I am also the head organizer and the licensee for TEDx Reseda Boulevard, which we had our inaugural event last year. And I don't know when we're going to do another one because of what's going on, but hopefully one day again soon. But in the meantime, I also now have labookfest.com. And we're going to be doing an online book festival, a little bit different than this writing conference, in just a couple of weeks. So that's
I can't wait.
me.
I'm going to be a guest on that one too. I can't wait.
You are.
So Derek, I think the conversation kind of naturally tips to you because you talk specifically about the elements that people need to start thinking of themselves as a business and get marketing right. So could you talk about that a little bit and what elements that somebody needs? And then obviously Sherry and Desiree, I would love if you filled in anything or added anything to that.
Yeah, the easiest and biggest one is just creating things for other people rather than for yourself. And a lot of authors want to just write the books that they want to write. They don't really think about plotting or organization or writing to market. They usually start from the position of, if I'm writing to market, then I'm selling out and I'm not doing what I love, which is not true. But the main thing, the way I like to think about it, is you're either trying to convince other people to read your book. You're either trying to educate them and teach them why they should care enough to read your book, or you're writing books that they want. And then there's no education necessary. They're searching for things already. You're just producing content that immediately has attractive benefit. So if you position and package it in the right way, you're putting out the stuff that they already want. You don't have to have a conversation with them and be like, this is why you should read my book. This is why you will enjoy my book, which you're never going to have that opportunity when you're selling online. Even if you're at a fair or something, you don't have the luxury to have one-on-one conversations with all of your readers. You need to figure out a way, even if you're not straight writing to market, which is a bigger topic, but you need to figure out a way to communicate that this book is something that those readers already want. And you can only do that if you do your research, if you know who your audience is, you know what they're searching for, what they like and dislike. You can go through the reviews of the bestsellers in your genre and just see like what is the audience hungry for and where are their needs not being met. You can usually find in the reviews like, I love this book except for this. If this book had these things, then it would be perfect. That's kind of a goldmine. You can, in a sense, reverse engineer good books with the disclaimer that it's not enough to write genre heavy books for a market. You also have to write really good books, conflict, suspense, intrigue. That's something a lot of authors, whether or not they're writing for market, they usually just don't do well enough to keep readers reading. A lot of people will quit reading the first couple chapters. And if you don't know why your readers are stopping, then you're never going to be able to it's not going to matter how good your ending is or your next book is, because if you can't get them to continue with you, that's the biggest flaw. But before you even get to that point, if they're not buying the book, if they don't click on your book cover because it doesn't look like something that they might enjoy, you've already lost them anyway.
Absolutely. Sherry, I was told by Nick that he didn't actually introduce you. He just gushed about your work. So I would love for you to add it because I think you have a a wonderful design for not just for the entire brand that you have going, but even going back from the little rose to know what you expect inside. So could you talk a little bit about how you accomplish that, how you reach out to like the specific readers that you know are going to like your book? But before we do that, please introduce yourself, because I did not know that you had not done that.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm Sherry Fink, and I write books primarily for children that inspire and delight and educate them while planting seeds of self-esteem and high achievement. I also write beyond my genre. I have written a romance novel, and I write personal development self-help books as well. I love what Derek was saying. I think that's such a smart way to write a book. I am totally opposite from that. I am a pantser. So I write the book that my heart wants to write, which might be a little different because of romance, and children's books are more heart-centric anyway. But for me, it's all about the emotional connection. I really enjoyed what Jonas said at the end of his talk just now about how the book has to have emotion. For me, the book, the marketing, everything has to have emotion. That's how I make the connections with my fans, whether they're 8 years old or 80 years old. The communication, the way that I address them, the way that we do our booth setups, the way that we do our email marketing, the way that we communicate on social media, it's all in alignment with, it's authentic to me and to my husband, Derek Taylor Kent, who co-owns our company together. And it creates, I always tell authors, like, for the social media post to work, you have to connect with the person, tell them why it matters, why they should care, and also inspire them to take that next action, whether it's to go and sign up for your email list, or to go and purchase your book on Amazon, or to download something on your website. Like, they have to have that connection in order to take the action, because we're all bombarded with messages all the time. And to Derek's point, if it's not relevant to them, if it doesn't feel like it solves a problem or advances and enhances their lives in some way, they're just not going to take the action. And then if it doesn't connect once they get it, they're not going to keep reading and then buy more. So yeah, it's really fascinating to hear everybody else's process.
Yeah, I got to push back on this a little bit, because while you're not doing a lot of research like Derek is suggesting, you deeply know the audience that you're writing for.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you are doing 100. I think last year you told me you did over 100 appearances at schools and everywhere. So like, you are deeply ingrained in the people who are looking to buy your book, which we can go back to Derek after we talk to Desiree and see if that's actually a thing, or see if he has something to add. But I think the goal is to know your audience well and have a good enough audience that they know what you're going to get, and then deliver that to them. And I don't know anybody that does that and is present for them as much as you do. So while it's a different process, it's still kind of the same end result.
Well, I'm really an 8-year-old girl. That helps a lot.
And then Derek, would you say that's accurate? Kind of what I was saying about what you're looking for?
Yeah, I don't want to take Desiree's turn away. I was only going to comment. I do the same kind of things with branding. I think branding is how your audience feels about you. So however you can create this shared sense of mystique, so that when they think of you, they're feeling something. But I would also say that's usually something I do in my author's note. In the beginning, if they don't know you at all, they don't care about you, it's your job to get them to care about you, but they don't want to know you. They don't want to get to know you until you've provided really good value. So if you can get them into the book that they love, then you have an opening. So at the end of my books, I like to have an author's note where I can kind of tell this story of, like, they've already read and liked the book. Now I have a little window of opportunity where I can try to steer the conversation back to me and try to connect, this is why I wrote the book, a little bit of personal story or anecdotes, to try to make them share those good feelings that I gave them, that they got from my fiction, and kind of convert into this guy and get to know me a little bit better. You do have to kind of work on that emotional relationship, because it is really valid that how they feel about you increases the action that they're going to take for you, whether it's downloading something for free or buying your next book or whatever. So it does, like, you have to nurture that relationship deliberately. but also the content's got to come first. Like they've got to like the book, or it doesn't really matter.
Absolutely. Okay, Desiree. So we're gonna do double time with you. We're gonna give you just like a huge chunk of time. And also, if you guys have questions about marketing, developing your pitch, there are no three people in the whole world that I would rather talk to about this that I personally know, or even that I don't know three people that do this better than these three people. So this is your chance. If you're having problems in marketing and a pitch, please ask your questions now. But Desiree, this is kind of your job, right? Your job in Black Chateau is to take people's books and get publicity and get people to care about them, right? Could you talk a little bit about the process of taking somebody's work, what you tell author, and the process you take an author through to like get them seen by the right people?
Sure. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit because I want to underscore what both Sherry and Derek have been saying, what everybody's been saying, because the audience is key. And that's one of the key things in marketing. So way, way back before I started this company, I was a marketer and I was a publicist. I worked in-house. And there's 4 Ps in marketing, and they apply to the book world as well. And your audience, your target audience is so important. And the other thing that's important too is the goals. We hear a lot of what's the goals? Do you want to walk the red carpet? Do you want to be a million? Do you want to make this a profession? Do you want to be hit $1 million? Those are great goals for some people. But I find that actually there are some people that don't have those goals. So I think that's the number one thing to do, because if somebody really wants to write a book for an audience of 1, and that's themselves, they can do that. And that sounds a little bit like I'm making a snide comment, but in a lot of cases, that's true. In the case of a gentleman who was in World War II, he wanted to write his memoir for his family and for his troop before he died. There are people who want to get their stories out there, their personal stories out there, because it's a legacy that they can pass on. In the case of nonfiction books, a lot of time it's a message that they need to get out there. There are some people that have a calling from above. So really think about who you are, your target audience is, and who you're writing for. And if making $1 million isn't your thing, that's okay. You shouldn't let people convince you otherwise. You should do your own thing. And then to circle back to what you were asking me, Russell, that process, that's kind of the first step, is figuring out the goal, because then we can create a plan. And on just a real basic level, one of the first things that we're going to do from a marketing and PR perspective, start getting some advanced reviews. And you can even do that before you start marketing and publicizing the book, whether it's beta readers, whether it's something like Kirkus reviews, something like that, because when you have that audience in mind and you give the book to them, and if you're not hitting those chords that you need to, you want to know that before the book comes out so you can go back and rewrite. And whether you're working with an editor or a book writing coach or whoever it is, it's really important to get the product. The product is one of those other P's in marketing. A lot of times when people come to me, they're like, look, I got this great book. Now I want you to do all the work and do the marketing and the publicity. And then I look at it, and if it's not that great of a book, if it's not that great of a product, there's only so much I can do. Just like if you were to go shoe shopping and you bought a pair of Nikes, and they were great Nikes, they were the best in the world. And then the next time you bought a pair, they were falling apart. Well, that's not a great product. So you got to have a good product in order to really have a good marketing plan.
So those are 2 of the P's. What are the other 2 P's?
Placement, the positioning of it, which a lot of people say equates to the branding of it, the price, and the packaging. And the packaging I equate to the book cover, because hello, we all know what a package looks like on a store shelf or how it appears online. The book cover is so important, and the price is important. I see so many authors, especially indie authors, or maybe they got hooked up with a small press and they're selling their paperback for $19.99. And then they wonder why it doesn't sell. So there's a lot of other factors that go into it, but those are the 4 main P's of marketing. And I think in promoting a book as well.
Ooh, you mentioned something that I actually want to bring up with Derek in that pitch, because the thing when I think about, I don't want to say that, the thing that I find you harping on a lot, in a good way, not harping, I don't have a better word for it though, Derek, is people's book covers not matching their genre. and opening up a book and not see and not delivering what the cover is inside of the book. And I would love for you to talk a little bit about crafting a book cover and crafting sort of the package that will work to win you fans or recognition or get people interested in your book.
I think harping is the right word, nagging. And it's frustrating because it's such an easy thing to do. Everybody knows the cover is really important, but nobody does it well because on the one hand, there's not a lot of good solutions for book cover design. There's a handful of really good designers who are cheap, but they're booked out like a year in advance. The really big companies stopped offering services. Like Amazon used to offer cover design services. They don't anymore. And if you're working with like a smaller press or vanity press, they're not going to give you a great cover anyway. So even just getting a decent cover, even though it's the most important thing, most authors somehow fall short. And then, like you said, the most important thing is actually matching what the book is. Although, disclaimer, it would be better to attract an audience than attract nobody. So even if you're between genres and you don't know who your audience is, and you're like, I'm going to put all this stuff in there and make it unique and fresh and interesting, but nobody knows what it is, you have to align yourself with the biggest potential market by using all the cover design tropes so that it fits in with that genre, because it's better to attract some people, even if your book is a little off genre, than to not attract anybody. And as much as it's important to have really good, high quality professional design, it's more important to communicate the genre or the topic of the book. I've seen a lot of, it's weird and kind of frustrating because there's a lot of new designers who are cheap and they're good enough at genre, but they're not really great at design. So a lot of really famous indie authors who sell really, really well are using covers that aren't actually great design, but they really hit the genre well. So it doesn't actually matter that maybe they're not, as professional as I would like them, but readers are used to seeing covers like that. So they know what that book is and what the genre is. And they don't really probably notice to the same extent that I would, the font's a little misaligned or the drop shadow or the bevel is too heavy or whatever. As long as it communicates really clearly what the genre is, then it's doing the right thing. If it communicates to the readers that this is what they like to read enough that they click on it to read the blurb, then maybe you sell the copy with the blurb. Although, if you can get one of those covers that's just mind-blowingly, we call it a one-click cover where it's just so pretty, you don't care what the book is about, you don't even have to read the blurb, you don't even know the author, you just buy it because the cover is that good, that can be a huge advantage. It doesn't necessarily mean everything, because I know a lot of really great covers that don't sell any books, because if you're not getting the visibility, or if you don't have the book reviews, or you're not getting, there's not enough conversion for whatever reason, then a pretty cover isn't enough, but it can really help to a ridiculous degree. So it's kind of frustrating that it's such an easy problem. It should be such an easy problem to solve, because it's just, you buy a cover, or you learn why yours is failing, or you learn how to make a good one. And a lot of authors don't consider it, or they give up too early, or they made it themselves and they love it, so they're not willing to change or do anything else. There's a lot of kind of reasons where things can break down. But besides the reviews and the blurb, the cover is kind of the whole ball game. So whenever someone's not selling, or they're interested in marketing or promotion, like Desiree was saying, a lot of people come to me and they want help, and I just can't do anything for them. Either there's no audience, or they don't know their audience, or there's just no value of the book, because it might be great writing, it might be a beautiful story, but there's not an audience who's hungry for it. So there's no way to package and position it in a way that attracts that audience.
So I have to follow up to that. What do you say to the person that says, well, every book in the genre looks like that, I want to do something different because everything is happening is boring?
Yeah, that's just bad marketing. I understand where that opinion comes from, but that's not the way sales or branding or marketing or anything works, like reader behavior. It just doesn't. If you have and you'll notice this with traditional publishers, a lot of authors will say, well, this guy's famous traditional publisher used a symbol, so I can do it too, even though, people like me will say that characters always sell better on covers. Traditional publishers with a huge following don't have to make their cover sell books for them. They can do whatever they want on the cover because people will buy the book based on the author name, or it's designed for bookstore sales, which is different anyway than, that tiny thumbnail that shows up on Amazon. You're just like it's a common strain that I hear a lot of authors saying, where they want to be new and different and unique and stand out. They hate the way that all the covers look the same on Amazon. What usually happens is they will stick to their guns and use the cover they liked for a while until they're tired of not selling any books. And then finally they give up and they use a genre heavy cover, and suddenly it's so much easier and people are buying their books. They can advertise profitably, and they're like, I wish I had done this, at the beginning, because it would have made a much stronger launch.
Absolutely. Sherry, you always have very strong covers and presentation and packaging. Could you talk a little bit about your packaging and sort of putting the product together and how you think about that when you're designing one of your books?
Sure. Well, for me, regardless of what genre I'm writing for, I really want the book to be high quality. For a children's book, that's primarily the text and the illustrations. It's also the physical experience, the tactile experience that a child and or a family member, a teacher gets when they're reading that book together. So I want the paper to be very high quality. I want the spine to be very, very strong, so it can withstand, the constant usage by a child. There's all of those dimensions. And then, I have a series, so it's easier. Like, I have an example real quick. So you can see, like, I have a style. And now that I have a series, it's easier to continue the series because we know what it looks like. And then when I do spin-off books, they have a similar look. So you can tell that they're related to the family, but they use the information's organized differently. So for me, it's really important that people can tell that these books lived in the same family, so that if you like one, you might like the other. The one regret I have from the very beginning is when I published my first book, The Little Rose, my name is so tiny on the cover, and I didn't even think about it. But now it's glaring to me, and we've already set the template. So so it's just going to be really small for a while, for that series at least. But then when I released my romance, I've had the opportunity to do a larger treatment with my name. So, there's a lot of things that go into it. I think I get a vision for the character first, and then the illustrator develops the character first. Then once we've signed off on that, then we do thumbnails of the rest of the book, and then develop the colors and everything that goes along with that. But I think the quality of the product is the most important thing. And then after that would be the connection that it makes that you make as the author, and that the book makes with the readers.
Awesome. Okay, so Ava Bozum asks a question, and I'm going to ask it to the whole group. What is the best way to differentiate your product then, if you're trying to make it fit and be marketable in a genre, but also stand out on its own?
Can I start?
You, Desiree, or you, Derek?
Oh.
Yeah. Derek's the one that I always think of when I talk about that. But please, Desiree or Derek or Sherry, take it away.
Go ahead, Derek, and then I do have something to say. We'll see if we're on the same wavelength.
Okay, I was going to talk about the blurb, because I get this a lot when I'm critiquing somebody else's book that's not selling well. You do want to you want to use all the keywords. You want to be really clear about what the book is and who it's for. So this is a genre, young adult science fiction, dystopian, alien romance, whatever. Be really clear with the keywords so people know exactly what it is, what other books it's similar to, for readers who like these other authors. But then the danger is I'll often see something that's formulaic. So it has all the right stuff, but it sounds like it could be any other young adult sci-fi book. Or like with epic fantasy, this is really common. There's a ancient darkness and a new hero rising, but it's all the stuff that you would find in a fantasy book, but it's none of the particular details that make this book new and different and interesting. So you have to be thinking of how is this the same but different? How is this going to satisfy all the people who like that genre? Because it has all of those big main elements they come to expect, but also what's my unique selling point? How is my story or setting or character different from anything else that they've, and there's usually like one little thing, like one hook, where it's maybe her magic power or something about the history or the world, but there's one really gripping core conflict that's different in your story than something they could read anywhere else. That kind of has to be in the blurb. And then also anything you can do with pictures, because people won't remember any of the words. They'll only remember the pictures you put in their heads. So if you need to be, even though the blurb, there's not very much space, you have to be a little bit descriptive with, the characters or the world or something, so that they can see something in their heads that is charged with emotional conflict. Otherwise, they'll kind of skim through it. It'll just sound like any other, easily forgettable, any other book in the genre. There's not going to be anything for them to latch onto and remember or incite curiosity or intrigue.
Awesome. So what it sounds like I'm hearing, and I'd love for you to expound on it, Desiree, I promise, is you're using the cover to get people to see that this is the right genre of thing it falls into. And then the blurb or the pitch is how you're differentiating it from everything else. Was that kind of what you're saying, Derek?
Yep.
Desiree, thoughts?
I'll underscore that because I do feel that if you're going to break the rules of a genre or stand out or find that, and I love doing that, having that je ne sais quoi that makes you pop. How are you a purple cow? And by the way, if anybody really wants a quick read about marketing and standing out, read the book Purple Cow, because that's what it is. In a field of cows, that one purple cow is going to stand out. So I agree with Derek, because within a genre, you don't want to be trite. You don't want to be rote. You don't want to be formulaic. But at the same time, you don't want to be so different that your vampire book just doesn't look right in the sea of other vampire books. So I think it's a balancing act in order to do that. But I would have to agree to look for the one thing that makes your book different and accentuate that, but also know the rules of your genre. And if you don't know the rules, or if you're unsure, that's where you might want to bring in somebody who's an expert on branding, marketing, publishing, and at least get some other opinions to help you along the way.
Awesome. And I wish I could say that I merged this perfectly to go into the next section, which is actually developing the pitch for your story. So I'm going to say that I did. This is a perfect segue into everything I've been planning all along, which is to talk about how you actually develop the pitch. And now we've got a couple of questions about pitching specifically to agents, which is kind of outside of the realm of what we're talking about, but it's also not outside the realm of what we're talking about, because we're talking about developing the pitch for your book so that it is enticing to the person that you want to read it. And Sherry, you're so good at this. Can you talk a little bit about how you develop the pitch, how early in the process you're thinking about the pitch, and how you develop that so that it connects with readers?
I'd say the pitch, it starts before I even start the writing, but sometimes I don't know exactly what the transformation is going to be. For those of you who don't know, my books are social emotional learning books that help kids with their self-esteem. So each one has a special thing that the child discovers about themselves as they're seeing themselves through the eyes of the character and interacting with the world. So like anti-bullying or looking for the good in change, that kind of message. For the little unicorn, for example, my pitch, if you want to call it that, is that the little unicorn loses her sparkle and she goes on a journey far away to find it, only to discover it where she least expects. Now she discovers that it's always inside of her, and the way that she sees herself in the world affects the entire world through her own eyes, right? So that's the pitch for it. And that alone with the cover is enough for parents to say, yes, we need this book. because they want their kids to develop inner confidence. They don't want them looking to the outside world for validation and likes. They want them to have a strong sense of self within themselves. So so that made sense for that one. And I think it's important to keep it succinct. But again, like for me, I have to have an emotional connection. Even just looking at a cover, if I don't have some kind of emotion, like fire off, I won't even pick up that book. I just have so much to do with my time. I will not read a book if it doesn't pull me in some way, or if I have emotional connection to the author. If I love the author and something they've written before, or I know the person outside of, the reading, I will look at the book. I will read it. But it's all about the connection that the pitch makes, that the cover makes, that you as the author makes.
Absolutely. Derek, I would love to hear what you have to say about developing your pitch, your blurb, and getting it ready for anyone, and how early that you should be thinking about that.
Before you write the book, ideally, but if you've already written the book, nobody else is going to support your vision for your book unless it could be profitable for them. So when you talk about pitching an agent or a publisher, you're asking buy-in or investment because, like, based on the promise of future book sales, what they're going to be looking for is maybe relevancy. If there's anything, this is a hot topic. This is something. There's other really popular books that did really well recently. They're going to look for similar titles. They're going to look for your platform size. Not entirely, but they're going to want, like, if you have put some effort into your blog or your email list, or at least who your audience is and you've been trying to build a relationship with them, it just shows that you kind of give a shit. A lot of authors, they've got nothing. They have a book that isn't relevant, doesn't have an audience because they think this is different and new. It's going to sell 1 million copies because the world needs this book because there's nothing else out there. That's a really bad pitch because if there's nothing else out there, there's been no market establishment. There's no proof that anybody else wants to buy this book, and they're not going to take a financial risk on supporting your project unless there are some good indicators that it could sell well. So you have to kind of do your research at least and know that there's a market and know who are buying these books and how you're going to reach those people.
Absolutely. All right, Desiree, I know you've got a lot to say about developing the pitch and getting it ready for other people. So please lay it on us.
My philosophy is integrated, and I believe it all boils down to your brand, the essence of who you are. So figuring out, yes, your pitch, your elevator pitch, your blurb, your log line, whatever you want to call it, fix that, fiddle with it, play with it, figure it out. You can do it. And once you have that, think of your sound bites. I'm looking at things now a little bit from the PR point of view, because when I'm pitching you to be on a show, for somebody to want to talk to you on the air, I need to grab their attention in much the same way you'd want to grab the attention of an agent or a reader or all of these other types of people. So for me, all of that boils down to your branding and figuring out what your talking points are. What's the message of the book? What are the benefits? What are the features? These are a lot of marketing concepts again. Even just writing down notes of what they are. What's my message? What's my brand promise? In other words, what is this book going to do for you, the reader? Think of that log line. When a girl meets a boy and a thing happens and then they do this, put that all together. Because then once you have that nice and neatly put together, then when you need to take that message and pitch that agent, it's all there. You might have to rework it for the agent because an agent wants a query written in a certain way and that's their thing. A media person, a producer is going to want things in bullet points and very snappy. If you're on a show and you're talking about something, the public, somebody who's potentially going to read your book, they want to hear what's in it for them, much like Sherry was saying before. So that's the way I look at it, is start there. And then if you can imagine that branding, your branding messages kind of branching out like tendrils, because you can use it in all of these different places. And that satisfies all of those different things that you might need it for.
So how do you know if your pitch is working? For me, I like just taking it out to conventions and places and testing it out like months before the book comes out and trying to figure out which ones are working and which ones aren't working. But how do you guys go about figuring out like if the pitch is working for what you need?
I'm the same. We do a ton of events where we sell directly to parents, teachers, and grandparents for the kids. And my husband and I have 24 titles between the two of us now. So we have gotten to the point where we have to have everything really, really short and snappy to identify the right book for your child when you come to our table. So we constantly test new ways of presenting the books. And you can tell, like if someone lights up, that works. Like if they get it, or if they look a little confused, then you're like, okay, I need to refine that a little bit. And so we've honed it and honed it and honed it over all of these events. And I continue to test new things. But that's the best way is, does it result in the person understanding what this book is about? And then do they purchase it? And if it doesn't work that way, they may not be the right person for it. But if 100 people are not the right person for it, then you need to refine your pitch.
Yeah, so I feel like me and Sherry are on one side of this, and then Desiree and Derek are on another side. Because Derek, I know, rarely is talking to his customers face to face, and Desiree is not even is talking to a place that will then let somebody access an author, and then that author will then have access to that person's audience. So how do you go about it, Derek, when you're not even able to see the person that you're talking to?
First, you said something really smart a couple years ago at a writing conference, which was instead of like just giving your whole pitch and boring people to tears, you give the most sexy like sentence first and get them to lean forward and want to hear the next bit. So if you can structure your pitch that way in like little bite-sized piece by piece, pulling them in, that's a really good way to structure it, even if you're thinking about writing it. In regards to testing it, it's actually not that hard because I like knowing my numbers. So if I'm advertising directly on AMS ads for one of my books on Kindle, if people aren't clicking on my ads, then my cover probably isn't good enough, or the wrong people are like, if nobody's clicking, then it's not attractive enough, even if you have a really good hook. And you can't really tell, but if you have like 10 different hooks in your ads, you can tell which hook is the best out of the group. But if they're not clicking, it's probably your cover. But assuming that they are clicking, if they aren't buying, then it's a problem with your blurb. So you can figure out, I got 100 clicks and 5 purchases. I have a 5% conversion rate. What happens if I rewrite the tagline on the top of my blurb? What happens if I add more keywords? You can be testing all the time, even on a relatively small budget, just to see, like with advertising, you can either break even and then you can scale, or you're losing money and then you're never going to be able to reach more people. So the goal, I think, of marketing is really just, getting your package, your main offer, to a point where you can earn money for less than you're spending on whatever kinds of promotion or visibility. Once you can, it's not easy to achieve, but it can be done only through testing and looking at the numbers. And if you're not testing, you're probably not going to be able to get to that point.
And one of the nice things I know I run a lot of Facebook ads, and one of the nice things about it is I could write 10 different pieces of copy, and I can write 10 different pitches, change little things, change big things, and like whichever one they're clicking through more, that's the direction that I head just by testing without ever talking to anybody. Desiree, how about you? How do you go about developing a pitch when you're pitching a lot to middlemen who are then letting people access your people?
Sure. Well, let me talk a little bit about events, because we do events too with our authors. Plus, I have written a book and I've pitched my own book at events. So I just want to add my little trick is, again, I want to make it about you. So the first thing that I ask somebody who walks up to the booth is, what do you like to read? I found that works 90% of the time. And then depending upon where their answer lies, I can direct them to a book that falls within that genre. And if it's just me as an author, and I've got this horror thriller out there that I'm pitching, I'm still looking for the types of things that they might say. In Sherry's example, a parent might say, well, my kid likes, books about animals. Well, Now she's pitching the little unicorn. Or my kid, he really needs to learn about friendship. So she can take that and direct it where she needs to go. So that's my little trick for doing events like that. When it comes to that middle person, I'm speaking so much more frankly with a producer or a host. It's literally like, hey, they're going to talk about oil and Africa, and you got to get them on their show because they have this, that, and everything else. It's really, it goes back again. It's just really important to have those talking points already figured out so that whether you're working with a publicist or you're doing it yourself, you're just snappy and you're there and you're giving them exactly what they need. They don't have time to read a big, long bio. They're going to read a short bio. They don't have time to read a big, long synopsis or anything. They want bullet points. So one of the most effective ways I found to pitch is a short bio as to why it's relevant for the topic. And we just did this. I took many of my authors and looked for a spin, for a pitch that had to do with COVID-19. And you might ask, how could you do that, especially with some of the fiction authors? Well, in one situation, one of our fiction authors is actually a geneticist and a scientist. So she was actually able to talk about COVID-19 as well as then do that pivot where she brought in elements of her book. So when you're pitching to the media or pitching to the public, another key element in doing that is bringing in a topic or something that's going on in the world or something that their show or the host might be interested in doing, and doing your research first so that your pitch, what you're saying, matches. And again, you might have to take those talking points, those bullet points, everything, and cater it to them so it resonates with them.
Yeah, I like how you're talking about basically catering it to the audience. And one great way to cater it to an agent or a publisher is you can actually have access to the books that they put out. A publisher actually has access. You have access on Amazon to every blurb that publisher has pretty much ever written about every book. And it's a pretty good idea of like the kinds of stuff that resonate with them, because most publishers have some sort of vision. And most agents, if you look up agent publishers marketplace, or even something, I know we talked about Query Tracker and other places, but somewhere where like an agent, then you can go to their website and see their client list, you will kind of also see the kind of thing they specialize in. And often, because we are humans, we tend to gravitate towards similar themes and things in work. So we do have a question from Chandra Lorraine. So who do you hone the hook for with middle grade fiction or younger fiction, when you know your target audience is both the adults and the kids that are buying the book? It seems like it's going to be two different hooks for the same book. And I think it makes sense to go to Sherry here, as you have a lot of experience with this.
Well, you know what? That's a really good insight, Chandra. It is two different hooks. So when the kids come over to the table, we might say, do you like unicorns? Do you like monsters? Like, have you read, and sometimes we'll say, have you read the Scary School series? Because that's what Derek's most famous for. And if they say no, we say, well, it's a school where regular kids go to school with monster kids for the first time. And then we start, having fun with them about that. If it's the parent, we say, oh, is your school an AR school? Well, we have books that are 6 AR points each. Let's show you. Let me show you. Or how sometimes we'll say, who are you shopping for today? If the parent comes without the child. And that helps us immediately distinguish a baby book from a middle grade book from a 13 and up book. And so once we've honed that down, then we can, like Desiree was saying, make it relevant to them. So we're not showing them all 24 titles and overwhelming them. We're just like, oh, do you like unicorns? Boom, the unicorn book. If they say, I don't know, she's having trouble with bullies, then I say, oh, the Little Rose is perfect for that. So it's just a matter of, it's not like a script. It's a thing that you iterate as you go, and you talk like a human being, not like a robot. Like, you have a general idea of what you're going to say, but then it's personalized for each person and their needs.
Absolutely. It sounds like it's also really important to know the message and the hook of all of the books and all of the things that you're doing.
Yes. And anybody who works at our booth also has to have some awareness, because that's the most frustrating thing, is that if you waited in line and then you finally get to a person and they don't know any of those things. So we try not to waste people's time. And one thing I wanted to add is we try to make the experience extra special. So if you see us at events, like I'm always colorful, I have colorful hair, sometimes I'm in costume if it's a Comic-Con, because that's what I was doing before I was appearing there as an author. I was dressing up in costume. We try to make it special. We'll give out a mini poster, we'll sign it, we'll personalize it with the kid's name, we'll put a special message. My husband, Derek, will actually draw pictures in it for them. Depending on the book, it's a different type of picture. And the kids get excited about that because that's a once in a lifetime opportunity that you're not going to get, like if you order the book online, for example. So I think anything that you can do to personalize it and make it a special experience, no matter what your genre is, the more likely it is to connect with the person and the more likely they are to buy the book.
Awesome. Okay, so quickly, we're running at the end of our hour. I can't believe it already,
Wow.
but I do want to finish this look because both Derek, who has a lot of experience with selling online with books, and there are a lot of things about about selling to younger people. On a lot of problems with that and a lot of things you have to watch out for. I'd love to get your hook on that. And Desiree, who you talk to when you're pitching these young people that write younger books. So let's start with Derek and with Desiree, and then we'll finish up.
I agree with Sherry. I think basically what I heard was for the kids, you focus on the story. You tell them what the content of the book is about because they're the ones who are going to read it and enjoy it. They have to want it or else it doesn't matter what you might tell the parents. For the parents, they're going to want to know about the content. So they want to know, like, is this safe? Is this a thematic? How will it, like, beyond the story? What else are they going to get out of it? So, like, with your Amazon description, I would focus on the content first, the story first, always. But then at the bottom somewhere, I would also be really clear about, like, this is a clean middle grade, for kids 13 to 16 who are having troubles with bully issues. That's where I'd put in like the notes to the parents who might be screening the book first to see whether or not it's for them. It can't just be about the story. I want to make sure I tell parents that it's okay for their kids also.
Awesome. How
Good
about
point.
you, Desiree?
Yeah, it really depends upon the platform and in what regards we're selling it. So, for example, NetGalley, we post on NetGalley as many publishers do. We're not a publisher, but that's where you get a lot of advanced reviews. The nice thing about NetGalley as it pertains to kids' books, middle grade, etc., is there are a lot of educators on there. There are a lot of librarians. So even thinking about what's the copy, very much like what Derek was just saying for Amazon, it even holds more true for a platform like that, where we really are only talking to the librarians, the teachers. That's the core audience there, because the kids aren't on NetGalley. Parents really probably aren't on NetGalley. So that's like the first line of defense. Once they get the message and they start ordering that, they obviously read the book and leave a review, but then that should encourage them to order the book. So that gets the book into the librarians. The message switches a little bit when it comes to maybe the Amazon description or the back cover or any of the information, because then you're starting to market it towards the actual child and or the parent who has to decide, well, should we purchase this book? Or, the child at the library, are they going to pick that book over another one?
Awesome. Okay, so so quickly, let's see if we can do this. Very, very quickly, how much of a warning should you include in a blurb or description when your book includes a dark topic that might trigger some people? 2 sentences max. Sherry.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Derek, anything to say about that?
Like that in our book, so.
I don't like the word trigger warning. I don't put those in my blurbs. I just think be clear about whatever you have that might be sensitive to some readers. Just put that in the blurb somewhere. This is a dark, gritty fantasy with adult content, and there are some words that Amazon doesn't like, so you'd want to even be careful putting the words in your blurb because Amazon might suppress the visibility a little bit, but you can still insinuate, the topics, and the people who are triggered by those things are going to recognize what you're talking about.
Awesome. Desiree, anything to add?
Just really be forthright about it, because the last thing you want is somebody reading your book, hating it, and leaving a bad review just because they felt like they were duped into reading something and it had something in there they were sensitive to.
Awesome. Wonderful. So, last thing, well, three little pieces at the end. I'm going to give each of you a chance to tell people they have one chance to pick up your books. Which one do they pick up, and why? Two, your best piece of advice that you have been given, that you have been given, or that you give, or that you wish you knew at the beginning. It can be anything you want, but just like the tidbit that you want people to leave this conversation with, and then where we can find you, and then we'll say goodbye. And I've been doing the same round robin, so let's do the Sherry, Derek, and then Desiree.
Okay. If you're shopping for kids, I would suggest The Little Unicorn because it is my most popular title. Let's see. What was the second thing? Advice. Everything is possible. Don't let anyone rain on your parade. Listen to it, wisdom, and follow the path of people who've been there before you, who are happy and successful doing what you want to do. If they're not both happy and successful, please don't take their advice. Because I don't know about you, but I only want to get to the top of a mountain that I'm happy and successful later that I climbed. And then you can find me online at sherryfink.com, whimsicalworldbooks.com, and on Twitter and Instagram at Sherry_Fink, and on Facebook at Sherry Fink Fan.
Awesome. And Sherry, also, I hope you still do this. You also help children's book authors like build and manage their platform too. Not manage, but build their platform and write their books, correct?
I do. I mentor other authors, not just children's authors actually, but people who want to write, publish, and market their books to build a business that they love and really feel amazing about.
Awesome. And so, Derek, how about yourself?
I have a book that's called Book Marketing is Dead on Amazon, which is free, and it's kind of a good starting point just to stop doing the scammy stuff. My best book, I haven't written yet, but it'll be about writing and craft. So my point of advice is to focus on the story, because when you talk about writing to market, people get, too involved with the genre and the tropes and everything. But the truth is, if your book isn't good, if the story isn't good, if people get bored, there's not enough conflict, they don't care about the characters. And this is really basic craft stuff, like beginners writers 101. A lot of writers, they don't look for advice before they write the book. They just want to kind of self-express. And so they end up with something that just doesn't pull readers in. And that stuff can be fixed with a little bit of guidance. Even after the book is written, you can go back and edit some things. So I'm working on a book which is going to try to help authors with that stuff. I'm really excited about. You can follow me on creativeindie.com, and I'll let you know when it's available.
Awesome. Yeah. And you have a ton of resources over at Creative Indie. I know I have written a blog post or two for you guys as well. You have a very good Facebook group about guerrilla publishing that I am a part of, and also one, I forget the name of it. It's Young Authors Alliance if you write young authors books. So Desiree, last for you.
As far as books, I'm going to recommend in a couple of days. Actually, you should go there now. labookfest.com. You can sign up for the newsletter. The website's going to go live in a few days, and there's going to be a book section. For example, Russell's book, Katrina Hates the Dead, is going to be one of the ones on there, as well as many books from our authors and other participating authors. So if I'm going to plug books, I'm going to plug them that way. So check that out. As far as the best piece of advice I can give you, before you get to me, before you get to the marketing and PR, bring me a good book. And that usually means hiring an editor, having somebody professionally look at, whether it's a book coach or, somebody like Sherry or Derek or an editor, a content edit. Don't skip the content edit. Oh God, don't do that. Please don't do that. Because if you really have aspirations for it to be a great seller and that you want to live this author lifestyle, we need to start with a good product. And then as far as finding me online, please come to blackchateauenterprises.com. You can find all of our information there, as well as booksthatmakeyou.com.
Yes, and I was just on your podcast a week or two ago, maybe this past week. It may be still the newest episode right now, for all I remember.
We just posted it on YouTube, actually, last night. So it came out on the radio station, mystar95.com. The podcast page went up, I think, last week. And then just last night, we got the YouTube version of it up.
Wonderful. So I am going to now bring on Nick. Hi, Nick. You're still muted. He's coming. It's good to get it out. It's good to get it out now. We still can't hear you.
Sorry,
There you go.
I was muted because I didn't want you guys to hear all the rustling of papers and stuff like that that's going on in the background over here.
All right, wonderful, Nick. So I just wanted to say goodbye to all of our wonderful guests and thank them.
I've been listening to this whole episode on my phone while I was doing other things, and I really appreciate all you guys and all your wisdom and everything that you've shared with our audience today. You guys are just awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Take care, Derek.
Bye. And then Derek. Bye. Okay. So right now we have one of my closest friends in books and otherwise, someone I con together all the time with, and one of the absolute best people that I go to for advice, and Neo Edmond and Whitney Davis, a wonderful literary agent and a producer out of Dallas. Who works with all sorts of writers and such. And right now we also have an agent query with Paul Levine and writing sprints with James Yu, which are up here. I will put that, or I will ask the Eli to put it in all of the comments. And then I am going to pull this down.
And by the way, before we bring them on, let me just say that if you were watching our stream earlier, if you saw or if you went to the breakout session for Pam Burleson, she had a bunch of people in her session, and she said it went really well. And Beta Books has decided to offer all of our listeners a 50% off coupon code. So I asked producer Eli to drop that into the comment streams. So because you are here listening to our broadcast, Beta Books is going to give you 50% off their service. So don't use the code until you're ready to use the beta readers, though, because the code gives you the first 2 months at 50% off. It's a reasonable price anyway, but I just wanted everybody to know that. So check the comment streams.
So you ready to bring on Neo and Whitney?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Hi, Neo.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
How you
hi,
doing?
Whitney.
Hi, Whitney.
Hey, Whitney. Good to see you again.
Wonderful. So I just wanted to say hi. I am going to now become the producer as you guys talk about the pitfalls of publishing. But it was wonderful to see you, and I'll talk to you in about 50 minutes. Nick, enjoy.
Thanks,
Bye,
Russell.
Nick.
Hey, I'm so glad to be hanging out with you guys. It feels kind of weird having this 3-person situation, but if we could get Whitney up here in the corner where Edmund is, then I think we would have a little more space. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, I am so glad to see you guys. Whitney, good to see you again. We know each other from seeing each other at conferences and things, and the Greater Los Angeles Writers Society and things like that. Neo, I'm a fan of your work because I follow Russell. I hear him talking about the things that you guys are doing together and the things that you've done, but I don't know you personally, and we've actually never met. And of course, a lot of people in our audience have never met you either. So will you just introduce yourself first and tell us who you are and the things that you do and why you're so fascinating?
Why I'm so fascinating. That's a very nice way to put it. Hi. Hello to you first. I've been around in Hollywood for a long time as a writer, and I used to be an actor. I write a lot of books now. I sort of started with my Red Riding Alpha Hunter series, which was a series actually published on my own. And then that led me to other places where I've written books for Discovery Channel and Animal Planet and Shark Week stuff. I worked with Penguin Random House on some Power Ranger books for the young readers audience. I think they're up on the shelf behind me. 2 of them. And then right now I'm writing some stuff right now with Storm King, which is John Carpenter and Sandy King's company. So I'm doing a comic series called Gurnstown Terror Tales that is going to come out. Well, we'll see, because comic publishing is sort of in a weird place right now with Diamond shut down. But it's all bouncing back. Everything's working out. So I'm kind of glad that that title wasn't going to come out this year, because
Yeah.
At first I was like, oh, wow, I really want it out this year. And now I'm like, ooh, we sort of got lucky on that. So, and then I'm doing another story for John Carpenter's Tales for Halloween Night, and just so many other things. I've written in animation, and I'm sort of all over the place.
So do you have any properties that are available online, since, Diamond is shut down and distribution channels are sketchy?
My novels, all of the everything I've written, that's in print can be, of course, found on Amazon or through my website, neoedmond.com. My Red Riding Alpha Huntress novels are on there. Power Ranger novels are on there. All the graphic novels I've ever written are on there.
Are those on Kindle exclusively, or are they on, Smashwords and stuff like that too?
My Red Riding novels right now are on Amazon exclusively right now. There's a reason for that I won't get into, but yeah. And then all the other stuff is, contingent on the publishers. So
okay.
Yeah, because those are printed with mainstream publishers.
Yeah, I'm just curious because it seems like people who have a lot of ebooks in their catalog seem to be doing a little bit better, but so much that I think I understand is anecdotal. It's hard to know. We're going to have hard numbers like a couple months after everything.
Right.
So how about you, Whitney? Tell us a little bit about yourself. I want you to introduce yourself, not me, because I'll probably get things wrong.
Oh, you're fine. First of all, can you guys hear me okay?
If you could turn up your volume just a little bit, that would be great. But you are clear. You're coming through clearly, just a little quiet.
Okay, I'm on my phone. I'm in the middle of a move and did not get my computer set up fast enough. So hopefully you guys can hear me. Is this better?
It's fine. We can work with it. Okay, I'll just tell other people to turn up their volume. I can hear you fine.
Okay, I have it as loud as it will go.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good.
My name is Whitney Davis. I split my time between Dallas and Los Angeles. I have worked with screenwriters and literary novelists. And I kind of just do a lot of different things. On the screenwriting side, I'm a manager. So I represent screenwriters, helping them get into the rooms with development executives and studio producers and all that. And then on the writing side, I'm actually not an agent, but I do a lot of consulting work, helping people get ready to query and just kind of connecting them to agents, mostly on the East Coast. So that's kind of what I've been doing. I've been doing it a long time now. So I think almost 10 years.
Yeah, you were a veteran when we met 4 years ago.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Anyway, It's great to see you again.
Yes,
I'm so glad to have both of you guys on here because, this is our last, panel of the day. I mean, after this, we're going to talk to Jody Lynn Nye. She's our last. I know, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe I've got Jody Lynn Nye.
Jody's awesome.
See, well. So you may know her personally. I only know her because I love her work. So I feel like the fanboy that gets to interview Jody Lynn Nye, but that's all right.
I'm a fanboy that I get to know her and be a friend with her. So
there you go. Excellent. I'm glad. That's encouraging. So you guys, I wanted you guys to come on and talk to us about the pitfalls of publishing, because we've spent all day today talking about how to do it right. And of course, in doing that, we have talked about some of the pitfalls, but they've kind of come up piecemeal. And I think the two of you have two different and very helpful perspectives about how people most frequently do it wrong. And because we don't want to be that guy who walks in and does the same thing wrong that everybody else has done wrong. Like earlier today, we talked about submitting and publishing, and I asked an acquisitions editor and two basically acquisitions editors, what percentage of the manuscripts were submitted to them that actually followed the guidelines that were clearly published right above the submit button. And they said 95% of their submissions are wrong, or just didn't even look at the submission guidelines. So if all a person does is read the submission guidelines, you'll be ahead of 95% of the stuff that those submission editors get. But on the other hand, that doesn't necessarily mean that you've done everything right. And there are plenty of pitfalls. So I just wanted to ask you guys, and by the way, I have some opinions on this myself as a writing coach, but I want to hear from you guys. I know what I know. I want to hear what you know. What do you think? I just throw it out there. What is the number one pitfall of publishing these? Or what great mistake is most common among aspiring authors right now? Go ahead, Neo, since we just lost. We'll bring her back on. Yeah, we'll bring her back on as soon as we can.
I think, your example right there of not following the submission guidelines. I had a brief stint of being a Hollywood development executive person, and I read a lot of scripts, and we received mountains of scripts from aspiring people, and there's so many just basic mistakes, formatting issues, all sorts of things. The way they would write their cover letter, all sorts of things, and that became the way to thin the herd. Basically, was we would just first dig through stuff and see who even cared enough to get it right, to get those finite things right. And I know that's the same with, people receiving literary submissions. If someone can't even do the basic formatting or, write a decent cover letter or, present their stuff in a good way, then it's like, well, that person maybe isn't quite ready to be here yet. So those end up getting shuffled off to the side or
and how horrible is it for the person who has all these aspirations and they've worked so hard on their project and they submit it to you, and because they weren't paying attention, your first thought is, this is clearly not ready. And you haven't even really spent much time thinking about the script, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, and it's the same, with a book manuscript. I mean, if you have literally a mountain, I remember my first day in development when I walked in and saw this mountain of scripts like piled in a room. And it was just like, oh my gosh, and I used to submit scripts, in the same way. And I thought, is that where my stuff is going, And so that was a really sobering moment. And then, when I started getting sort of put in charge of dealing with a lot of that, because, low man on the totem pole gets that job, you really start to realize like how those mistakes really affect how well you're going to be perceived. And you have to find a way to like start thinning that out because you can't possibly read them all. So that is definitely a really good piece of advice, is just to make sure to put your absolute best presentation forward and don't spend years making your book and then submit it to people, looking like, sometimes even a piece of garbage, So I've seen some really, really junky looking submissions where it's like, it might be good, but I don't know, who's got time? So
yeah. And so when you see a junky looking submission like that, what does that tell you about the person who submitted it? I mean, you haven't even read it yet to see what their ideas are like or whether they write dialogue well or anything. But right off the bat, what does that tell you?
I mean, it tells you that they're not probably very serious about, presenting themselves professionally, because I mean, presentation is so much, even your booth, if you're selling at a show, or a convention or something, like the presentation is what grabs people's attention. So if I see something like that, I'm thinking, well, this person's going to be out, selling their books, or they're going to build a website to promote their stuff or whatever. It's like, what's it going to look like? Are they going to be serious enough? So, because I mean, we know now in publishing right now, especially, the author has to really be their own marketing person, even if you're publishing with a mainstream publisher. They're not going to do a lot unless you're like a top level person or if your book's hitting. So they're going to expect you to do a lot of that. And if you can't even present a query letter right or a submission well, then what are you going to look like in the real world when you're out there,
Yeah. So one of the things that was kind of a breakthrough for me when I was first learning, oh my gosh, I'm embarrassed to say how many years ago, but at first I guess my initial thought was, oh, so this is like being in school where the teacher wants you to do a particular format, and they want 1-inch margins all around the page, and 12-point Times New Roman. I was like, oh please, these are just like I didn't understand why. I didn't understand why there was a submitting format. But then when I was in college, I worked with a literary magazine, and I was the person reading the slush pile. And I was like, oh, now I get it. Yay, welcome back, Whitney.
Whitney's back. Yay.
So sorry about that.
That's okay. We're just talking still about the number one thing, that the number one pitfall to publishing. And right now we're talking still about the number one pitfall for people trying to get into the process. But in just a second, we're going to talk about the number one pitfall for people, who are like, yay, my book is published. And then, 5 months later, they're like, oh no, my book is published. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
but I realized, this is why they want me to do this, to follow these submission guidelines, because if someone will follow the submission guidelines, it makes my work so much easier. It means that I don't have to think about their choice of font, or it's just it's very easy to read. It's just like all the others, which means that the only things that will stand out to me are the substantive ways that submission is different from all the other submissions. And my goodness, that's exactly what authors want. They want you to not bother looking at all the fluff. They want you to pay attention to the actual content of their writing. So authors watching this, if that's what you want, follow the submission guidelines. So I don't want to beat that horse to death here. As a matter of fact, Whitney, I'm not even going to let you talk about that, because I'm just going to assume that you agree with everything that Neo and I have just been saying about the importance of following those. Because here's the other thing. So the question is, what is the number one pitfall in publishing? So that was one. We kind of talked about that earlier. Now we've really talked about it a little more, but the other problem is, and this is something that I don't want to necessarily talk about what Wordsmith Writing Coaches does all the time, but suffice to say, we talk about the path of publication, and we have this whole process that we go through with authors, where we emphasize to them that every author is going to be a little different. They have different strengths, have a different kind of a platform, meaning the unintentional platform, not the one that you're going to intentionally build, but the one that you just have because you're a human with a life and other humans, and you have a smartphone. And also every book is a little bit different, and the purposes for why that author wrote that book and what they hope to accomplish by publishing it can be different too. Not everybody wants a career as a full-time author. So the path to publication is different for all of those. But the problem that I've found in my practice is that publishing is actually too easy these days. It is so easy. You can do it from the application Pages that comes for free on every Apple computer. There's a thing in the file menu where you can literally click publish, and it creates an EPUB document of your whatever it is that you were just typing, whatever it looks like, and you can just upload it and say, oh, I'm published. Or you can do it on KDP, or throw it up on Kindle or Smashwords, and it's so easy, and it's free, absolutely free. And the problem is that there are not enough barriers to entry for so many of these books. And I was just looking up, and one of the statistics, there's there are millions of books published every year, but the average self-published book sells 250 copies in its lifetime. But we need to remember that average is what happened when someone did the math, and Nora Flight and Jonah Saul are over here, and the average book, like a client of mine who comes to me finally for help when they run out of options, is over here, and Nora Flight and Jonah Saul, and insert name of famous author here, These people sell millions of books. And this person here, like his mom bought one copy so he wouldn't feel bad. And then the average is 250 over the entire lifetime of the book. And so the problem is that it's so easy to be published that your book can just sail off into the ether and never be heard from again. So what is it for both of you? New question. What is that the number one pitfall that leads to people just publishing their book off into the ether and never hearing from it again? Anyone can go. Go ahead, Whitney. We haven't heard from you yet. Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure y'all can hear me.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, good. In terms of like, the pitfalls of people publishing it and it just going out into the ether, I really think that for the author, it needs to be a consideration of why they're publishing it. I think for a lot of people, they just want to be able to say, I'm a published author, and they don't think about they don't necessarily think about the extent of, is this shelf worthy, or is this something that the masses would want to read? And I noticed that a lot of authors have this kind of self-inflicted date of, I've just got to get this done. I've got to get it published. I've got to get it out there. And so the thing that I always tell people, that one of the biggest mistakes that they can make, especially when it comes to any type of publishing, whether it be self or traditional, is that you only have one chance to get it out there the first time. And you want to make sure that it's ready to be seen when it gets out there. And so if people have this like self-induced kind of hurry and get it out there type mentality, then they're really putting themselves and their work at a disservice. So I think that the main issue is just putting it up too quick because they feel like time is of the essence or something. And if you're not on a deadline for an editor at a publishing house, or if you're not on a deadline for someone that quote unquote is like some sort of gatekeeper and it's just you, it's like, well, good grief, like take your time and make sure that you're putting out a really good product, unless you don't care and you just want to put it up and you don't care what your kind of your reputation as a content creator is. So that's kind of my take on that, is that people just don't think long term. They just are they're just really wanting to get it done quickly. So Neo can chime in, and I know he has his opinions.
So rushing and having that self-published date, like I must publish my first book. I must publish a book before I'm 30.
Right.
Yeah, that can be an awful dictator. So tell me, Edmund, what's your Neo? Oh my gosh, sorry. Reading your name wrong.
It's both Edmund. My name is also Edmund. It's my last name. So
all right, Mr. Edmund.
Tell us
your take on this.
No, I think what Whitney's saying there is really accurate, but I think it's definitely important I always tell people when they're going to do this, I ask them what their expectations are. What do you want out of this experience? Like you were saying, like, do you want to just, oh, look, I've published a book, I've done it, and maybe sell a dozen of them to your friends and family or whatever. And that's enough for those people. And then there's other people that want, to go out and do cons and sell books and, and do book shows and maybe go out on book tours and get movie deals and all that stuff. And those are two different sets of expectations. So I always tell people first, define your expectations. What do you actually want out of this? And, but then there's a lot of people who want that big thing, but then they're just like, I just finished my book, I'm going to throw it out, or I did NaNoWriMo and now I'm going to publish in December, which, NaNoWriMo, every December there's like, hundreds of thousands of books published on Amazon because of NaNoWriMo. So, yeah.
And speaking to Edmund's point, to Neo's point, now you've got me calling him Edmund because I know.
It's okay. It's all good. I'm good with it.
We've met briefly, one time at one of a conference. I think I've met Neo like once or twice. But speaking to that too, is that I always tell people when they're self-publishing, if they ever want to go the traditional route, and I think that a lot of like acquisitions editors, agents will tell you this, a traditional agent, that's going to go put your book out on sub at one of the like bigger publishing companies, they won't even consider your self-published work unless it sold X amount of units. So that's the other thing that people have to consider. It's like, if they want to self-publish first, that's fantastic. But just like he's saying, if it's a numbers game, and your book only sells 250 units, most agents won't even consider bringing it over to their traditional side until it's sold about 10 to 15,000 units.
Right.
So
total over the life of the book, or in the first year?
You know what? It really
Probably.
depends.
I guess it depends on the book and on the market.
It depends on the book. It depends on the market, but also it depends on if you're going with an indie publisher like Tin House or one of the smaller ones versus like one of the big, one of the big five, so to speak.
Right.
But so it's definitely a numbers game too. But I think a lot of people don't care about, this day and age, people don't care so much about the traditional route anymore necessarily. But just in terms of if you ever wanted to go that way, there is definitely some stuff to be said about in terms of like how many units you sell and what type of like self-promotion you're going to do in order to get those numbers if you wanted to go that route. And there's a way to get around. There's a way to get around it too. Like if you want to try to start over, it's like you just take it down, take the ISB number down, switch the title, put it back up. There's ways to get around that.
Right. Change the cover, new ISBN.
All that. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So, okay, this is really helpful, you guys. But Whitney, you bring up I'm so glad you like gave me the perfect segue.
You're welcome.
This is why we have you here. So we've talked about the pitfalls to publication for people who are looking at self-publishing, who are rushing into it too fast, who are not realizing what's going to happen if they just throw it out there. I can talk about that a little bit more, but first I want to ask more questions of you guys. So this points something out that I think a lot of people who are new to the publishing world don't realize. One of the best things that traditional publishing does, just for everybody in general, but especially for authors, is that if you're an author and you really want to avoid profoundly embarrassing yourself, a traditional publisher will not allow you to profoundly embarrass yourself. So if you're showing it to everybody in the traditional publishing world, agents and acquisition editors and all those people, and showing your book, and they're all saying, this needs work, and this other thing needs work, and do you belong to a critique group? That sort of thing. Then, follow their advice. But what they're saying is, at least in this person's opinion, or in my context, this is not ready for prime time. And so the traditional publication path is actually a good safety net to keep you from humiliating yourself as an author. However, that is not to say that there are no pitfalls in the traditional publishing path. So tell me, and horror stories are great because I love those things. And I've got a couple of horror stories about traditional publishing myself from clients of mine whom I will not name. But tell me, what is the biggest pitfall for new authors who are pursuing traditional publication? Like assuming that a traditional publisher is going to say yes to you, and a year later or 2 years later, you're like, oh crap, I should never have agreed to this. What are those pitfalls?
Neo, do you want to go or do you want me to go first?
You can go if you like. You can start or I can start. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Whitney.
I'll go ahead and start. In terms of working with an agent, so first, a lot of times I think it's a good thing for authors to educate themselves on actually how the process goes. Like I always tell them there's basically 3 rounds of pitching. You pitch to an agent, the agent pitches to the acquisitions editor, and then the acquisitions editor pitches to the editorial board at the Big Five. So it really goes through a few rounds. And so many people do not know that if they don't do their homework. And so like I had a friend who his book, he got an agent, it went out, it made it to the 3rd and final round every single time. And then they ended up passing on it, not because it wasn't a good book, but because they'd already just acquired something just similar to it.
Yeah.
And he ended up turning it into a script, and it's on the blacklist now, and he has some people at major like production companies checking out his script that he adapted from his book. But I think that people, the one thing that they just need to remember is that the competition is really steep. They can only take so many, they can only acquire so many books for publication each month at the big publishing houses, even in their imprints. And so people just need to know that if they are going to do this, that yes, they get an advance on their book most of the time, but they need to remember that it's not a bad thing to invest some money into the book before it goes on to querying it, to make sure that, like you said, not to embarrass yourself, to make sure that you've given them the best product possible. And the other thing that I always tell them is, like, most people, like, don't quit your day job. Like, unfortunately, like, even if you get, like, most of my clients who are traditionally published, like with HarperCollins and Penguin, like, they have regular day jobs. Most of them are like lawyers or like do other stuff, and they write because they love it. But a lot of them, unless you're like a bestseller, like, you're not going to be living off of your writing income, even if you're traditionally published. Like, you have to be pounding out a book all the time. So back to the beginning, it's like, I would educate yourself to make sure you know what you're in for. I would make sure that you put some time and effort into investing in yourself ahead of time. And I would also say it's a long game. You hear it all the time, and it's such a cliche, but it definitely is a marathon, not a sprint. And you have to be prepared to get a lot of no's before you get a yes, and that's completely okay.
So what you're saying, because we're talking about, you're giving all this positive advice and we're actually talking about pitfalls here. Right. So the opposite of everything you just said is what you don't want to do.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
Don't rush it too fast. Don't charge into it without even trying to do, due diligence. So people not doing due diligence is a pitfall.
Right. Yes, that's what I meant in terms of, like, making sure that you don't not educate yourself about the process.
Well, and there's one thing that really stuck out to me about everything that you just said, because you started out talking about the role of an agent. And every one of my clients and there are not many, let me just say, there are not many, but the clients that I have had, or the friends of mine who are authors who have horror stories to tell about traditional publishing, I believe it is true. I'm pretty sure it's true. Every single one of them went into a book contract with a publisher without having representation.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of them, they, insert process here, which I'm not going to say because that would give away some identities. They did this thing, and an acquisitions editor said, "Oh my gosh, I love this book. It's going to be a bestseller. It's going to be wonderful. Here, sign this contract. And we love you, of course, and so you think, oh, they love me. This is the best contract ever. It's, this many, they sign it. And then this particular book, the one I'm thinking of right now, is still not in print.
Right.
Long story, but, and it can never be, it cannot ever be in print. Interesting. So that person's first book, which was an excellent book, it will never see the light of day. They cannot publish it. They can't publish it self-publishing. It will never be published by another. It's just buried in a backlog, in a backlist somewhere. It's never going to see the light of day. Yes?
Oh, I was going to say, I have a question for Neo, actually, because I would love to hear his take on this. So what I was going to say in terms of these pitfalls is one of the things that I think people don't realize, and I know that Neo's worked a lot in Hollywood, as have I. One of the pitfalls, I think, is that people have this, at the beginning, have this unrealistic expectation that their work isn't going to change, that, like, what they have written is going to be 100% what ends up on the screen or on the page. And that oftentimes, like I say, writing is nothing if not collaboration. So I would like to hear kind of Neo's point, what he thinks about that, because I think it's a major pitfall that people totally assume that as soon as they give it to the publisher or to an agent or whatever, that it's going to be stay exactly the same.
Yeah. Well, and the pitfall is insisting that no one touch your baby.
Right.
Because every word of this is inspired by God. You can't change a syllable. It's like, so then you're not publishable. We can't work with you. So, but Ed, go ahead, Neo. I want to hear your take on all this too.
I mean, you're absolutely right. A lot of people do get overly attached to their words. And I think it was Tom Hanks that had said the first draft, because Tom Hanks writes a lot. He said the first draft is for you, and everything after that is not. So that first one, that's yours. So, but you really need to be willing to work collaboratively and kind of separate yourself, the art and the business, you know? So, especially, you know, with Hollywood, obviously, like what you initially submit and what gets made could be entirely different or not even the same in any way. But yeah, if you're willing to, unwilling to collaborate with anybody, if you're unwilling to take notes, if you're unwilling to work with people, they're not going to want to work with you. So, and you're going to be, you know, cycled out really fast. So, I mean, definitely that's one of the best things you can be, is just be very easy to work with and collaborative, and sometimes take a note even if you hate it.
And I know many people, you know, talking about pitfalls, I know many people that have signed with agents and lost their agents because they weren't willing to take the notes or make the changes that the agent requested in order to take it to the next level, and the agent just dropped them, being like, if you're not gonna be willing to work with me, then we're not, like, we just won't go any further. So to their detriment, which was really sad.
And once again, that's not a pride thing. It's not like the agent is, you know, on some kind of, you know, ego trip. It's that the agent knows what needs to happen in order to get your book, you know, published, and in order to get to do the best possible thing with your book, and you're not cooperating with them. And if they don't drop you, the author, you're going to make them look bad. If they actually do shop your book around and they know it's not good enough, or they know it's not going to fit, they cannot in good conscience do that. Because they're not going to be making any money either. And they make money if you make money. So keep that in mind. Like they're not exercising some kind of a power trip on you.
That is definitely one thing to remember, is an agent is a salesperson, and they need to be able to sell. So, and if they can't sell you, then you're not really valuable to them. And I mean, it kind of sucks to think of it that way, is like, you know, but you do have to think of yourself sort of, and your product is, your book is product, it's a commodity, you know, as much as you love it, you really have to learn to separate your artistic emotion from the business side of it. And that's not always easy, but you know, if you're capable of doing that, then you can move forward. So, but yeah, notes are tricky, because sometimes, you know, you look at a note and you're like, this is nonsense. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, sometimes you need to, like, you know, step back and think about it for a while, or at least acknowledge the note. You know, I always, and every time I've ever been hired to write anything, I always give myself like one time I can push back on a note in the entire process. You know, like, of all the notes I get, I give myself one. And if I'm going to push back on it, I have to like really compose like an email or something that is convincing to them, where it's like, this is my position on it, and this
here
is
are
what
reasons.
I think, and then this is my reason. And then if they say, yeah, that's cool, okay, but if they say, well, yeah, it's all great, but no, you know, we're the one paying, then it's theirs. They win the fight always. So
I love that strategy. I think that's good. I'm gonna steal that and give
that's a great one. That's a great rule of thumb.
Yeah, just give yourself one. I get one, and I better mean it. And when I mean it, I really got to mean it. So, because if you only push back one time ever, then like people are going to go, but if you keep pushing back on things, they're going to be like, oh, here we go again, you know? So, yeah. So
you don't want a reputation as being someone who's difficult to work with.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. That's awesome. So we've covered things for self-published authors. We've covered things for published authors. Yes, I'm looking over my questions here, waiting for more questions from the audience. I just answered a couple of them, but what parts of the publishing process are worth investing money into for independent authors, and then also for traditionally published authors? So imagine those two tracks, you know, separately, and you know, like what Neo was just saying, like you're gonna, you know, when you're gonna push back, you pick one thing. You're like, okay, this is the most important thing. I'm just gonna let the other ones go. So if you have a limited budget and your book is going to be released sometime in the next year, you're traditionally published, or you've got a wonderful finished polished manuscript, and now you need to publish it. What is the number one most important thing or area, or however you want to define it, to spend your money on, invest your money on?
For an indie author that's going to independently publish a book, one, of course, copy editing, but two, the cover. You really just got to be willing to pay an artist to get a good cover. I know people just cheap on it. So, and I pay for like expensive covers, and especially since I sell at conventions, it's the cover that gets people to walk up to the table. So they will magnetize to the cover, they will pick it up, and then they're interested. And I mean, it's the same thing on Amazon. It's the same thing online. Like people are gonna, if you're not willing to invest in the art and you're just gonna slap a cheap cover on your book, it's like, what are you doing? You spend all that time making this book that you love and you're ready to publish, and then you just slap some image on it,
Yeah.
So
and people really do judge a book by the cover. Yeah,
they really do.
And the back cover just as much as the front cover.
Yeah, exactly. Getting that blurb right, making it look just professional. Because, my Red Writing books, they're independently published, but nobody ever realizes that because I put so much time into making them look as good as a book you'd buy at Barnes and Noble. So when people walk up to my table at a convention, nobody's like, oh, is this independently published? And if they do, they're just curious. Like, oh, did you do this yourself? In which case, wow.
In which case, you've impressed them.
Yes, exactly. So, and to the point where they're willing to, open up their wallet and give you money for it. So,
and also follow you, pay attention to other things you're going to be doing in the future, because if there's one thing that potential customer just discovered about you, it's that you will put a lot of effort into something, that you will sweat the details and make it really professional. And hopefully that is, I know this is true for you, but that should be the kind of ethic that we take into all the creative things that we do.
All the things we do.
Yeah. So Whitney, your hot take on this?
So I totally agree with Neo. I think for independent, it's definitely the cover and definitely a good copy edit. If you're going the traditional route and you're really tight on money, the best thing that I think that you can spend your money on is a good developmental edit, because in the difference between
so that's before you even pitch it to an agent.
Yes.
Okay,
I think
sorry, carry on.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just think for a lot of people, unless you've been doing this a really long time, that having someone just read the book for you and give you some overarching notes to make sure the story structure and everything is there is really important, because agents generally only read the first 2 to 3 chapters. And if the copy edit is great, but the story is not there, then you've wasted your money on having it be a grammatically correct manuscript if you don't have the development behind it. So I say that the first thing you probably should spend your money on is hiring someone to do a developmental edit, which is different. That's like looking at the whole story arc, like making sure the conflict there, that it's a good pace, that the story is intriguing and compelling. That's more important initially than getting that grammar copy edit, but again, that's second. Like, you definitely need to have it grammatically correct and make sure that it looks professional. But I think that's where people get in trouble, is if their book is missing certain components, and then the agent's like, it's like, it's grammatically correct and everything's great, but like the story's lacking. And so you can get developmental edits for like pretty reasonable prices. So I think that's like probably the very first thing I would do.
Yeah, one key word to use, people, as you're looking for a developmental edit, is a critique. You can pay a couple of $100s for a critique, and that's basically a developmental edit. Which, depending on who you get your critique from, no. Developmental editing is also an important word to know, a term to know, because some people know what a critique is and they've never heard of developmental editing. So it's good to know that that's the thing. That is really helpful. And by the way, another thing, I'm asking you, I wanted to know like what people can invest their money in. And yes, developmental editing can be an investment, especially if you find a developmental editor that you really like, and you end up going through a series of revisions with them. You send it to them, they critique it. Yeah.
The other thing that if you don't, if you feel like your story is good and you're not concerned about that, the other thing that I would say is you can get help making sure that your query letter is tight. Usually agents request a query letter, a one-page query letter, or a synopsis. Synopsises are like, I hate them. They are so hard to write. Trying to get your entire book into a 1 to 2 page, kind of boil it down to 1 to 2 page kind of copy. That is so hard, but it's definitely, sometimes they'll read the query and the synopsis before they even read the manuscript. So that's something too, that there are specialty editors out there that just do query letters and synopsis pages. So that would be something to potentially look into as well.
Yeah, that is so helpful. I'm taking notes on all of this because you guys are so helpful. I hope that other people who are watching are taking notes too. So we are about 6 minutes away from starting to wrap things up. I know that hour that went really fast, but I want to give you guys time to just talk to people about pitfalls of publication. Basically, this is whatever you want to say in just a few minutes. That the best advice that you have for people on this topic who they want to avoid the pitfalls of publication, so they need to know what they are. And I think some of that is really clear. But if you think of another one, like, oh my gosh, whatever you do, don't do this. Or anything else where all of us have limited resources of time and attention and energy and money, but all of us need to invest those resources wisely. So maybe that's the best way to phrase the question. For each of you, just talk for a couple of minutes about the wisest way that people can invest their time, their money, their energy in their creative projects to see it published wisely.
Well, I think whether there's the indie route, but what I see is a lot of people who do end up getting traditional published book deals, and they think like, this is it, I've arrived, everything's great from here, and then a lot of times things don't necessarily go as well as they think they're going to go. A lot of people don't do their own marketing. They think the book publishing company is just going to handle all that, and they're going to have you go out and do signings and send you on a book tour or something. And a lot of people end up discovering is I've seen people get 3 book deals where their first book doesn't hit. And then either the series sort of just drops or they just dump out the second and third book with like nothing, no marketing, no attention, no nothing. And then they've lost their books, in a lot of cases, if they don't have reversion clauses in their contract, then they're just out, those books are just gone. So you really got to go into this knowing that one, like you said, it's a long game. And even if you get that big publishing contract with the Random House, with the Penguin, with the Del Rey, chances are you're going to be out there like having to do the grind just the same as the indie author who's out there selling their books at the conventions and doing the podcast and the blog posts and getting the reviewers. You're going to have to chase the reviewers, It isn't necessarily like the publisher is going to do that. So, and I've discovered that even just with doing licensed stuff for a publisher where, titles even as big as Power Rangers, where I'm the one out grinding the cells, and the fact that I can grind those cells makes them, want to hire me again. Almost 50% you turn in a book, we like 50% you were able to take it out and sell it, so you just really got to assume that you got to be in for the long game and don't just assume that big contract is the win,
Yeah. Be in it for the long game, invest in getting a strong start and remember that it's a long game. That's what I'm hearing. A long
game. Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Whitney?
I mean, I was just nodding the entire time. So I'm like, yes. Everything he is saying is so true. The other thing that I was going to say that can really get you in trouble, that I think is kind of an amateur thing, but people really don't realize they're doing it, is like when you're starting out, like say that I'm going to talk about the traditional route really quick, but say you're starting out and you're trying to get published. One of the things that people really, really will get themselves in trouble with is if they hound the agents too much that they've sent their work to. So I say, don't, send your stuff, but give them some time to read it. And in the meantime, like work on something else. But like one of the worst things that you can do is just like send off your work and then bug the living daylights. Have you read my book yet? Have you read my book yet? It's awful, isn't it? My book is terrible. That's why you haven't gotten back to me. Like, people get really, really worked up. And again, like, one of the biggest things people want to see, whether it's Hollywood or on the literary side, they want to see that they can work with you and that you're a reasonable person. And so, like, when you have unrealistic expectations with agents, they're like, I don't need this. I don't have time for this. So that's number one, is like, be patient.
It's a really good one.
Wait and just, be at peace, and just hopefully they'll get back to you. And I say, give them a good 6 to 8 weeks. And if you haven't heard from them, then go back and very kindly just be like, hey, just circling back around. Just wanted to see if you'd read my work. The other thing, kind of speaking to what Neo said, is even if you sign with an independent publisher, never, ever, 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 ever sign something without at least having an entertainment lawyer or some type of a lawyer check it over for you to make sure you're not getting screwed. That has happened so many times, just kind of like you said. And so the best way to ask is like Twitter, Facebook writing groups. Just reach out and say, hey, does anybody have an entertainment lawyer or someone that I can reach out to read over this contract for me? So those are kind of the two biggest things I would say that to not get yourself in trouble is make sure that you're patient and that they want to work with you. Number two, never sign anything without having a lawyer look at it.
Right. Yeah. Excellent. So I'm hearing you saying, question your assumptions, assume the best of other people, especially people who've said, yes, I'm going to help you now. Right. Dial down the drama. And always have an agent or an entertainment lawyer look over your contract before you send it. These are excellent. And you know what? Before I let you guys go, and I'm going to want you each to plug your own things in a second here, but we do have a couple of last minute questions. How do you decide when your work is ready to be shopped to agents and publishers?
I get that all the time.
Is there a quick answer?
I mean, what I say is that I tell people that if they are in like a writing critique group or have beta readers or have a critique thing, if they're coming back to you, if you've kind of had all the major things done and you're coming back and it's just nitpicky notes, like, I'm not really sure about this one scene or this one scene, but it's really getting down to like minor issues, that's probably when it's about ready. Like, because usually people will be like, oh, here's like 3 or 4 pages of notes. But like when it's coming back and you're getting super minor things from people, you're probably about ready. But honestly, like, it's never, ever ready. Like, you're always going to be able to find something that you could fix. But that's why I tell people, send it out to beta readers, send it to critique partners, send it to writing groups. And if they have very little left to say and it's just minor, then it probably is close.
Okay. And then for Neo, so that question was from Mary Thornton. This one's from Gracie Posey. What are some pitfalls to avoid when creating a query letter? Ooh, boy, maybe that's an article or blog post.
That's a whole other thing.
You know what?
It's such a big topic.
I'm sorry, Gracie. We're going to have to get back to that in a little while because first I want to bring on my co-host, Russell Nolte, to say hi to you guys. I'm sorry he hasn't been with us during this whole time, but I'm glad to have you back right now, Russell.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see you.
Hi, Russell.
This is the longest I've gone without seeing Neo, I think, in like years, because we usually run the con circuit together.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. It's been like 2 months or something. It's weird.
Yes, and Gracie, if you look in the comments, I have an article that I wrote about query letters, which you can check out. And hi, Whitney.
Hello.
So good to see you. I actually think I saw you sooner than I saw Neo because I saw you at the writers' conference a couple of months ago.
Yes, in August, I think.
Right before the shutdown.
No, it was in. Did you come in the February one?
No, in February.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, this has been wonderful. This has been our last panel, and I think it wrapped it up really, really nicely. I will tell I will tell a quick story about a friend of mine who had really wanted to be a cozy mystery writer, and she got a 3-book deal to be a cozy mystery writer with a big house. And her first book didn't do that well. Her second book didn't earn out. Third book didn't earn out, and her publisher and her agent told her, her agent basically said, like, you're not a cozy mystery writer anymore, like, because there's no one that's going to take these books, like, they didn't earn out. So she had to reinvent herself as a psychological thriller writer to get another deal. So
Yeah, I get it.
That is
crazy.
Amazing that she actually was able to do it and like get another deal. But like that is a real concern that people don't think about with publishing, with traditional publishing deals. So I'm glad you both talked about that today.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna
about some good stuff.
Yes, we're going to end out with them being able to pitch one of their books, right? And their stuff. Okay, so we have Jody already ready to jump in here, but before we do, I'd love it if Whitney first, and then we'll end with Neo. Gave us their best bit of advice, a book that they, if a book or a website, if you haven't written a book, that they should check out if they only have one chance to check out your work, and then where we can find you online, and then we'll say goodbye, starting with Whitney, ending with Neo.
You guys can find me on my website. It's at whitneydavisliterary.com, and I have a blog on there with some writing advice, and I do developmental editing on the side, but that's where you can find me, and I have some articles up there on the blog that are great to look at, and then you can find me across all social media at WDavisLiterary. So on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all at that social media handle.
Awesome. And what's your best piece of advice that you want people to leave with?
Oh man, take your time. You only have one time to make a good first impression. So don't hurry it up for the sake of the self-imposed deadline. Make sure that you do it really well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Neo, how about yourself?
You can obviously find me at neoedmond.com, as it says right there on the screen. All of my books are linked onto there. My Red Riding Alpha Huntress series is my absolutely favorite thing I've ever written. And it makes me happy that I, own it outright, and we're doing a bunch of cool development stuff with it, but that's another discussion entirely. My best piece of advice would be, just go into this knowing, as you said, this is the long haul. It's a marathon, and it's a marathon without a finish line. So there's like little victory lines where you're like, yeah, I accomplished that. But then you realize there's just another marathon right behind it. And there's just you just got to enjoy your little victories, because it just keeps going on. As long as you keep doing this, it never ends. The struggle is forever.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. We're now going to say bye to you. Thank you guys. Bye.
Hey, bye. Thanks for coming.
Before we bring in Jody, I thought it was really interesting that we've been asking the same question kind of at the end of every panel, which is the best piece of advice.
Yeah.
And across pretty much all the panels, the best piece of advice, even if we talked about character or revisions or marketing or our spotlight panels, they all really came back to take your time. There's no rush. Make
your
the best
due
book.
diligence. Yep.
It was never about like some weird marketing trick or some like hacker thing. It was almost always about mindset. And for the past year, that's sort of been my focus of getting back to like, how do you sustain a career, and like having that mindset and being able to breathe and understand that like this is a long haul, and giving yourself a break. Yeah. And being kind to yourself, and it doesn't matter really what kind of creative or what their specialty is. We've really been hearing the same thing, and it's really interesting to hear it just every hour.
Yeah, and in so many different ways, in so many different contexts, and expressed differently in so many ways. And Russell, I'm gonna plug your site again on the Complete Creative up at the top. If there's one of the categories there says breathe, and I don't know if you were thinking about that category of your blog post, but that's been some of the most helpful blog posts on your site for me, is those under breathe. You click on those and you get so much about mindset and encouragement and how to deal with all the ups and downs of the life of being a writer. And it's just it's a valuable column. So
thank you.
And Russell did not ask me to say that. I'm just throwing that out there because it's something I genuinely appreciate.
Well, thank you for that. And I've always undervalued the mindset stuff I mean, my own, this is my own admission here of like, I've always been much more interested in the tactical and practical and the hacks and tips and tricks and things, but they'll only get you so far. Like, they can only help you if your mindset is right and you're ready to keep going and you understand the career part of it and you like can treat yourself well and all of that stuff. Without that part of understanding that this is a career and understanding that like you have to live with yourself and be kind to you. Without that part where we're mentally ready to implement those tactics, the tactics themselves are nothing.
Yep, exactly. And or maybe you know them and you're like, oh, I know exactly what I need to do next for insert goal here. And, you just lay there face down on your bed saying, I know what to do next. I know what I need to do next. And you just end up laying there face down on your bed because you can't deal with life.
Absolutely. Well, I think that our next
speaking
guest,
personally,
our last guest, me too. I'm with you there. But our next guest has had a marvelous career. She's worked with seriously some of the greatest writers ever.
She has.
And like my heroes of like Pierce Anthony and Anne McCaffrey, and she's had her own amazing career as well.
Aspirin.
She is a judge for the Writers of the Future contest. She has accomplished more than almost any writer who's ever lived.
She's amazing.
And I cannot wait to talk with her about her long and illustrious career. I know that I am a fan of her as a friend of hers. Nick is a fan of her as just a huge admirer of her work. Yep. And so I can't wait to see what we have to say. Now, before we bring Jody on, this is our last hour. And we made Jody our final keynote because I think she personifies everything we've been talking about. Idea, mindset, structure, pacing, character, dialogue, marketing, editing, revision, pitching, conventions. Pretty much there's not a thing that she has
navigating
not
the
touched.
Publishing world wisely.
Absolutely.
Dialing down the drama. Yeah, all that stuff.
So if you have questions about anything we've talked about, you can pretty much guarantee that Jody's going to be able to talk about it. So please do. I'm excited to talk with her.
I feel like we should stand up and cheer. Jody Lynn Nye, everybody.
And on that note, I'm going to bring her in as we're like, hello, Jody.
I'm very embarrassed.
Well, we are both just so excited that you.
Okay, my screen is really hot, and I don't know why.
Oh boy, it's hot. Like as far as color
like
goes?
in red.
Yeah, it looks like the wall behind you might be red.
Well, the wall behind me is red. But
oh well, there you go.
Up until I just went on, my face wasn't so red. All right, let's see how this works out. That's a little better.
That's much better. That's much better.
So I did a pretty good job, I think, maybe of introducing you. But I would love.
I don't know how I can live up to that, but I will try.
I would love for you to take a moment and introduce yourself to people. Hit anything that we missed, and just talk a little bit about your career.
Oh, I have been one of the most fortunate people in the world. I seem to have been in the right place at the right time for so many things. I got to work with, as you said, some really spectacular people. And a lot of that I can put at the feet of games conventions and science fiction conventions, because the nuts and bolts really are frequently worked out at conventions. It's so true that opportunities knock. My late friend Michael Resnick used to say that he would line up all of his projects for the year at the next WorldCon. So opportunity is there for people who want to attend, who have the opportunity when we can finally go to conventions again.
Yes.
I started out my professional career writing technical articles for a magazine called Video Action in Evanston, Illinois, editor by Mike Stein. Great guy, very nice. And my next job in publishing, no, actually, let me backtrack even farther than that. My first job in publishing was getting $1 a page for retyping Gary Gygax's manuscripts for the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Player's Guide, and the Monster Manual.
Wow.
correcting typos and grammatical errors and little things like that. Although
I lived in those books as a junior higher in high school kid.
they were wonderful. I started out with the vanilla books like everybody else in the little white box with the Caltrop dice. The ones that the longer you rolled them, the more their points wore off.
Yes, and they'd go off the table. Yeah.
I still have my set someplace. We moved recently, and everything is still in boxes someplace.
Wow.
So, but because I was in gaming, my first opportunity to get into actual published books came after I had written some modules for Mayfair Games. My fiance, then husband, was one of the founders and owners of Mayfair, Bill Fawcett. And he proposed 2 programs, one to Tor Books and one to Ace Books, for choose your own adventures, things that were very, very, very popular right up until Nintendo hit. So in 1987 and 88, we brought out 24 of these books, and then Nintendo put an end to the market for them. So that was my first opportunity to work with Anne McCaffrey and Piers Anthony, because I wrote Choose Your Own Adventures set in their worlds, which is what the Crossroads series was. Combat Command for Ace was you were running an army or a space fleet or something, also set in licensed worlds. So those were a lot of fun, but it was a transition through that to my first essays into literature, writing short stories for the Fleet Shared World Anthology. So I've done some of that. I've written in licensed worlds. I'm in the second incarnation of Thieves World. Like I said, I have been an extremely lucky person in falling in with the right people, but you also have to do the work. There's no question about that.
Yes, I like that because we talked yesterday. Was it yesterday, Nick, with somebody who said something similar about how lucky they were? Yes, it was Tanya Del Rio, another one of our keynotes.
She's lucky.
And I had to push back, and I was like, "Well, Tanya, like you were intentional at a lot of these things too. Yes, you ended up being able to take advantage of these things, but like you were a geek." In a time where like being a geek wasn't like the coolest thing in the world, you went into the right crowds, you spoke to the right people, and then you took advantage of opportunities. So it was a little bit of luck, but it was also being a lot of positioning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I would actually. You have been having the same reply to people at the end of all of your speeches. I've been listening to a bunch of the panels, but one of the most important things I would say to anybody who wants to get into writing is say yes to opportunity. Say yes. Even if it's something you're going to have to push yourself for. If you ask Kevin J. Anderson, a man who has written 3 times as many books as I have, that when someone said, well, we need this Star Wars project, Kevin would say, I can do that. And I think that anyone who wants a career in this business has to be open to the possibility of doing something that they may not have done before. They may be a little uncomfortable with now, but if they think that they can do it, they should try.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Absolutely. Awesome. I feel that way about like this conference, actually. Someone asked you to do it, and I was like, I guess I'm gonna say yes and figure it out. But the more things
I asked you, help.
Yeah, you did. You were like, help! I need this thing, and I was like, oh God, I hope I can deliver this thing. But we're just gonna figure it out.
It's been terrific. I've been listening to a lot of the talks, nipping in and out, sitting through a few of them all the way through, and it's been great. I hope you do it again.
Oh, thank you so much.
I hope so too. So too.
I think that I have certainly not read as many of your books as Nick, so I think I should turn it over to him, and we can talk. I know he has questions about the process of your writing and things like that. So I would love for him to sort of geek out a little bit and ask you some process questions. Nick, Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, Jody, I'm thrilled to actually be talking with you. And I think that what you just said about, saying yes, just say yes to opportunities is so important. I think that one of the, I'm trying to make this relevant to our readers and not just geek out with you about the different story worlds that you've been involved in. That would be great. I think one of the challenges that a lot of up-and-coming authors have is they have this vision, they have this desire to do this one thing, and the wrong mindset that they fall into is they're like, well, I want to do this one thing. So I'm going to go to this conference. I'm going to talk to these people. And then when people say, oh, there's going to be this anthology and we're looking for someone to contribute stories to this, they say, no, because I got to do this one thing. And someone says, we really need someone to help us with this. And no, I've got to do this one thing. And then they end up maybe doing the one thing, but nothing ever comes of it because they haven't been taking advantage of opportunities. They haven't been saying yes to things. And so earlier, before you came on, one of the things Russell said was that you are just one of the most amazing authors ever. And well, I agree, but I would qualify that. And I'd say one of the things that that sets you apart from other authors who are equally amazing is your collaborative abilities or collaborative experience. I guess I want to ask more about that.
Sure.
Because I love Anne McCaffrey. I love Piers Anthony. I loved Robert Asprin and the Myth Adventures books. I love humor, which is one reason why I love your book. But I remember as a maybe as a high school student, when I first started paying attention to things like all these books that I like are written by this author. And I wasn't really paying attention to stuff like that until later in high school. And I realized that there were these cheater authors who would pop up in series that they didn't start. And so I knew you first as one of these cheater people who, like, Anne McCaffrey would write some things and then maybe she got sick or something, and then Jody Lynn Nye would finish the book. And then Robert Asprin wrote some things and then something happened and Jody Lynn Nye like pirated his service. But on the other hand, I would read the books and I loved them.
Wow.
And I loved them. So
that's an interesting interpretation, I must say.
Well, fortunately, that was like my very immature interpretation, but I just need to be honest with you because I think that some people feel that way. They feel like
you're not alone. I have had that, and I can talk to you about that. But do go on.
Well, I'm just introducing this conversation I want to have with you about how I think that people feel like if I'm just collaborating with other people, I'm only a collaborator and it's not really going to help me, or it's not like, I don't know. Help me out. Where am I headed with this? I want more people to understand your mindset.
All right. You are not wrong. There are lots of people who said, "Oh, well, you're just jumping in on something successful." But I was chosen because I had other experience. Exactly. In fact, my first independent novel, Mythology 101, came out the same month as my collaboration with Anne McCaffrey, The Death of Sleep. So I had a full-fledged fantasy novel coming out at the same time as the science fiction book that we were writing that was set in Anne's world, which was the Dinosaur Planet world. And yeah, I had a lot of pushback on that. Some of it was like yours. You didn't understand what was going on. You didn't know why I was there.
Yeah, but I was a high school kid. Right,
exactly. You don't have the context for it. And the process with Anne actually started 2 authors back with C.J. Cherry and David Drake, both of whom had great ideas. Yeah, terrific people. Who my husband, again, Bill Fawcett, and Will Wheaton once said, to get into publishing, you need to know Bill Fawcett. So that was true for a very long time. And he's probably downstairs listening on his own computer and being very embarrassed about this. But he created a project with them in which each of them would collaborate with 3 young authors to create an epic. I think David's was called Crisis of Empire. I can't remember what CJ's was. But they worked with young authors who were up and coming in their own way. As I recall, CJ worked with Nancy Asire, who was at the time an established fantasy writer, Leslie Fish, who was known mostly for her wonderful folk songs, and a lady who I have no idea what happened to her, named Mercedes Lackey.
Oh, I love Mercedes Lackey. I still read her stuff.
One of her early books, after she had done quite a few of her own things, was to work with C.J. Cherry and to do a collaborative novel with her. And Bill asked Anne if she had any projects that she wanted to work on that she did not have enough time to do her own, perhaps she would like to work with some of these junior writers. But Anne had made her original publisher, Judy Lynn Del Rey, a promise that while Judy Lynn lived, Anne would never work with another publisher.
Interesting.
So she also said that about the Crossroads project, because when Bill proposed this to her, I said, me, I want to work with Anne. Anne said no until actually Judy Lynn did pass away. And Anne said yes to both the collaborations and to the Choose Your Own Adventures. So I was fortunate enough to go to her with my proposal for the first of the Crossroads books I wrote, Dragon Harper, and take her through it and show her how Choose Your Own Adventures worked, show her the decision tree and how you mix it up so that you're not reading straight through.
Yeah.
But what you saw was a bunch of intruders coming into one of Anne's worlds when she saw it as a time saver so that she could go on doing the things that she is best known for, like Pern novels, but still exploring the world of Dinosaur Planet, the Ship Who series, because she didn't have the time to write all of those herself. So it was an opportunity for all of us.
And I just need to say, the Ship Who sang, the whole Ship Who, so the way to spell that, Ship space Who, WHO, go look them up. They're amazing. I'm just saying this for people who can't see the spelling of it. They're going to look up Ship Who. And
oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
The first one is The Ship Who Sang,
yes,
which Anne read aloud for the audiobook, the original audiobook.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, marvelous, just marvelous. It's a wonderful story. It's full of adventure and excitement, romance in a way.
Yes.
But also, Anne was one of the first to feature somebody who was differently abled. Helva has, her body is not suited to exist.
Right. It has to stay in
shell.
the canister, yeah.
Right. She's one of the shell people, but she still lives a full life because of technology. And she brought in the first of characters who couldn't. They have been able to go out into space and to have wonderful adventures and a full life because of technology. But
no spoilers.
There have been very few characters like her.
Yes, exactly. And go ahead.
I would love to ask you a little bit about how the actual collaboration works, because not only in traditional publishing, but independent publishing has recently gone through a resurgence of doing co-writing projects and writing with and multiple writers writing together. And I would love for you to speak for a second just about like, how did the process work, either with each person, because I know it's a little bit different, or I think more importantly, just like the general idea of how you go into a collaboration like that?
Well, with Anne, it was through respect. She was the boss. If she wanted something, that's the way it was going to go. But she was also incredibly generous, that if she liked one of my ideas more than her own, we would use it. But at no point did I say, well, I'm going to push you around on that, and I'm going to say, we must do it my way, because who am I? I'm her apprentice. I'm her journeywoman, and I was proud to do it. It was on-the-job training that you could not pay for, and it was a terrifically wonderful experience for us. Generally, my collaborators and I had an outline that came down from Anne, and, we would write the first draft. Then I know how it worked for me. I would send it to Anne. She would go through it. She would write her own second draft. I would come back to me. I would clean up the things that she had queried. I would insert things that she said, we need some of this here. It would go back to Anne. Her eyes were the last ones on it before it went to the publisher. So usually four revisions on the book, and then it would go to the copy editor and the story editor. So she brought things up to me. She pointed things out that I had not noticed about my writing style that she had, and it was terrific for me to learn from her.
It was as if she was your developmental editor, but you're doing it for her.
No, she was my mentor.
Your mentor, even better.
Even better, because a developmental editor is somebody that you are paying, and you can say no to your developmental editor.
Too often, yes.
Yes, a lot of the time. And
As a
also,
development author, development editor myself. Yeah.
I have seen people say no to the developmental editor to their own detriment, and that is not necessarily good. With Anne, she was able to say to me very clearly why what I wanted to do wasn't going to work in light of the story, and to walk me through, not make a fiat out of it, but explain to me, here, this is going to work better. And here is how this is going to work better, and make a good story out of it. But it was a collaboration, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
She was
what about the more equal collaborations that you did later in your career? Where
Well,
it's you and someone else, and let's do this together. How did that work?
Well, Travis Taylor, who is actually a rocket scientist and is known for his books with Baen Books, but also for his television series such as The Tesla Files and Rocket City Rednecks, which is a hilarious but real science program that was, I think, on the Discovery Channel. You can look it up. There were 2 seasons of that. We got to talking at a party, a publisher's party, about how we both wanted to write young adult science fiction, and that neither of us had ever actually done it, but we thought that we would work together. So he brought the science, I brought the characters, and we had a good time doing it. We've done 2 of them so far. The first one is called Moonbeam. It's about young scientists doing projects on the moon under the aegis of a famous scientist who has a television show who doesn't look at all like Dr. Travis Taylor. Oh, no.
Oh, I see. Got it. We should not make that connection. Okay.
The stories are mostly about the kids, and that's important because we're trying, when you were talking about brand purpose, and in this case, it's to bring kids into STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and make them feel that they can be a part of this future, that they should be a part of this future, and propose projects that are going to change our lives for the better.
Yeah. Now, Moonbeam was published in 2017, so that's a relatively recent thing. So, but that's
the first one. The second one, Moon Tracks, came out more recently than that.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard that one yet. Okay. Great. I want to understand a little bit more about collaboration, and so you've done a lot of it successfully. Tell us a little bit about the pitfalls that authors need to avoid in collaboration when you just described, we met at a party, it was great, we swapped ideas, we said, yay, let's do it, and from there things can get hairy. So help us out, help us stay on the path and out of the woods.
Without names, I will tell you about one that didn't work, and it breaks my heart to this day. But we had come up, somebody I knew, we had come up with an idea of chatting back and forth that there was a project that we both wanted to do that we thought we could handle well. It fit into the nice keyhole of an event that happened in the past that would have been a lot of fun to work with. But my potential collaborator, far from being the equal that I had hoped for, decided to turn into a control freak. To the point where if I wrote something without permission, that person would never and did never read it. So the first thing that you have to have is respect for one another. And that means understanding their enthusiasm as well as their personality pitfalls.
Yeah.
But I knew that at that point it was not going to work because that person did not respect me at all.
Now, was there a way that you could have found out that they were a control freak ahead of time? I just don't know.
Maybe I was too trusting. I have since talked to other people who knew that person, and the consensus is that this person breaks into this personality later on.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a possibility of doing a little bit of due diligence in the community somehow.
I suppose so.
And I'm just I want to help people avoid that in the future. So yeah,
I think that maybe I don't know. It didn't, the trait did not appear right away.
Yeah. Okay.
You need to know somebody very well, and I thought I did, but I didn't realize that I hate to put it this way, but I'm going to, because there are parallels to falling in with an abuser, because the abuser will seem to be wonderful until you are caught in his or her toils, and then the ugly comes out.
Yes. Yes, it does.
And there's then you really have to escape if you can, if you haven't been Stockholm syndromed into believing that it's all your fault for this.
Yeah.
But
there are those toxic relationships. So something like this, I don't think that there was necessarily any way that you could have seen this coming.
No, I really couldn't.
But I, as just speaking from my own perspective, one of the things that has really helped me with collaborative efforts with other people is to have a written agreement that we work out and sign ahead of time. And it's important I have found it most helpful to do that written agreement while we're still in the, yay, this is going to be awesome. I'm so looking forward to working with you. Like, that's the time. Yeah. Do the agreement then, before anything uncomfortable comes up.
Well, again, if I'm talking about abusers, they will say anything to get you to the point where you don't think that you can leave.
Yes, that is true.
But I will say, I believed what I was hearing, and I was being honest about it. I was respecting my potential collaborator, and it was going to be a really fun project. And that's a shame. But I do have to say that most of the people with whom I have spent time planning to do a project have been great, have been fun and wonderful, and I think fruitful for all of us.
Okay. All right. So control freaks out there, it's not going to go well if you let your control freak side out. Okay. Like, the project is not going to finish, just so you know.
You do absolutely have to have ground rules. You should always establish those. What to do if one thing happens, who gets to clean up, who gets to make the final decision about certain things, which characters you're going to write, how you're going to write the characters, because every single project is different, even if you're working with the same person.
Okay.
All of these things need to be thought of.
And of course, workflow too. Like, like what you described about how you would do the first draft and send it to Anne McCaffrey, and then she would take that and just write her own second draft, which she sent to you. So there's a workflow there. So establishing that workflow ahead of time so that both of you know the work, basically establishing the scope of work. It sounds like it would be a helpful thing. Do you have any specific insights about that?
Well, an egg seed specifically asks, when doing collaborative work, what are typical ground rules that work, or is there a couple of ground rules that have worked across your career?
Well, be prepared to do 100% of the work. If something happens, if your collaborator falls ill, or if they stop working on it for some reason, I have had a collaborator die on me.
Ow.
Well, it happens, but you have to be prepared to do the work. You need to take into account what it is you're doing. You have to talk out as much as you possibly can your vision for the project. Where do you want to go with it? How much humor do you want to inject into it? Is it completely serious? Choices of language. Are you going to have swearing in it? Are you going to have sex scenes or violence? How much is too much? And who gets to decide that? That is something good to hammer out in advance. What age group are you going to write for? And do you have potential ideas where it's going to be sent and who is going to represent it? Because both of you have agents. Who's going to propose it to publishers? That's actually an issue that actually came up during one of my projects.
Did that come up after the project was already well underway?
No, that was part of the initial discussions.
Excellent.
Okay, that was a good thing. That was a good thing. It also tells you something about, one of the things you do have to discuss if you can, but in the end it's not your decision, is who gets top billing on the cover. There was conventional wisdom for many, many years was publishers didn't like to have more than one name on a cover. And then, of course, along comes Jerry Pournelle and Larry Niven, 2 names on the cover. So they said, all right, them, but nobody else. And other people started doing collaborative projects, which 2 successful authors working together. But more than that, no, we can't do 3, we can't do 4. But Mercedes Lackey has a series where there are 4 names on the cover.
Yeah.
She's the top one, but there are 3 other people who are writing the books.
Yeah.
They didn't like to put more
Eric
than one
Flint
name
does
on the
that too.
cover because they didn't want more than one name on the spine.
Yeah. Oh, that's tricky. How did they just fit all the names on the spine?
Bay Books is an extremely clever operation. They manage it.
Okay, that'll work. I know Eric Flint does similar things. Eric Flint collaborates with everybody.
Oh, he
not
does.
not
I'm
everybody,
working with
but
him now.
oh, wonderful! Yay! Say hi to him from me. That's
I
great.
shall.
Thank you. Anyway,
That's one,
sorry.
One thing that a follow up to that is there how do you talk about revenue split during there? Is there a tactful way to bring that up, or is it just very much in the course of the rest of the business?
Well, that is part of the discussion with Anne. Of course, she got more for the projects than I did. For one thing, I was writing in her world, so she would get creative credit for that. Consider that like Hollywood, because she's the created by talent. But also she was the name who was really going to sell it. I was very much at the beginning of my career when I started working with her. And that was okay with me. It was like that. I wrote 7 books with her. So I didn't mind at all because I was getting a boost to my career that was worth that extra money. With everybody else, I have been a 50-50 split.
Okay. That sounds like an easy thing to discuss at this point. Is like we're just going to do half the work and get half the money.
Even if you do end up doing more of the work, I think it's fair that if the 2 of you come up with the concept together, that 50% of the money should go to each collaborator. With collaborators I have lost, and there have been a couple. I think I'm a little more unlucky than some. Their family or their estate will get the half of the money for the anything future, any further projects.
Yeah, that sounds good. Now I have a follow-up question about that. How do you? Oh, you know what? My brain I got to write these things down. Sorry. Carry on.
Elisa asks, have you ever passed on any opportunities that you later regretted passing on?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Everybody does. That's one of the reasons why I say yes. They always say, if you could go back in time and tell your younger self something, anything, I mean, besides saying to my younger self, you left the foreign currency in an envelope in the china cabinet instead of trying to tear the house apart and find it later. I would go back to my 19-year-old self who sent a story to Analog, and I got it back from Stanley Schmidt, who was the editor at the time, with an incredibly nice personal letter that said, I really like your style. I think it's terrific. But I've seen this plot before, so please send me something else. And little chicken me didn't send him something else. And I would go back and I would tap myself on the head and say, send him something else.
Yeah,
that was an opportunity.
He asks for it. Yeah.
Yeah, he asked for it. I had no idea. I was 19. I knew nobody else in publishing. Today, I could go up and say, Hive Mind on Facebook. Hive Mind, I got this letter. What should I do? And of course, I would get 500 people saying, send him something else, you idiot.
Right.
There have been a couple of others. When I was in college, I had an opportunity to work on a fellow student's very well-financed movie project. I was a cinema major. I didn't do that, but actually, I really have to say I didn't regret that one because the path that saying no to that one put me where I am now. Let me see. I'm sure there are others, but those are the 2 that come to mind.
That's so interesting because sometimes sometimes that no leads you into the right direction as well.
I think so, especially in this case.
So there's another question, which I think is good from Mary Thornton. She says, you've had a long, productive, and successful career. Do you find your job looks different now than when you started? If so, how so? And if you were starting out now, is there anything you could tell her about how to go about starting in this day and age?
Well, I would. I think my job looks very much the same as it did then because I've always been a self-starter. In a way, the parts that's different isn't me, it's publishing in general. It's changed a lot. It's shrunk. There were 7 major science fiction publishers when I came in, and several minor publishers, all out of New York. And now there are 3, and 2 still independent, but it's a lot of small presses and a lot of up and coming small presses. And I wouldn't say no to anything that looked like it was going to be a good opportunity. So where I put something has changed. Where I would propose something might have changed, but I would still get up in the morning as I do. I would get to work. I would look for opportunities, of course, and a lot of the people that I used to work with in science fiction publishing have retired. So there's a whole new generation of editors that I need to get to know. And again, I would say yes to opportunities. So I think that's remained the same.
So I have a question for you to follow up with that so I know you from conventions. Both of us do a lot of conventions. So you're coming up in the age of COVID-19 and the afterward area where people are going to be wary about going to conventions or be kind of skittish about shaking hands or something. What are you doing now, or what would you tell someone to do now to get those opportunities that used to come so I don't want to say easily, but readily at conventions just by being in the same place as other people?
Well, there are, on Facebook in particular, there are open market pages that you can go to see things that people are offering. There are up-and-coming publishers. Like I said, they have pages. If you see a promotion from one of them, send them a query or go to their website and check and see what they've got on offer. Read the submission guidelines for publishing houses, the big bricks and mortar legacy publishing houses. Yeah, you don't get the same opportunity to talk to editors, agents, publishers that you do until all this is over. But it doesn't mean that they aren't online. It doesn't mean that they don't do chats, such as here and now on the Online Writers Conference. Yeah. So I think that there are a lot of opportunities. Thank goodness for electronic media.
Yeah.
Exceed asked for sorry. I just have so many follow-ups to this from people in the thing.
I know, me too.
So Exceed asks, what do you mean by open market page, and how does one find one of these?
Let me see if I can find it, and I will post it. Okay, there's at least. I'm putting this up on
the private chat.
Yeah, and you can post it up there. This is one of them, and that's actually a pretty good one.
And I'm going to put this also in a banner so that people who are watching it later can see it too.
And you can put up my website information, which I put in the private chat too.
Yes, I've had it up there.
This link is very helpful because there are a lot of other open market things that have nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Right, but this is actually for people who are willing to pay for. There are, of course, ones that are asking for free or not professional rates. And you have to make that judgment for yourself. If you are interested in just getting something that you really love doing out there, even if it has been rejected by publisher, always start with the publisher that publishes exactly what it is that you have written, who pays the best. Then move from there to the next one in line, and the next one in line, and the next one in line. Then move to the small presses and offer it to them. Yes, excessively little money, but of course, start with the one who's going to pay you the best and give you the best promotion. And if all else fails, you can publish it yourself. But having somebody else's eyes on it is always good. I know that you asked Neo, what would you pay the money for? And he said either an editor, a copy editor, or a good cover, but both are vital. But the copy editor, you don't have a cover when you send a book to a publisher.
Yeah, I think Neil was talking about self-published authors.
Right.
Yeah,
But that's just it. You're going to be sending it to bricks and mortar publishers first, and all they're going to see is the manuscript.
Yes.
Which behooves you to do it in the best possible condition that you can put it, the best story you can produce, the very best you can do under whatever circumstances you have.
And you can collaborate with people to get that done. You can go to critique groups, and you can make friends at conferences and show it to friends.
There's a lot of that available. There are groups in libraries. There are affinity groups all over the place. There are writers' workshops in a lot of cities. So one of my friends in Evanston, Debbie Fliegelman, if you're out there, the Evanston Writers' Workshop has a critique group, and it gives people an opportunity to read their work or have other people read their work and give them feedback. Yeah. There's a number of these groups. Some of them started at conventions. And right now, in fact, I have a friend who's been on at least 2 writers' workshops right on Facebook. So you can say, would somebody read this and tell me what's wrong, because I know that there's something and I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, you can even, if you want, you can even purchase critiques. Or, I do critiques. There are plenty of editors, freelance editors out there who will do critiques, and the price is right there on the site. And find an editor that looks like they understand and appreciate the thing that you're writing, and ask them how much it would cost. And ask for free groups too. All that stuff is great. I'm taking notes as fast as I can on everything that you're saying.
Oh, yeah. I was joining every Facebook group that she posted before. I started. I went and posted it, and then I went and I tried to sneakily just join while you guys were talking, so I could make sure that I did it all, because those are great. Because there's so many open call groups, and there's most of them are not the greatest open call groups, and so to have you talk about which ones are great, are the ones worth joining, was invaluable. I'll also say that because there are so many writers conventions and conferences and other things that are starting to go digital, we've had a ton of great help in our back room, in our from people who are coming to their first convention, and they got to hang out. I know we had someone who asked who's been on, Elisa. She got to run a couple of these Zoom room groups with some really amazing creators and meet them and field questions. And it's the way that you sort of used to get into conventions and meet people before, which is like volunteer in person. And you're just kind of doing that online and kind of replicating that experience. And also, I know that slightly easier for me because me and Nick know so many people, but organizing an event yourself is sort of the best way to do it. It doesn't have to be 14 hours long. It could be an hour. It could be you just think, hey, I have a podcast, or whatever it is a great way to network, I have found online. And people have been a lot more comfortable doing these sorts of things for the past month than I have ever seen them willing to do before.
Or organize your own critique group on Zoom or something. I mean, Wordsmith Writing Coaches, we have critique groups. We run 3 of them per week, and they're free. But you don't have to join ours. You can start your own. Use Zoom and get a couple of friends together who agree to all read each other's stuff, and at least you'll be talking openly about your work. I mean, it's always better to get involved with a critique group where there are seasoned authors and people who have some kind of experience there, so that you're not reinforcing one another's bad habits accidentally.
Absolutely. Well, I
think something is better than nothing.
Right. Well, I think it's important. I love for Jody to talk about this because she's worked with a ton of seasoned authors who are at levels above her,
Mhm.
as far as like, but I'm sure you also sort of built a tribe of other authors who were at your level and grew sort of together as well. Could you talk sort of about like the networking component and like creating a group of other writers who are sort of at your level or around your level that you can grow with?
I would reach out to people who are in the same spot that you are. If you are fortunate enough to know people who are very advanced, they are likely to have a circle of other authors around them. If it's somebody that you enjoy working with or enjoy reading, Eric Flint is really wonderful at this because he's grown this horde of other writers, and he works with talented beginners as well as seasoned professionals. But we get together and we talk about things. Kind of the mark of people who are in the business, instead of talking earnestly about collaborations and adverbs and plot lines, we complain about the kids coming in and disturbing us while we're trying to write, and taxes and all of the other things that people live with day to day. But we have a resource in each other of saying, I'm having a heck of a time with this. What would you do with this? At least one of my Facebook friends puts up a thing and says, I want to do this to my character, but I am having a hard time working this in. What would you do? And the hive mind will come up with a lot of things. But at conventions, we get into discussions about, I think, more of the business than the actual writing itself. Because at the level I occupy right now, I don't doubt that my friends can write. I don't doubt, my friends don't doubt that I can write. So the problems that we would have would probably be business-oriented or agent-oriented or promotion-oriented.
Yes.
At the earlier levels, you would be reaching out to someone and saying, I'm not sure how to put this character forward and still make him likable. Mm-hmm. So you're right. It's good to have at least one seasoned professional on board, but not somebody who's going to sit there and sit back and tent the fingers and say, well, children. No, you want somebody who is humble about it too. And says, I can learn from you as well as you learning from me. So let's talk.
Yeah, absolutely. And those end up being the people that sort of become the next level writers and the next level of like successful authors and all of those people as you're growing together as well. So you go from sort of being this ragtag group of like creators and authors to like suddenly you're like the industry, and you're like, oh wow, all these people who I met when we were younger, we all sort of had this opportunity to grow together, and now those bonds are stronger because I've known them since we were all at the beginning of our careers.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, how did I get to be an elder statesman?
Yeah, exactly. And it's by participating in the community.
Oh, absolutely. You want to give back. You are given too. You should always be ready to give back. So many of my fellow writers do that. They're incredibly generous with their time and their advice to help bring the next group up. We want things to read too. We're reading the things from the people that we loved before we came in. We're reading things by our peers. We want to see the fresh new voices coming up. We want to read those. And if giving them a little bit of a boost to continue to grow the industry, we build upon each other's talent. We build upon each other's take on topics of the day, on the things that should have attention drawn to them. And then we build on that. And then they come back and look at us and say, oh yeah, that was an interesting approach, but I'm going to do it this way. And we read them with a kind of awe and say, yeah, that's fantastic. I wouldn't have seen it, but you did. And now I'm going to play with it.
I love it. Yeah, I love that you said that, because I when people ask me why I do all of these things, I often say, I'm very selfish. I just want more cool things to be made. And like this helps more cool things to be made so I can buy them.
Yeah.
My husband and I did book reviews. Our column name was actually changed after a time. We became book recommendations because we never published reviews of things we didn't like, because why waste the pages in Galaxy's Edge magazine? For 4 years, we were reading a ton of books every month, because every other month we would be putting out a column about books that people should pay attention to. Sometimes they were by established writers. Sometimes they were the first things by a new writer. Sometimes they were additions to an existing saga. Sometimes they were the first book in a new saga. But there were so many fantastic things that we came across. I have found some new writers that I really loved just by being a reviewer. But it does spoil things just a little bit, because reading with a critical eye, you don't get to just wallow in it the way that you would if you were just reading for pleasure. Because I had to tell people exactly what it was that I liked and why.
Yeah,
absolutely. I did find one more question,
Sure.
which it's not quite about this topic, but I think it will be. One of the guests asked if Dragon Con does end up canceling this year, do you have a plan for your panel?
Yeah, I saw that. Hi, Kelly.
Yeah.
If Dragon Con can't be held this year, I'll do it on Zoom. I'll take the same I'll take the same fee as Dragon Con would, and we will do it as a private Zoom group then. So one way or another, the writers' workshop will happen, and this will be my 10th year doing this for Dragon Con, or by myself if necessary. And I've had some terrific people come through, just an amazing talents, willingness to learn, exciting imaginations, and I'm really pleased to see. I love when people come back and they're working on something new and equally wonderful, that they're maturing in their style. It's just great.
That's lovely. And so,
how can people sign up for that Dragon Con workshop?
Well, go to the Dragon Con store, dragoncon.org, and then look for the link to the store. And my workshop is down there, along with Michael Stackpole's hourly workshop. And there's usually an actor's workshop, a voice actor's workshop, and I've forgotten what the other ones are. But I have a limit of 20 people, because there's only so much we can do in 2 days.
Absolutely. Right. Is there a place, if they go to their website, that they can sign up for a mailing list and get notified of any of this? Or where's the best place if Dragon Con cancels and you do it yourself, that they can be notified?
I will put it on my website, jodylynnnye.com or jodynye.net. I seem to have purchased a lot of links to my site. And I haven't been great about keeping it up as much as I should, because I have to remove a whole lot of conventions that I would have been at this spring if not for the virus.
Yeah,
absolutely. But I will keep people up to date with that. I do want people to get together in September for a couple of days, and we'll do this. If we can't have Dragon Con, we will still have the workshop.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope that you can have Dragon Con, and we can have all sorts of shows in the fall, and then this will just be a blip in the world order. But I would love for you to talk.
Maybe a parting, like a final advice for.
Yeah, how we usually end this is you get to pitch one book. They get one book to sort of see your style and like fall in love with your writing. So take a book, tell people what kind of person would love it and why they should buy it, and your best piece of advice, where we can find you online, and then we'll say goodbye.
Yes.
Okay. If I can only choose one book, I've written a lot of books. Let's go with View from the Imperium. It is the first of my Lord Thomas Conago books, and it's a space opera. It's actual science fiction, because there is a science fiction solution to what's going on in the series. Every one of the 3 books so far, and the others that I have written or proposed, Lord Thomas Conago is a highly spoiled noble in the far future, in a time when nobles have become useful. Okay, face it, nobles are pretty much useless now, but they are the gene pool from which the next emperor or empress of the Imperium will be chosen. And Thomas is a faithful and loyal subject of the Imperium. He's doing his 2 years mandatory service in the Space Navy, and he can't help but be himself. But this could be very embarrassing because his mother is first Space Lord, and he really should behave himself, but he can't help it.
Right.
So he is too overprivileged, he is too wealthy, and he has hobbies. But he's too wealthy to have hobbies. He has enthusiasms. So his enthusiasm in View from the Imperium is photography. In the second one, which is called Fortunes of the Imperium, it's superstitions. And in the third one, Rhythm of the Imperium, his hobby, of course, is interpretive dance. As of course.
Those seem perfectly innocuous. What could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? But it pretty much is P.G. Wodehouse in space. It's humorous space opera with science fiction on it, and Lord Thomas and the gentleman who keeps him mostly from getting into too much trouble, Parsons, this self-effacing gentleman who comes and goes.
I love that character. I haven't even read the book, and I love that character.
Oh, you'll have a lot of fun with it. I certainly did, and I'm looking forward to writing more. Let's see, what was the second thing? It was a
Best
piece of advice.
You've either gotten what you would give. It could be anything. Just what do you kind of want them? Really, this is the end of the conference. So what would you like them to leave the conference with? What kind of feeling?
Well, I had a couple. I jotted them down because I was listening to other people. But as I said, say yes to opportunity. Absolutely. Be a professional. From the moment that you send something in, you're a professional, which means do not be a nag. Do not consider every semicolon sacred. If a character is bugging your publisher to the point where she actually calls you and says, please take this person out, figure out how to do it. You want to have a dialogue, not demands. Once you're a professional, that means that you are acting like a grown-up all the time. Anything that you do should not bring down opprobrium upon the publisher who is giving you money. And believe me, I have seen this happen. And be generous and gracious, because if you are bad to your fans, you don't deserve to have any.
Thank you. You've been very generous and gracious to us, and we deeply appreciate
you're very kind. And the last one is, for writers, actually there's two. Give yourself permission to write that book, to write that story that has been in your heart since you were 5 years old or 12 or 27. Give yourself permission to go ahead and do it. There have been a lot of people who said, well, I'd like to write it, but I don't know if I could do that. Yes, you can. Please. What if it's wonderful and we've all been waiting to read it and you still have it bottled up in your head? Let it out.
Yep.
Love it.
But finally, I would say know the rules before you break them. So read a lot. Read lots and lots and lots. You want to see what is out there so that you don't duplicate something that has been incredibly powerful and popular.
Yep.
And what your take on it is going to be unique. But it does mean that you're going to have to fight hard against something that has made millions of dollars if it's too similar to something that is already out there. Absolutely. So know your craft, know your market, and know yourself.
Excellent.
How's that? That sounds suitably
It's a wonderful advice for the end of the conference. And then finally, where is the best place to find you, or where are you online?
JodiLynNye.com is my website. I am seldom on Twitter, but I am frequently on Facebook. I have been promoting ViroRimo for people who are stuck at home and should be doing their writing while they have the opportunity to do so. And I think we must be in like day 32.
I've been following along. It's been great.
Oh, good.
I didn't know about this. I'm going to follow you immediately. Excellent.
I'm trying to provide a place for people to say, yes, I wrote 2,000 words yesterday, and I'm proud of you. I want you to keep doing that.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Lovely. Well, thank you so much, Jodi. And Nick, do you want to say anything before we let Jodi off and do our final thing?
I just really appreciate you coming and sharing your wisdom and just being deeply honest with us about things. And I look forward to seeing you in real life at Dragon Con or something like that. And I just love having you here and being able to talk with you in person.
Oh, it's delightful to meet you. And thank you so much for having me on here. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
It is our pleasure. And you were the perfect wrap-up guest. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
You really were. So bye, Jodi. We're going to take Jodi off. Say bye to everyone.
Bye. Bye. Thank you. See you all soon.
Wow.
So we did it. We did it, everyone. Like, we did a show. Like, this is it.
Wow.
We've completed 13 hours of broadcasting, plus on top of that,
I don't know how many hours
beginning
of
and
breakout
ends.
sessions. Yeah. Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
and breakout sessions and everything.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, I would like to.
I have to say, I feel like we've been in the presence of greatness just now with Jody Lynn Nye, but I have had that feeling so many times this weekend, and I'm just so thrilled. Yeah, this has been great. Sorry, carry on.
No, this is what we're kind of doing the wrap up now. I just wanted to remind everybody that if you have not yet, go to Online Writers Conference.com. I'm going to see if I have a plug of it, but it is it's very easy to find. Here, I'm going to put the branding over my face, even though people have said. So it's
actually, this works fine because we got the blank bar at the top because we're right next to each other.
I'm going to write it down here, onlinewritersconference.com. And then nope, that's not right. Sorry.
We'll get it.
We're going to get it. And I want you to we're going to onlinewritersconference.com and sign up. And tomorrow we will send you the replay link where you can see all of this feed. As far as the breakout sessions, they were a very special edition that was ephemeral. And we might do a sort of montage of some of the best clips. Maybe.
Yep. Maybe. We'll see.
But it
will be appropriate. Whatever we do, we'll be sure it will be appropriate.
Yes, and on top of that, like, that is why it was we really wanted to replicate the live convention experience. And part of the live convention experience is that if you are not there live, you do not get the full experience. So when we do this again, it will behoove everybody to make sure that you come and do it during the convention, because that is when I'm do look forward to doing this again. I'm always on the fence beforehand, but this has been educational and just a ton of fun.
It really has. I appreciate so much all your help and all the things that you've done to make this conference happen. And I know you're about to ask me like what the highlights were for this day, and I've got all these notes that I've been taking that I'm going through right now, trying to figure it out. But I think I'm just going to put the notes aside and just go with the emotional things. I have deeply appreciated it's been interesting. There's been a very strong consensus, and Jody herself just summarized it again. If you feel like, oh man, I want to be a writer, absolutely, just jump right in and get started, and say yes to opportunities, and say yes to opportunities to get together with other writers. Set your pride aside, dial down the drama. Be willing to accept critique and criticism of your writing, but give that critique and criticism in a gracious way. There's no need to tear one another down. We can build one another up just fine without doing any of the down tearing. And there's been so much emphasis on look, think of yourself as a professional, and do the things that a professional writer would do, like you've said, Russell, time and time again. If you're going to be a traditional publisher, go into the path of traditional publishing, then you need to learn about what traditional publishing entails and embrace that. And if you don't want to embrace that, if you're going to be an independent author, then you need to think as if you are your own publisher, and develop that sort of split persona. Like, there's the you who loves everything that you write and just hopes that everyone else will too, and then there's the other you who is not the nasty critic, but who's the realist who looks at it and says, okay, and what next needs to happen for this to be done in a professional way, not in a slipshod way. And those are some of my best takeaways from this whole thing.
I love them all. And I will say that for me, my process goes, as I am developing the story and writing the outline, I am business human. Like I am what is going to market it.
Yep.
After it gets done, I am publisher human. So I am publisher, editor human before I start writing and after I start writing. But
Yes.
while I am writing, I am writer human, and I am very sensitive in that time of like what it feels like, and I'm able to really move between them. And it literally starts when I've finished the outline, and I
Yeah.
honestly can say that often I have that critical brain come in, and they're like, well, "This is off outline, like this is not," and I'm like, I'm now writer human, I'm creative person. We need to. I'm done. Like I can't listen to my editor right now. So, and
Yeah.
then I have the editor. And then I have the other stuff comes in afterwards, and like, what is the cover going to look like, and what is the
Yeah.
branding going to look like, and all of that stuff happens. But I do still try to keep precious, even me, who is like, I mean, if you're talking about Mr. Business Writer, like I got to be up there in the list of like the people that take this as business, as at least do it publicly,
Yeah.
that I know. And even me, I try to keep the writing part of it sacred and safe, and give myself a safe place to experiment
Yes.
inside of that moment. Only because I do so much work pre and post to get it sales ready, that I'm able to give myself that safe place to fail.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. That's, yeah, exactly right.
So
Oh
I
my
think
gosh.
I think this is it. I think we're kind of about to burst. I think Nick's about to burst with excitement here. So we will likely be sending you a survey in the email and over the next week to see what you loved, what you didn't love. I might reach out personally to a couple of you to see like what things we can improve, what things you really loved. We would love to get, because we weren't in the breakout sessions, we're certainly going to be talking to all of the breakout session leaders to talk to about what they are. But it's really important that this is fun for me and
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's for you all. And
Exactly.
the only reason that we did it the way that we did it this time was because of what happened. The only reason this exists is because we both have audiences that had, and friends and family who were impacted by this. So it's really important that if we do the next one, that like we get buy-in and commitment and that like we are, and not for our sake, but like we're doing what you
want. This is for
want.
you. We're doing this for you. Yeah.
So I thank you all, and from me at The Complete Creative, and my podcast The Complete Creative, and my 2 books, How to Build a Creative Career and How to Become a Successful Author, I say thank you, and I throw it to Nick for the last words.
Well, thanks so much, everybody, for coming. And it's very, very important that we hear back from you. Even if you only saw a portion of one of the hours of content, or you saw an entire day, or you've stuck with us through the entire thing, it's so important that we hear back from you, because we want to do this again, and we want to make it as great as it has been this time. I know that there are ways that we can make it better, and I'm not sure what all of them are, and the person to tell us is you. So we really need to hear back from you. And I just appreciate so much that you have tuned in and that you're even still watching it now, because all the guests are gone. So, but yeah, thanks so much. And I look forward to seeing you on the interwebs and someday in person again. Thanks.
And I will say, sorry, I'm coming in for one last time because we had a question about where can we send feedback. And I will, if you got our emails over the past couple of days, it has my email in it. Tomorrow, I will, so you can send it right to there. I will also include Nick's email with his permission into the next email. And so we can, you can send it to either of us. I'm Russell@wannabepress.com.
I'm Nick at wordsmithwritingcoaches.com.
Yes, and so you can send it anywhere you can find me on a USA Today bestselling author Russell Nolte, and Facebook message me. But the easiest way will be to email us, that we can correlate it all and put it all in a thing. So we'll be doing that in the next couple of days. For now, I am going to go and collapse on my couch with my dogs and bask in all of this goodness that I feel right now.
I'm going to go take a run and burn off some of this adrenaline because I'm still excited.
Wonderful. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming so much.